Summer morning, 1977. A scientific elite from the 24th century, Lin Fan was jolted awake on a creaking wooden bed. A crisis transcending time and space has quietly descended, as a sharp abdominal pain snaps her back to reality. Glancing at the strange, old-fashioned furniture, the truth of her arrival strikes her mind like thunder. A mottled wooden table, a peeling wardrobe, all confirm her journey is irreversible. She raises her hands. These thin palms belonging to a 70s high schooler are a far cry from the laboratory-worn hands she once knew. The rough, uncomfortable bedboards are worlds apart from the comforts of the future. Her mother, Zhang Huan, clutches a crumpled medical report, stumbling forward, her eyes brimming with despair. In this era where an unwed pregnancy can ruin a woman for life, she is pregnant. White-knuckled fingers grip the report. The paper is held so tight it seems to carry the family's fate. Zhang Huan's lips tremble through tears. She doesn't dare cry out, fearing neighbors will bring trouble. Her mother's panic wakes her cold logic, and her gaze sharpens. Zhang Huan trembles with tears, at a total loss, while Lin Fan's voice is calm yet firm.
Mom, who is the father?
Zhang Huan falters, unable to speak. The pilling on her old clothes witnesses their family's poverty. In despair, Zhang Huan grabs her daughter's hand, suggesting the man take responsibility, or getting rid of the baby and hiding in the country. Lin Fan takes a deep breath, pulls back the floral quilt, feeling the coarse fabric, makes her decision. Pushes her mother's hand away, struggling out of bed. Her body sways weakly, but she shows no sign of compromise. Her gaze is icy and her tone final.
If they want me finished, I'm taking him down with me.
Looking over the desk, a simple keychain catches her eye. The design is identical to those in her modern lab. As her fingertips touch it, a burning sensation spreads, as if a mysterious power is waking her memories. The keychain edge cuts her finger, and as a drop of blood falls, it emits a faint red glow. A surge of power stabs into her mind. The fire from the lab explosion flashes through her head, and the intense headache nearly makes her fall. It seems the explosion is tied to her journey. Termite tracks on the doorframe remind her this is no dream. Guided by blurry memories, Lin Fan finds the military compound, the only place to track down the child's father. She holds a scribbled address note, the paper soaked in sweat. Sun scorches the earth. Lin Fan, looking pale, sits in the shade of a tree. Cold sweat drenches her forehead, fighting a brief cool sensation that fails to ease her anxiety. The keychain in her pocket remains warm. It is her only hope. Shadows flicker on the ground, much like her swaying but unwavering resolve. A tall man walks out of the gates with a cigarette. His nonchalant swagger matches the one from her hazy memories. As cigarette ash falls, his relaxed appearance masks a looming crisis. It's him! Lin Fan's eyes go sharp, pushing past her nerves. She steps forward, blocks Zhang Yujae's path, and looks him dead in the eye.
I'm pregnant, and the child is yours.
Zhang Yujae's cynical air instantly vanishes. His expression shifts, full of scrutiny and doubt. The dignified sign of the military compound is about to be shattered by this storm. Without arguing, Zhang Yujae takes Lin Fan to the military hospital. The scent of disinfectant fills the room, heavy and oppressive. After an exam with a cold stethoscope, Dr. Zhang solemnly confirms the pregnancy, warning of her weak health before writing on the medical chart, pregnancy, over 1 month. Zhang Yujae leans against the wall, hands in pockets and expressionless. No one knows if he intends to run or step up. Lin Fan sits in the chair, outwardly calm but in total inner turmoil. Her fingernails are white with tension, betraying her resolve. After a moment of silence, Lin Fan speaks first, firmly saying to Dr. Zhang,
Doctor, please schedule a procedure to stop the pregnancy.
Dr. Zhang pauses, instinctively looking at Zhang Yujae. Zhang Yujae says forcefully,
No operation. We keep it.
He pushes off the wall, walks over to Lin Fan, towering over her with a tone of absolute command. Lin Fan looks up to meet his gaze, unintimidated.
I'll marry you, but we follow my rules.
Her pace stays with her, no interference, and she keeps the child if they divorce. Every condition is clear and firm. Every word carries weight. Zhang Yuji's eyes narrow, now seeing her in a new light. He nods decisively.
Fine, as you wish. We register now.
The red stamp on the receipt is stark, marking a turning point in their lives. Zhang Yujae takes the receipt. The rough paper signals the start of this unique marriage. Sitting on the bench, Lin Fan touches the hot keychain, which glows red once more, hinting at an uncertain future. Spring 1978. Lin Fan had just registered her marriage to the unfamiliar Zhang Yujae. The red certificate glowed in the sun, appearing dazzlingly bright. In her past life, her family was a burden that eventually led to her tragic end. She only wanted to seize this marriage as a lifeline, forging a new path for herself. The certificate wasn't a vow to her, it was just a pass to a new life. Lin Fan turned to look at Zhang Yujae with a calm expression.
Since we're legal spouses, what's yours is mine.
There was no shy bridal blush. Instead, she showed only the grit of a survivor. Zhang Yujie watched her walk away, believing she was just a bold and greedy woman, unaware of the extraordinary presence he had actually crossed paths with. Before Zhang Yujie could leave, Zhao Jiqiu, who had a crush on him, suddenly appeared, breaking the silence. Seeing the corner of the marriage license sticking out of Zhang Yujie's pocket, Zhao Jiqiu's world collapsed. With eyes red and tearing, she looked utterly devastated. Ignoring Zhao Jiqiu's pleading gaze, Zhang Yujie's tone remained icy and firm.
It's impossible between us.
Zhao Ziqiu was frantic and furious after the rejection, able only to watch him stride away without a single backward glance. Deep into the night, Lin Fan returned to her room, locking the world outside. She pulled out the peculiar keychain she always kept close. An accidental find from her past life, it was her only anchor since she traveled to this time. With no choice, she decided to activate it with her blood. The moment her blood touched the keychain, a faint red light flared brilliantly. Staring at the glowing charm, Lin Fan pleaded with sheer resolve, "Oh Lord, give me a way to survive." A sudden suction force pulled her in, and Lin Fan blacked out. She opened her eyes. She was back in the lab where she had spent 10 years in her past life. The cold workbench and familiar instruments were exactly the same as in her memory, as if she had never left. Pushing open the lab side door, she found a self-sustaining farm courtyard outside, complete with a well and fields. She scooped up a handful of well water. Its sweetness washed away her fatigue, and even her abdominal pain vanished. This was actually a magical spring that could heal the body. Tested the space's properties. Could freely bring in and take out items like her old teacup. In the depths of the yard was a locked loft. Though she couldn't open it yet, the lab could keep food fresh and the spring and soil would sustain her. It was more than enough to rely on. At the crack of dawn, Lin Fan quietly rose and added spring water to the water tank and the porridge. Her sister, Lin Yue, took a bite, noticing a difference immediately as her groggy head instantly cleared. Even her mother Zhang Huan felt lighter. Years of labor-induced wrist pain finally eased up. Lin Fan was secretly delighted and added a few more drops to the drinking water. After seeing to her family, Lin Fan took her cloth bag to the municipal library, hoping to secure a stable income. The library was quiet and solemn, filled with the scent of ink and paper. She went straight to Director Huang, the man in charge of translations, and stated her intent clearly. Director Huang adjusted his glasses filled with doubt. In this era, young people who spoke English and had the nerve to volunteer were very rare. Seeing hesitation, Lin Fan calmly said,
"I can do a trial translation right here."
Lin Fan picked up an English newspaper and began to read aloud with poise. Perfect accent and fluent tone drew everyone's attention, including the senior English expert, Shui Giping, translated it perfectly, using precise terms and clear logic without a single hitch. As the library's expert, Shui Ping listened closely, astonishment deepening with every word Lin Fan spoke. After reading, he translated it effortlessly, demonstrating precise logic and flawless delivery. After a brief silence, Shui Ping was the first to praise her.
"Your pronunciation is perfect, and your word choice is spot on."
He gave Director Huang a look of approval. Now fully reassured, Director Huang handed an English technical manual to Lin Fan as her final test. Lin Fan took the manual, running her fingers over the cover with absolute confidence. She walked out of the library during her first assignment, warm sun chasing away the shadows. She gripped the manual tightly, holding her future in her hands. This wasn't just a job, it was the beginning of her real worth. Marriage was just a strategy. For her true reliance lay in the knowledge in her head and her secret dimension. While others felt confined by the era, it was simply a massive stage for her to shine. She was no longer a victim to be pushed around. She was a traveler with a winning hand and a brilliant plan. The spring for health, the lab for science, and the land for life, combined with her knowledge, she was now unstoppable. The era belonging to Lin Fan had only just begun. An evening in 1978, Lin follows Zhang Yujie back to the Zhang family. Meeting the parents for the first time is full of hidden tests. Li Suyun values social status, and toward this sudden daughter-in-law, she is full of scrutiny and disdain. Having survived a previous life's trials, Lin Fan remains unfazed, facing the critical gaze with calm. Li Suyun sits tall in her chair, speaking with a condescending tone.
"Once you enter this family, you'd better learn your place."
Lin Fan stays poised, responding calmly and firmly.
I understand the rules as they should be.
To ease the tension, Lin Fan takes the initiative to pour tea, with a plan already in mind. She quietly takes out a small vial of spiritual spring water, quickly adding a few drops to the teapot. Movement is stealthy. The spring water can improve health and enhance the flavor, making it her secret weapon to bridge their relationship. Grandma Zhang didn't have a bad impression of Lin Fan, and after one sip, immediately exclaims, "This tea is exceptionally fragrant today." Grandma Zhang remains steady, tasting the tea slowly. The sweetness spreads over the tongue, giving a nod of approval. In the time it takes to drink a cup, the tension gradually fades. Sister-in-law Wang Chusha and third sister-in-law Zhou Jie's gaze softens slightly. Lee Soo-yoon is still doubtful, but following everyone else, she also takes a sip. The sweetness of the water eases her tense expression, softening her attitude quietly. Jung Yoo-jae sees everything, becoming more curious about his new wife. At dinner, third sister-in-law Jo Jae suddenly speaks, sounding casual but testing her. Seeing Lin Fan focus on eating, they press on.
Who did you learn that from?
Lin Fan looks up, responding naturally.
A teacher taught me a few things.
She uses an old mentor from the countryside as an excuse, making it plausible without revealing her time travel secret. Grandpa Jang, being experienced, looks at her with deep inquiry. Noticing this, Lin Fan quietly focuses on her food, avoiding any further response. The table seems peaceful, yet everyone has their own thoughts. After dinner, Jung Yoo-jae walks Lin Fan to the bedroom door. Distance remains between them. He speaks flatly.
You stay here.
Lin Fan nods in agreement.
Fine.
As Jung Yoo-jae turns to leave, he pauses, unable to stop himself from asking.
What else did he teach you?
Lin Fan remains composed with a meaningful smile.
My secrets won't harm you.
With that, Lin Fan shuts the door, cutting off his gaze. Jung Yoo-jae is left standing there, doubts deepening but with no way to act. Once the door is closed, Lin Fan enters her mystical space. The familiar lab puts her at ease. The spring, the soil, and the lab, she's already mapped out her grand vision. She takes out the seeds bought today. These seeds, nourished by the spring water, will eventually create a miracle. Lin Fan kneels by the soil, carefully sowing the seeds, full of hope. After sowing, she scoops the spring water, evenly watering the land, waiting for them to sprout. This is the foundation of her survival. When she finishes, Lin Fan remembers the locked attic, and curiosity leads her there. With a gentle push, the attic door creaks open. It is filled with bookshelves, housing works on medicine, machinery, and chemicals. In this era, this is a priceless treasure. Quelling her excitement, Lin Fan exits the space, sitting down at her desk immediately, grabbing an English technical manual. With her past life's knowledge and advanced memory, she translates rapidly, her pen never stopping. Halfway through, Lin Fan pauses, a sly look in her eyes as a bold idea takes shape. Her first fortune is coming, but her ambition goes far beyond that. The space is her greatest card. She will make her mark on this era. Under the lamplight, English is turned to Chinese word by word, each one carrying her hope. Closing the translation, Lin Fan stretches her arms, her eyes full of fighting spirit. Her time has only begun. Lin Fan is deeply focused on her translation work. Mechanical Principles is nearly half finished. She is currently working on the book's most complex chapter, Nonlinear Analysis of Hydraulic Transmission. Director Huang brings in a new colleague, Editor Sun, for a sudden visit. The atmosphere immediately turns awkward. Editor Sun sizes up Lin Fan, the tone filled with doubts about her ability. Faced with this skepticism, Lin Fan remains calm. Noticing Editor Sun's arrogance, but seeing she won't state her problem, she speaks first with a calm, professional voice.
Editor Sun, are you referring to this passage on hydraulic transmission regarding the nonlinear analysis?
She precisely pinpoints the core of Editor Sun's confusion, which is the Bingham plastic model translation. Stunned by her fluent use of technical terms, Editor Sun's face flushes with embarrassment. Director Huang's eyes sparkle with surprise, knowing that Lin Fan is truly capable. Editor Sun eventually mutters an apology and scurries out of the office. Left alone, Director Huang excitedly tells Lin Fan that leaders will visit next Monday and specifically asked for her work. This is a rare opportunity to prove herself. Evening, at the Jung family's kitchen, the third sister-in-law, Zhou Jie, is gossiping with Wang Chuxia. The topic is the attention Lin Fan got at the library. Zhou Jie is green with envy, scoffing at Lin Fan's arrogance. Wang Chuxia stays neutral, believing true talent is a good thing. Just then, their mother-in-law, Lee Soo-yeon, enters the kitchen. Sharing Jo Jae's view, she thinks Lin Fan only got the job Jung Yoo-jae's connections, bringing trouble to the men. Seeing this, Jo Jae leans in, whispering a secret to Lee Soo-yoon, suggesting Lin Fan got the position because her relationship with Director Huang is imper. Shocked, Lee Soo-yoon vows to tell the head of the family. Watching Lee Soo-yoon hurry away, Jo Jae lets out a subtle, sinister smirk. Late that night, Lin Fan enters the secret spatial lab. Nourished by the spirit spring, she feels instantly recharged. This water restores physical strength and unlocks hidden potential. Taking advantage of the time difference, she finishes the translation efficiently, even translates an extra article, agricultural machinery reform. Looking at the piece, Lin Fan mumbles to herself, translation alone isn't enough, I need to show some vision. She walks to the other side of the space, watching her homegrown vegetables thrive. She kneels to stroke the leaves. With high expectations, these plants are her other source of hope.
Soon, very soon, I'll have plenty of fresh vegetables.
A few afternoons later, Lin Fan is in the living room proofreading under the light. Jang Yoo-jae returns home early for once. Seeing her focused silhouette, He stops in his tracks. Sensing him, Lin Fan looks up and greets him.
You're back?
Jung Yoo-jae walks over, flips through the drafts, and says plainly,
Working this hard?
Lin Fan looks back at her work saying honestly,
Money doesn't come from doing nothing. Besides, I like doing it.
Jung Yoo-jae gives her a deep look, mentioning a family gathering for the first time.
Next Monday, my parents and older sister are coming for dinner. Get ready.
Lin Fan looks up mockingly.
Is it a trap?
Jung Yoo-jae raises an eyebrow in warning.
Just be aware, don't embarrass me.
She drops her pen and stares back, her tone sharp and steady.
Don't worry. We'll see who ends up embarrassing whom.
A silent war is about to begin. Lin Fan knows she must be fully prepared. Inside the neighborhood committee, Director Wang slammed a notice on the table, creating a tense atmosphere. The notice addressed Lin Fan's residency issue, ordering her to either transfer her registration or go back to the village. The tense expression, Director Wang scolded her. Brad Lin Fan, people have complained of you staying in the city without clear residency. Sung Hwan was sweating with worry. Lin Fan was unusually calm and full of confidence. Lin Fan calmly pulled out her marriage certificate, work ID, and household register, laying out all the copies. She clearly stated that, per the rules, as her spouse has local residency, she can apply to move her registration. Director Wang softened, but remained reluctant, arguing hesitantly, that will take time in the meantime. Seeing Director Wang's hesitation, Lin Fan hinted at her point, interrupted at the right time.
Director Wang, how about I call my husband Jung Yoo-jae to come over?
At the mention of Jung Yoo-jae, Director Wang's attitude withered, and her eyes darted nervously. Lin Fan struck while the iron was hot, lowering her voice to mention that Director Wang's son had a job at the Culture Bureau, along with a visiting deputy director. Director Wang's face shifted through several emotions before she forced a wide smile.
Oh, Comrade Xiaolin, look at this misunderstanding. We can process this slowly, no rush.
Lin Fan left calmly with her mother, leaving Director Wang lost in thought. On her way home at dusk, Lin Fan noticed someone following her. She glanced back, confirmed her suspicion, and stayed alert. Lin Fan accelerated without a word, turning into a quiet alley to lose her tail. The alley was empty, and Lin Fan vanished instantly. The stalker rushed in, finding only an empty street, utterly baffled. Entering her private space, Lin Fan looked sharp, guessing this was tied to Jo Jae and someone else behind her. She knew this shadow war had only just begun. Meanwhile, at the Jung family's study, Jung Yoo-jae listened to a report, his face darkening. The subordinate stated that Jo Jae told her cousin to scare Lin Fan, but the rumors came from elsewhere. Jung Yoo-jae frowned, demanding more information.
But what?
The subordinate explained the rumors started when Jung Yoo-jae got married, and spread wide with someone pushing from behind. Jung Yoo-jae was silent for a long time, thinking of Zhao Ziqiu as the truth became clear. Jung Yoo-jae gave a stern order.
Zhao Ziqiu, keep an eye on her.
He crushed his cigarette, his eyes full of rage. At the mention of Jo Jae-jung, Yoo-jae stood up, walking coldly toward third brother and Jung Yoo-hao's room. A family storm was coming. Standing at the door, his knock echoed loudly in the night. Jung Yoo-hao opened the door, chilled to the bone his brother's icy gaze. Jung Yoo-jae warned coldly, third brother, control your woman. If she interferes with my business again, don't expect me to be kind. Jung Yoo-hao watched his brother's back, turning pale as he knew he was serious. Late at night, Lin Fan was getting ready for bed when Jung Yoo-jae entered. Expressionless, he handed Lin Fan an envelope. Lin Fan took it, asking in confusion.
What is this for?
Jung Yoo-jae explained flatly.
My parents and eldest sister are coming Monday, so be prepared. A dagger, for protection.
With that, Jung Yoo-jae turned and left, leaving Lin Fan with the heavy envelope. Lin Fan opened it to find clothing and industrial coupons and a small dagger. She smiled slightly. The dagger was a weapon, but also a symbol of Jung Yoo-jae's changing attitude. Looking at the items, Lin Fan knew his stance was shifting subtly. Lin Fan whispered to herself with a smile in her eyes.
It seems this partner is finally starting to act like one.
This marriage might not be so bad. A new alliance was forming. Lin Fan returned to her space, gripping the small dagger, her gaze resolute. The dagger was evidence of the shift between her and Jung Yoo-jae. She knew she had to be fully prepared for Monday's family gathering. With her wit and courage, she was changing her fate in this unknown era, impacting everyone around her. The spiritual spring water witnessed her growth, signaling endless possibilities. Looking at the water, Lin Fan felt full of hope, knowing persistence would bring a bright future. As night deepened, she sat thinking in her space. A new adventure was about to begin. A few afternoons later, the living room at the Jung family was empty. Sunshine fell across the floor, quiet and still. The clock ticked slowly as the dinner approached. A storm was brewing in secret. Lin Fan sat at her vantage, holding the coupons from Jung Yoo-jae, knowing she had to get ready. The coupons were support, proof of his attitude and the start of their alliance. Ship the coupons away, ready and confident to handle anything. The Jung family is gathered in the dining room and an attack targeted at Lin Fan is about to begin. Parents-in-law Jung Nan-ping and Lee Soo-yeon are seated at the head of the table, eyes full of scrutiny. The atmosphere is suffocatingly tense. Lin Fan is dressed smartly, sitting composed beside Jung Yoo-jae, showing no fear in the face of the challenge. Lee Soo-yeon takes the lead, getting Lin Fan's job with words full of contempt and warnings. In the face of Lee Soo-yeon's accusations, Lin Fan remains calm, her voice firm.
I make money through translation, and every cent is clean.
Lin Fan's words directly point out the troublemakers, and Zhou Jie's expression turns sour instantly. Not to be outdone, Zhou Jie questions Lin Fan's income, insinuating she relies on Jung Yoo-jae's money while spreading rumors. Seeing Zhou Jie pressing her, Lin Fan speaks coldly with a warning tone.
I have nothing to hide, so don't force me to embarrass you.
Jung Yoo-jae sees it all and is impressed by Lin Fan, so he speaks up to defend her. Zhou Jie tries to argue, but Jung Lao-san pulls her back, signaling her to shut up. Lin Fan calmly takes out an envelope containing her payment slip. The envelope drops on the table. It seems ordinary, but it's about to shock everyone. Lin Fan indicates to Jung Nan-ping this is last month's payment. $120 remain after expenses. Everyone gasps. This is higher than most workers' monthly salary. The silent Jung Nan-ping picks up the slip for a closer look. Unable to hide his admiration, Jung Nan-ping sets it down and offers a fair compliment.
Being self-reliant is very good.
Lin Fan takes the chance to suggest developing local enterprises, utilizing regional resources for agricultural processing. This piques Jung Nan-ping's interest. He didn't expect his daughter-in-law to not only make money, but also have such insight. Jung Nan-ping asks with interest,
Oh, tell me more.
Using her knowledge from her past life, Lin Fan clearly explains her ideas for processing crops, offering deep insights. Zhang Yuning, Wang Chuxia and others are stunned, not expecting Lin Fan to be so knowledgeable. Jung Yoo-jae looks at the confident Lin Fan beside him, his eyes filled with surprise, curiosity, and a hint of pride. The family dinner ends, and as they move to the living room, the atmosphere is completely different. Jung Nan-ping rarely praises Lin Fan in public, showering her with compliments. Lee Soo-yeon, Zhou Jie, and others look pale, with resentment and jealousy, yet unable to argue back. Jung Yoo-jae nods silently and, for the first time, takes Lin Fan's hand. They both freeze for a second. Jung Yoo-jae looks at Jung Nan-ping and steadily, their palms touch. Sensing each other's warmth, they don't let go after a brief pause. Back in their bedroom, there's a subtle spark in the air, breaking the usual distance. Jung Yoo-jae is the first to speak, sincerely thanking Lin Fan for her performance today. Lin Fan responds flatly.
You're welcome.
Silence falls after their exchange, intensifying the subtle tension. Jung Yoo-jae suddenly speaks, asking curiously if old Mr. Guo is still teaching her economics. At the mention of old Mr. Guo's name, Lin Fan feels a pang in her heart, but remains calm on the outside. Lin Fan asks Jung Yoo-jae back if he is finally becoming curious of his partner. Jung Yoo-jae doesn't shy away, taking a step forward, staring intently at Lin Fan, instantly making the air tense. Jung Yoo-jae questions her deeply.
Lin Fan, how many secrets are you hiding?
Facing the interrogation, Lin Fan doesn't back down, meeting his gaze bravely with firm confidence. Lin Fan looks right at him and says with certainty,
My secrets will make you unable to leave me.
Jung Yoo-jae stares at her for a long time, but instead of getting angry, he chuckles to break the tension. Jung Yoo-jae reaches out, ruffling her hair with an affectionate touch. Jung Yoo-jae softens his tone.
Go to sleep.
As he turns, his ears are slightly red, betraying his inner turmoil. Lin Fan is stunned by his affection. Her heart skips a beat, and her mind goes blank. Regaining her senses, Lin Fan's cheeks flush, and her gaze holds a touch of unconscious softness. Silence returns to the room. Their relationship has begun to change subtly. Night deepens, and the Zung family courtyard is quiet. Family drama is over, signaling a new beginning. The bedroom lamp stays on. Its warm light represents the warming relationship. Lin Fan sits on the bed thinking, aware that her standing in this house has changed for good. Late into the night, everything falls silent. The story of Lin Fan and Jung Yoo-jae has just begun a new chapter. An emergency task hit the library, affecting a key project's progress. The young Lin Fan became the center of attention. The Russian translator fell ill, leaving the task in jeopardy. The critical moment, Director Huang placed their hope in Lin Fan. Seeing everyone's helplessness, Director Huang was full of anxiety. Lin Fan spoke up voluntarily in a calm voice.
I'll try, but I can't guarantee total accuracy.
The task needed to be done by morning. Time was running out. Director Huang promised triple the fee to support Lin Fan fully. Lin Fan took the mission and rushed to the lab at night. The lab late at night became Lin Fan's battlefield. Using professional dictionaries and her past memories, she wrote with swift focus. Spirit spring water at hand, it helped her fight the fatigue. After staying up all night, dawn finally broke. Despite her tiredness, she persisted until the end. Lin Fan looked at the draft and whispered softly,
Baby, Mom earned this hard money for you.
She finished an impossible task in just one night. Director Huang was in disbelief and asked an expert to review it. The retired Russian expert, Engineer Chen, was invited to verify. After reading the draft, Engineer Chen was amazed, exclaiming, "She's a genius! These terms are perfectly accurate. The translation is flawless, clearing all hurdles for the project." Director Huang kept the promise and gave a generous payment. The triple fee in hand, Lin Fan's hard work paid off. She walked out of the library with the results of her labor. Zheng Yujie was already at the door. As Zheng Yujie looked at her bloodshot eyes, his voice was full of concern.
You didn't sleep all night?
Lin Fan smiled, answering brightly,
It was worth it. Today is on me.
Zheng Yujie worried about her, having other plans in mind. Instead of the restaurant, he turned into a quiet alley. An unexpected invitation is about to unfold. As the night deepens, the alley holds the unknown. Warm company after a long struggle is the best reward. By evening, Zheng Yujie takes Lin Fan to a secluded courtyard. Zheng Yujie lets her stay here to stay out of the spotlight for a while.
What's going on?
The rumors were started by Zhao Jiqiu, daughter of Commissar Zhao, who was planning to take others to harass Lin Fan at home. Lin Fan realizes instantly all of the targeting coming from Zhao Jiqiu. Lin Fan doesn't rest. She goes inside to prepare a counterattack. She digs out the evidence she gathered of Zhao Jiqiu's improper comments and begins to organize her materials. Imitating the agitator's writing style, she prepares detailed counter-evidence aimed directly at the Zhao family. By dawn, Lin Fan has organized all her counterattack materials. Posting them early the next morning, she turns the tide of public opinion. The content slandering Lin Fan is replaced with solid proof of Zhao Zichu's evil deeds. The crowd is shocked, and the narrative shifts instantly. The news quickly reaches Commissar Zhao's ears. He is absolutely furious.
Look at what you've done. You're a total disgrace.
Commissar Zhao orders her to stay at her aunt's for 1 year, banned from causing any more trouble. Zhao Jiqiu is completely ruined, facing a long road of self-reflection. At sunset, Zheng Yujie brings the news that Zhao Jiqiu has been sent away. Zheng Yujie falls silent. By Lin Fan's composure, can't help but smile.
You did this?
Does it matter? The result is good, and that's enough.
Lin Fan catches Zheng Yujie's gaze and is suddenly flustered. He tells her he is now Lin Fan's business partner and they should work together. As the storm settles, their bond grows deeper. Rumors fade, and Lin Fan is finally free of trouble, finding peace at last. The sun sets, conflict triggered by lies ends with Lin Fan's victory. There's a long road ahead, and as partners, they will walk it together. With the trouble over, a new chapter begins. Dim lighting sets a tense atmosphere as an accusation against Lin Fan begins to brew. Li Suyun and Zhou Jie sit on the sofa, clearly having long resented Lin Fan. Then Li Suyun frowns, her lips part, and with a rushed, angry tone, she asks,
Lin Fan, how dare you show your face here?
Fury ignites the room. Tiny droplets on the glass are clear, heightening the tension. Li Suyun blames Lin Fan for causing family drama and making the Zhao family resent the Zheng family. Faced with these charges, Lin Fan looks ahead, perfectly calm.
I'm only clearing up the lies against me.
Zhou Jie curls her lip with a mocking look, snidely hinting that Lin Fan is arrogant, only for Lin Fan to reply,
Making money is better than leeching off family.
Her face changes instantly, filled with panic and rage. Li Suyun is so angry, her fists clench, knuckles turning white, shaking all over, shouting toward the door.
Zheng Yujie, look at the woman you married.
As she speaks, Zheng Yujie pushes the door open. Everything said was heard loud and clear. He stands tall, with a cold expression, walking straight to Lin Fan to shield her at his side, his voice firm as he gives a warning.
If anyone smears her again, they'll have to deal with me first.
His protection leaves Lin Fan and Li Suyun stunned, one surprised and one shocked. The clock hands turn slowly, and with each tick, Grandpa Zheng and Grandma Zheng step out of the inner room. Grandpa Zheng says sternly,
Enough. I dare any of you to say another word.
He scolds Li Suyun and honors Lin Fan for earning her own living fair and square. Li Suyun and Zhou Jie are shaken by his authority, lowering their heads in a panic, too afraid to speak. When Lin Fan and Zheng Yujie return, Lin Fan looks at him with a complex gaze, filled with gratitude, and softly thanks him. Zheng Yujie smirks playfully and teases her, making Lin Fan blush as she glares back at him. Then he turns serious, his eyes firm yet tender.
With me here to back you, no one will dare touch you.
Their joined hands show his devotion. Lin Fan enters the space alone, where lush crops are seen growing tall in the hazy light. She gently brushes the leaves.
A strong foundation is the key to power.
She looks toward the depths of the archive room, deciding to use those old tech and business records. These treasures will be her strength, paving the way for the future. In the City Industrial Bureau meeting room, the long table is covered in imported factory line data. Senior experts are arguing fiercely over the technical interpretation, the sound of pens and rustling paper, mixing with the heated debate. The tension in the air is palpable. Lin Fan sits quietly in the corner, dressed in a simple work uniform, her fingertips resting on the data. With a slight frown, she is just an attending translator and document clerk, yet her gaze is locked on the parameter notes no one else has overlooked. In the middle of the deadlock, when no one can convince each other, Lin Fan slowly raises her hand, straightening up. Her voice is clear, yet steady. "Excuse me, professors, sorry to interrupt." She walks quickly to the front, holding the supplemental manual, pointing precisely at a key parameter. She reads the original foreign text fluently, and breaks down the hidden conditions precise Chinese. The senior experts, they're around to look. Their tight brows gradually relax and the disagreement instantly vanishes. Seeing the deadlock broken easily by this young girl, the deputy director can't hide his excitement. He stands up abruptly, his chair scraping against the floor. He walks toward Lin Fan with shining eyes. "Comrade Lin Fan, come work in the technical department." After the meeting, the deputy director invites Lin Fan to his office and offers her an official staff document. He explains that key tech projects are restarting and earnestly hopes she will join the core team. Holding the edge of the document, Lin Fan looks momentarily shocked before quickly regaining her composure. Her tone is sincere, yet firm.
I appreciate your kindness, Director, but I want to build a solid foundation first.
She declines the official staff position, opting to stay in the library with the data while promising to provide full support as a technical consultant. The director is surprised, but then shows an admiring smile and pulls out another document.
"I'm hiring you as a special technical advisor."
As the sunset turns the streets red, Zheng Yuje pushes his bike to meet her. His gaze falls upon the certificate in Lin Fan's hand. He says teasingly,
Comrade Lin Fan, your rank is higher than mine now.
Lin Fan looks at him, a smile forming on her face with a lively look in her eyes.
Comrade Zheng Yuje, feeling the pressure?
Zheng Yuje stops and gazes at her seriously, filled with unmistakable pride.
I am proud. My wife is amazing.
He reaches out gently to brush a stray hair from Lin Fan's forehead, his movements tender. Lin Fan is amused by his blunt praise and says softly,
Zheng Yuje, here's to a great partnership.
Zheng Yuje takes her hand, intertwining their fingers, his voice deep and sincere.
It's more than just a partnership.
They walk side by side into the sunset, their shadows growing long. The certificate glows in the twilight. From a quiet document clerk to a recognized technical advisor, Lin Fan broke prejudice with expertise and took a solid new step on the road to her dreams. Morning came. In the Zheng family's new room, the sunlight peeked through the gap in the new curtains, casting a light onto the red brick floor. It was quiet and warm. Lin Fan was fast asleep in bed, but slowly opened her eyes. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked toward the nightstand. Seeing the watch left by Zheng Yuje, she realized it was nearly 8. She froze slightly. The hands of the clock ticked on. It was almost 8 o'clock. On her first day as a new daughter-in-law, waking up this late would surely cause gossip in the family. Lin Fan stretched her arms, but a sudden, slight sense of morning sickness hit her stomach. She instinctively caressed her belly, looking a bit troubled. Lin Fan closed her eyes and entered her space. Inside the lab, she drank a large cup of spirit spring water. The discomfort instantly vanished, and she looked normal again. Walking to the backyard of her space, she picked a few handfuls of fresh bok choy. Touching the leaves, she felt the fresh moisture and life. She then picked up 5 warm eggs, ladled out some spirit spring water, and organized the ingredients to take out of the space. Lin Fan exited her space in a flash. She quickly put on some semi-new clothes, with efficient movements. Just as she finished, a knock came at the door, along with the displeased voice of her mother-in-law, Li Su-yun.
Lin Fan, aren't you up yet? What time do you think it is?
Lin Fan took a deep breath, composed herself quickly, put on a slightly tired yet decent smile, and walked to the door. She opened it and said softly,
Mom, good morning. I'm sorry, I woke up a bit late.
Li Su-yun was dressed in neat work clothes, her brow furrowed with annoyance. Zhou Jie, standing behind her, watched with arms crossed, smirking as if waiting for a show. The atmosphere was awkward. Cut to the kitchen. Lin Fan put on an apron and got busy with swift movements. Using the spring water to cook millet porridge, the grains softened, filling the air with a rich aroma. She beat the eggs from her space, heated the oil in the pan, and scrambled them to golden perfection. Then mixed in some sliced cucumbers. The fresh scent mingled with the aroma of the eggs and porridge. As breakfast was served, Grandpa Zheng, Grandma Zheng, and the others took their seats. Zheng Yuje came downstairs, glanced at Lin Fan, and sat down in silence. Grandpa Zhang tasted the porridge and couldn't help but say, this porridge is exceptionally fragrant today. Grandma Zhang agreed.
These eggs are so tender.
But Zhou Jie suddenly spoke up.
Your cooking is good, sister-in-law, but is that translation gig stable?
Lin Fan took out an envelope of payment and responded calmly.
The library is a formal workplace. This is my payment from last month.
$54? Far more than an average worker's monthly salary. Zhou Jie's eyes widened as she gasped. Li Su-yun froze mid-bite, and Zhang Yujie looked up at Lin Fan with a complex expression. Grandpa Zhang nodded slowly, full of praise. After breakfast, everyone moved to the living room. Lin Fan was about to clear the table, but Li Su-yun stopped her with a look. Seeing the room fall quiet, Li Su-yun cleared her throat and spoke sternly.
The money you earn should be handed over for me to manage.
Lin Fan replied composedly.
I've already agreed with Yujie. I will manage my own money, and I will pay my share for meals.
Li Su-yun turned red with frustration. Zhou Jie tried to chime in but was backed off by Lin Fan's cold gaze. Lin Fan put away her envelope, picked up her bag, and smiled at Grandpa Zhang and Grandma Zhang to say goodbye, mentioning an urgent task at the library and that she wouldn't be home for lunch. Behind her, Zhou Jie muttered softly, "What is she so smug about?" One afternoon, Zhang Yujie pedals his classic bike, taking Lin Fan to her parents' home. Lin Fan sits sideways on the back, one hand steadying herself on his waist, the other carrying a bag of meat, fresh vegetables, and fruit candies. The wheels hum smoothly, rolling steadily over the pavement. As they ride along in the breeze, sharing a quiet moment, Zhang Yujie slows the bike down, turns to Lin Fan on the back, and says with a hint of gentle concern,
Mom just has that kind of temper. She's blunt. Don't let it get to you.
Lin Fan nods softly. She knows he's worried, she feels wronged. She doesn't mind her mother-in-law's attitude, only wishing for surface harmony and mutual peace in the future. After a brief silence, Lin Fan brings up the rumor about Zhang Yujie's job change, trying to close the distance between them. Zhang Yujie asks with slight surprise,
Where did you hear that? You're quite well informed.
Then, after Lin Fan says she guessed it from something his mother said, he confirms the promotion. Soon, they arrive at the Lin family. Zhang Quan is already standing by the yard, waiting eagerly by the door. Seeing her daughter and son-in-law, her face instantly lights up with joy. Hearing the bicycles approach, Lin Yu rushes out from the house, bouncing toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan hands the groceries to her mother. Inside, she pulls out an envelope containing last month's writing fees, insisting on giving it to Zhang Quan, telling her to buy good food and new clothes for Lin Yu. Zhang Quan worries her daughter needs money after the wedding and tries to refuse. Lin Fan stops her hands, firmly insisting she take it. At lunch, Zhang Wan cooks with the ingredients they brought, making fragrant braised pork and sautéed vegetables. The family gathers around, sharing a warm meal. Just then, their neighbor Auntie Wang drops by, praising Zhang Huan's good fortune, while subtly implying that Lin Fan is using her in-laws' money to help her mother. Hearing this, Zhang Huan's smile freezes, and the room falls into an awkward silence. Seeing this, Lin Fan puts down her chopsticks, her eyes calm but filled with undeniable conviction as she speaks.
The money I give my mother is what I earned. I treat both families equally.
She also mentions Zhang Yujie's upcoming promotion, effectively silencing Auntie Wang, who can only mutter a compliment about the food before hurriedly leaving. Zhang Yujie watches Lin Fan and her composed handling of the situation, his gaze filling with admiration and curiosity. By evening, the setting sun casts a golden glow. Zhang Yujie bikes Lin Fan back. Suddenly, he mentions that a friend at the dye factory can help him get discount fabric to help her solve her re-dyeing problem. Lin Fan is delighted, a smile on her face. She tightens her hold on Zhang Yujie's waist and whispers an apology. Feeling the touch on his waist, Zhang Yujie's ears turn red as he silently pedals faster. The setting sun elongates their silhouettes. Though little is said, there's a tacit understanding between them, as their connection grows deeper in this cozy moment. It was afternoon in the library curator's office. Director Huang was there with researcher Minister Guo and two other experts. They were tensely waiting for Lin Fan as the air grew solemn. Lin Fan arrived right on time and knocked on the curator's door. The footsteps were steady, showing no signs of panic. Seeing Lin Fan at the door, Director Huang stood up immediately to greet her with an enthusiastic tone.
Xiaolin is here. Please, come in.
Minister Guo got straight to the point, taking out the cutting-edge English technical blueprints. Pointing to a specific parameter, he asked for Lin Fan's professional opinion, which was vital for the experiments. Lin Fan thought for a moment and asked,
Can I have some time to check the data?
Minister Guo nodded in agreement. Lin Fan took the blueprints, preparing to go to the nearby reading room to look for references. With a serious expression, Lin Fan knew how important they were. With steady steps, she had already planned her search direction, not daring to be negligent. Entering the empty reading room, Lin Fan calmed her mind immediately, ready to use the power of the Space Lab to tackle this technical challenge. Inside the Space Lab's archives, Lin Fan quickly searched the texts and began calculations against the prints. Fingers traced the pages with focused and sharp eyes. As the calculations intensified, Lin Fan gradually understood the core meaning of the parameters, accurately finding a slight error on the blueprint. Her mind became clearer, and after thinking, Lin Fan had an epiphany. A light of understanding flashed in her eyes. The problem was finally solved. Filled with certainty, she exited the Space Lab. Lin Fan organized the papers feeling fully confident and prepared to return to the office to report the results. Right now, Lin Fan's steps were light, totally different from when she arrived. Every step showed her absolute confidence. Lin Fan returned to the office, and the eyes of Minister Guo and the experts were instantly fixed on her, eagerly waiting for the answer. Meeting their expectant gazes, Lin Fan picked up the blueprints, pointed to the key part, and spoke logically.
The parameters should be read like this.
As the explanation went deeper, the experts' expressions turned from scrutiny to surprise, gradually accepting Lin Fan's interpretation and optimization plan. The sketch drawn by Lin Fan precisely marked the errors and even proposed an optimized model, dazzling the experts and earning their frequent nods. Engineer Chen clapped excitedly, filled with admiration.
Brilliant. You solved the mystery for us.
Minister Guo looked relieved, growing more impressed with Lin Fan, so he gave her a thick envelope of cash and invited her to collaborate again. This reward was earned through Lin Fan's hard work, but more importantly, it was recognition of her professional talent. Inside that heavy envelope lay her confidence and strength. With the reward and recognition, Lin Fan walked out of the library. The evening sun cast a warm glow, making her feel incredibly happy. Early morning in the streets, under the soft morning glow, the mailman rode his green bicycle and arrived at the Lin family home. Holding the newspaper office's registered letter and money order, he came to a steady stop. He lightly fingered the edge of the envelope, waiting for Lin Fan to sign for it herself. Seeing the Lin gate open, the mailman propped his bike, knocked on the door frame, and called out loudly,
"Comrade Lin Fan, your letter and money order."
The news quickly attracted neighbors nearby. They gathered in small groups, standing on tiptoe to peer inside. Whispered discussions filled the air, circling in pure curiosity. Lin Fan stepped forward with a smile and said softly,
Thank you, comrade.
She gently tore open the envelope, carefully pulling out the items inside. Besides the paper and $13 order, there were several brand new industrial coupons. Zhang Yujie stood beside her watching quietly. $13 and industrial coupons, the rewards of a writer, warmed Lin Fan's heart. She looked into the crowd at Old Lai in his reading glasses, handed him the paper and said, "Uncle Lai, read this aloud for everyone." Old Lai took the paper, adjusted his glasses, and when he saw Lin Fan's name, his voice instantly grew solemn. Chapter 1 of Encountering Human Traffickers was tense and full of warning, instantly capturing all the neighbors' attention. Scene changes to the Zhang family's living room. Grandma Zhang is sitting on the sofa, leaning forward slightly, tapping her finger on the page, wearing glasses to focus intently on the story. Seeing Lin Fan and Zhang Yujie enter, she waved immediately with a smile.
Fan Fan is back. This story is brilliantly written.
Lin Fan and Zhang Yujie exchanged a glance, hiding the sparkle of shared knowledge, waiting for Grandma to discover the truth. Seeing Grandma still absorbed in the story, Zhang Yujie leaned in with a smile, playing coy as he spoke.
Grandma, Fan Fan wrote this.
Grandma Zhang froze instantly. Realization brought joy as she held Lin Fan's hand, praising her repeatedly. Zhou Jie was leaning against the doorframe, turning sour, hearing all that praise. Resentful, she muttered to herself,
She just got lucky. What's the big deal?
Fueled by envy, Zhou Jie secretly wrote an anonymous tip. She stuffed the paper into an envelope and dropped it in the Women's Federation mailbox. 2 days later, the Women's Federation head, Director Wang, arrived with her staff. Everyone gathered in the living room, atmosphere tense. Amidst the heavy silence, as all eyes focused on Lin Fan, Director Wang spoke in a stern tone.
Your novel covers sensitive content. Explain your motives.
Li Suyun looked worried, while Zhou Jie hid nearby, gloating. Lin Fan answered calmly and composed.
I wrote it to expose evil and uphold justice.
Just then, Director Huang hurried in, carrying a manila envelope, approached Lin Fan and said, addressing her,
Congratulations on being named Technical Advisor for the Research Institute.
The gilded certificate within peeked out from the envelope. This was the highest honor for Lin Fan's translation work. Seeing this, Director Wang looked embarrassed and quickly changed her tune.
It was a misunderstanding. Your novel is very educational.
Zhou Ji, seeing the reversal, turned pale, full of panic. Her scheming had come to nothing. Lin Fan held the gold-lettered offer, locking eyes with Zhang Yujie. Grandma Zhang clapped with pride. All of the doubts had turned into praise. Zhang family is hosting several old comrades. Li Suyun looks at Lin Fan, already plotting something in her heart. She wants to humiliate her in front of the guests.
Lin Fan, go help Auntie Lu with the cooking.
Exactly, sister-in-law. This is your chance to shine.
While everyone is watching, Lin Fan smiles slightly. Sure, Mom, leave it to me. Lin Fan doesn't notice what Li Suyun is up to. She calmly puts on an apron, ready to lead the cooking. She uses an excuse of needing quiet to send Auntie Lu away. In the huge kitchen, she is left alone. Lin Fan walks to the cupboard and opens the door. Inside is everything she's seen from her space. Spring water, vegetables, and ingredients. The spring water is her secret. Dishes made with it always turn out incredibly delicious. This is the spring water, the fresh vegetables, eggs from her space, even a plump fish, and some high-quality pork offal. Lin Fan expertly handles every ingredient with focus. She takes special care with the pork offal, ensuring every trace of gaminess is gone. The kitchen is filled with aroma, the dining room is ready, just waiting for the guests. The old comrades of Grandpa Zhang arrive one after another, sitting together talking about the good days. Lin Fan is busy in the kitchen, dish after dish being served. The scent drifts into the room. The greens are crisp and bright, the braised pork is glistening, and the star is the steamed fish, unbelievably tender. Looking at the table full of perfect-looking dishes, everyone is beyond shocked.
Old Zhang, your granddaughter-in-law is amazing. This skill is better than the best restaurant chefs.
This fish is so fresh and the greens are sweet. Grandpa Zhang laughs out loud, extremely proud of her. Li Suyun and Zhou Jie look bitter, but they're completely helpless.
Old Zhang, is the Lin Fan in the news your granddaughter-in-law?
That's her. She's quite a talented kid.
After Grandpa Zhang sees off the guests, he suddenly takes out an exquisite jewelry box. Lin Fan, this heirloom bracelet is for you. The future of the Zhang family depends on you young people. Lin Fan accepts it with a firm look. Zhou Jie is insane with jealousy. She can only watch everything happen helplessly. Inside the Zhang family's study, Zhang Yubin looked serious, holding an anonymous letter. Grandpa Zhang, Grandma Zhang, and Li Suyun stood around, the air thick with tension. A storm was brewing. Grandpa, the Women's Federation forwarded this anonymous letter. The letter targeted Lin Fan, reporting her novel for sensitive content. But after checking, Zhang Yubin recognized the handwriting. I checked the handwriting, Zhou Jie wrote it. At the mention of Zhou Jie, Li Suyun looked shocked, her body turning stiff. She never imagined Zhou Jie would actually do something to ruin the family's reputation.
Call the third son and his wife here.
Summoned immediately, Zheng Yuhao and Zhou Jie were terrified, trembling as they pushed the door open. Both looked panicked, stripped of their usual confidence, knowing they were in big trouble. Zhou Jie, how dare you ruin our family's name? Actually scolded by Grandpa Zhang, Zhou Jie shook with fear, tears instantly streaming down. She could only bow and apologize, filled with panic and guilt.
Grandpa, I failed to control her.
Just as everyone thought the situation would escalate, the silent Lin Fan suddenly spoke. Tone was calm, without a hint of anger. In speaking up for Zhou Jie, Grandpa, third sister-in-law was just confused. Let it go. After that, Lin Fan shifted the topic, glancing at Zhou Ji and Li Suyun, and made a suggestion that concerned the whole family. To avoid future misunderstandings and keep the peace, every household should manage its own money, all clear and independent. Hearing the suggestion of financial independence, Li Suyun looked displeased. She wanted to object, but knowing Lin Fan held dirt on her, she had to swallow her words, being miserable. Lin Fan is right. It's settled. Keep your household in line. Next time, I won't be so kind. Severely warned by Grandpa Zheng, Zheng Yuhao and Zhou Jie couldn't even lift their heads. Slouching in shame, they hurried out of the study, completely embarrassed and flustered. Once Zheng Yuhao and Zhou Jie left, the study finally regained its peace. That night, Li Suyun was still bitter, venting her frustration to her husband back in the room. Zheng Nanping frowned and said, "Enough. It's because you and Zhou Jie started this mess. Lin Fan is capable and knows her limits, so just behave." Meanwhile, in another room, Zhou Jie sobbed, "She's trying to ruin us. Look at this. No more control over the money. Our reputation is gone." Zheng Yuhao stood there, finding his wife's behavior completely ridiculous. He snapped, "How can you still talk? Behave yourself from now on." The storm triggered by the letter had temporarily come to an end. As night deepens, the living room in the Zheng family is brightly lit. Grandpa Zheng sits in the main seat, while Grandma Zhang, Li Suyun, and Zhou Jie sit on both sides. The air is thick with tension. Lin Fan and Zhang Yujie enter the room, slowing down as they sense the atmosphere, confusion flashing in their eyes. As the heavy silence in the living room reaches its breaking point, Li Suyun suddenly snapped.
Lin Fan, Do you still have any respect for the rules of the Jung family?
Lee Soo-yoon's interrogation tightens the atmosphere further. Even the teacup on the table seems weighed down by the solemnity. Jung Yoo-jae steps forward immediately, shielding Lin Fan half a step behind him, glaring firmly at Lee Soo-yeon, trying to defuse the situation. Jo-jae mocks them from the side, the corner of her mouth curling into a smirk, reveling in the malice of the spectacle. Facing everyone's gazes, Lin Fan speaks calmly.
Yes, I was inconsiderate. I'll inform you in advance next time.
Lin Fan seems composed, but her intertwined hands press tightly at the fingertips, suppressing the frustration and grievances in her heart. Grandma Jung tries to smooth things over, attempting to settle the dispute. Before it escalates further, Grandpa Jung remains silent, pressing his hand lightly on the table, his knuckles turning white, exuding an aura of natural authority. His silence sinks the living room into a dead hush, everyone harboring their own thoughts. Lee Soo-yeon's resentment, Jo-jae's mockery, and Lin Fan's calmness are all intertwined. Back in their new room, Lin Fan lets down her guard, kicks off her shoes, and slumps onto the sofa, exhaustion written all over her face. Her discarded shoes reveal her total exhaustion. Jung Yoo-jae sits beside her, guiltily comforting her with soft words, promising to face everything by her side. With a steady gaze, Lin Fan says,
"We must endure this together. We can't keep compromising."
Jung Yoo-jae grips her hand tightly, their fingers interlocking, answering her resolve with his actions. A sense of confidence grows between them. Suddenly, a frantic knock sounds downstairs. Aunt Liu opens the door in panic as two men in old suits barge into the living room. They bark out.
"Where is Lin Fan? Come with us for an investigation."
Their suits are wrinkled, their buttons loose, lacking any official dignity. They are full of flaws. Lin Fan and Jung Yoo-jae rush downstairs. Lin Fan steps forward first, studying them with sharp eyes, remaining calm and composed. Jung Yoo-jae steps in, shouting with authority,
"Show your IDs. Or I'm calling 911 right now."
His presence intimidates the scammers. They look flustered, subconsciously stepping back, their eyes darting around. Two soldiers enter at his call, quickly seizing the scammers. The sound of handcuffs breaks the chaos in the room. One scammer screams in terror.
It was Lee Soo-yeon who sent us.
This news hits like a thunderbolt. Lee Soo-yeon turns deathly pale, her body trembling, her eyes filled with fear and despair. Inside the study, Grandpa Jung sits in the main chair, fuming with rage. Lee Soo-yeon stands limp to the side, while Lin Fan and Jung Yoo-jae stand quietly. The tension is extreme. Grandpa Jung bellows out, "Go reflect on your actions. Don't you dare step a single foot out of this room." In the early morning, Jung Yoo-jae was very careful, supporting Lin Fan to the military hospital's maternity checkup, looking both cautious and hopeful. The experienced Dr. Zhang gave Lin Fan a thorough exam, while Jung Yoo-jae waited nearby, eyes locked on Lin Fan, full of anxiety, just as Dr. Zhang put down the equipment and slowly spoke.
"Congratulations, you're likely having twins."
This sudden news left Jung Yoo-jae stunned, with a look of pure disbelief full of shock and joy. Jung Yoo-jae asked eagerly,
"Dr. Zhang, are you sure?"
"Most likely, your health is very good." With the confirmation, Jung Yoo-jae was overwhelmed with joy, gripping Lin Fan's hand with trembling fingers, unable to hide the happiness. The checkup ended, and Jung Yoo-jae gently helped Lin Fan stand up, acting like she's a rare treasure, showing how much he values both. The two walked out, Jung Yoo-jae staying right by Lin Fan's side, radiating pure joy. Returning to the Jung family, Jung Yoo-jae couldn't wait to share the news of twins with the grandparents. Hurrying over to them, speaking with excitement, "Grandpa, Grandma."
"Grandpa, Grandma, Fan Fan is pregnant with twins."
As the news broke, the living room went silent before being filled with joy. Grandpa Jung was so excited. "Good. Bless are the Jung family. Grandma Jung was delighted, walking toward Lin Fan, full of affection, calling her a hero of the Jung family. Jo-jae stood in the corner, pale and tense, twisting her clothes, unable to hide her jealousy and resentment. Seeing everyone crowd around Lin Fan, she could only sulk in the shadows. Lee Soo-yeon stepped out from the room, watching the celebration filled with regret and complex feelings. Grandpa Zhang looked at everyone, speaking solemnly.
Lin Fan is the family's top priority.
With that, he handed a thick cash gift to Lin Fan, showing his love and care. Grandma Zhang told the maid to get her prized ginseng to help Lin Fan recover. As night fell, Lin Fan leaned on the bed, hand over her belly, with a gentle and relieved smile. She thought, with these two children, her place in the Jung family is finally secure. Jung Yoo-jae brought in a cup of warm malt milk, moving quietly to avoid disturbing her.
"Drink up. I'm here for you."
The warmth from the drink flowed into her heart. As Lin Fan looked into Zhang Yujae's gentle eyes, her heart's icy barriers softened. She took small sips, a gentle look on her face, smiling at his care. Zhang Yujae sat on the edge, his gaze fixed on Lin Fan's belly, showing the pure joy of a first-time father. Minister Guo visited once more. Inside the library director's office, he looked more serious than usual, as if he had something important to entrust. Just as Minister Guo took a seat, he frowned and thought for a moment before finally speaking in a low voice. This confidential information, I need you to translate it immediately. The files were marked secret, recording the latest foreign economic trends. The core was a concept for export zones, which the superiors value highly. Lin Fan quickly flipped through the pages, feeling a jolt of shock. She saw through it instantly. This was the prototype of the special economic zones, and she knew the weight of this matter. Lin Fan suppressed her inner turmoil, looked up at Minister Guo, and spoke calmly.
No problem. Give me a few days.
Hearing this, Minister Guo nodded at once, his voice filled with urgency.
Fine, I'll wait for your word. The sooner the better.
Night fell, and Lin Fan entered the spatial lab, deciding to combine it with the advanced collection here to complete the translation and analysis. The desk lamp shone brightly, chasing away the darkness around and illuminating the secret files and blank drafts. She took the outside secret data and compared it with the spatial works on advanced economics, checking every single point word by word. Lin Fan not only completed the translation efficiently, but also used her past life memories and future knowledge to write a recommendation report. Every stroke of her pen was exceptionally firm. The report was full of solid data and tight arguments. It didn't just explain the idea of special economic zones, it predicted potential issues and strategies. It was visionary. Lin Fan set down her pen, looked at the translation and the report, and whispered to herself,
For my country, and for my family, it's worth a shot.
The next day, Lin Fan gave the translation and report to Minister Guo, waiting quietly for his review and feedback. Minister Guo quickly scanned the translation, nodding frequently in approval as he read. When he reached the report, he became serious and excited. His fingers began to tremble, showing how much this report had truly shocked him. Minister Guo ran his fingers over the text of the report and looked up, full of shock and curiosity.
Where did these views and data come from?
Lin Fan responded calmly, saying it was from deductions and reflections from past notes. She didn't want to expose the secret of the space. After getting her response, Minister Guo turned solemn and warned Lin Fan.
This is top secret. Don't mention it to anyone.
Minister Guo knew the weight of this report. He hurried away after the warning, promising to report Lin Fan's contribution to the higher-ups immediately. By evening, the sunset glow filled the courtyard of the Zheng family. Lin Fan and Zheng Yujae walked side by side, enjoying this rare moment of peace. Inside the Zheng family's study, Grandpa Zheng is sitting with Lin Fan and Zheng Yujae. Sunlight filters through the window, fading the tension of the past with a sense of warmth. Grandpa Zheng is holding a brass key, running fingers over the surface, looking solemn, as if he has something important to tell them. After a moment of thought, he looks up and speaks earnestly.
You two should move into my courtyard on the back street.
Lin Fan and Zheng Yujae lock eyes, instantly reading the surprise in each other. This sudden gift catches them off guard. Lin Fan recovers, hesitating slightly, and speaks softly.
Grandpa, this is too valuable.
Grandpa Zheng waves a hand to dismiss their concerns, acknowledging all Lin Fan has done for the family, hoping the couple can live a peaceful life. Lin Fan and Zheng Yujae respond with gratitude.
Thank you, Grandpa. We'll visit often.
The brass key lies quietly on the desk. It's not just the deed to a house, but Grandpa Zheng's approval and high expectations for them. Lin Fan and Zheng Yujae then arrive at the courtyard. The gray tiled yard is clean and quiet. It will be a whole new world for just the two of them. Lin Fan takes the key, inserts it into the lock, and turns it gently. The crisp click of the lock formally starts their new life. The gate slowly opens, showing a spacious, tidy yard with well-arranged rooms. An old scholar tree stands quietly in the center, its leaves lush and wide. The tree's leaves sway in the breeze as sunlight filters through, casting mottled shadows, adding warmth and life to the old courtyard. Lin Fan can't hide her excitement, pulling Zheng Yujae through every room, her eyes shining with hope for the future. When her gaze sweeps over a corner, an idea hits her, and she smiles.
We'll plant roses here and add a grape trellis.
Lin Fan takes out her notebook and pencil, quickly sketching out the courtyard's layout, planning every corner carefully. On the notebook, bookshelves, desks, and a play area for children are clearly marked, each stroke carrying her bright hopes. Zheng Yujae stands aside, his gaze following the vibrant Lin Fan, his eyes filled with tenderness. They walk to the east wing. The light is perfect, so Lin Fan decides to make it a study, a place to read and relax. The west wing is also bright. Looking at the space, Lin Fan smiles. This will be a playroom for our 2 future children. The brick-paved floor holds the traces of passing years and will soon hold the beauty of their life together. At dusk, in the living room of the Jung family's new house, it was spotless and bright. The setting sun's glow through the window cast onto the floor, throwing warm shadows everywhere. It was peaceful and cozy. A thick English technical manual was on the coffee table, next to a notebook and pencil, showing signs of life. Lin Fan curled up on the sofa, focused on the manual. Occasionally, she took the pencil and made notes in the notebook, totally at peace. The pencil tip moved lightly across the paper, leaving behind neat handwriting of the key points in the manual, full of diligence. A frantic knock at the door suddenly shattered the silence. Loud and rude, it pulled Lin Fan's attention away from the manual. Lin Fan answered,
"Coming."
Opening the door, her aunt, Sister Jung Yuning, stood there in her work uniform. She had her hands on her hips, looking displeased, with a critical look in her eyes. Jung Yuning looked up and down at the new interior and mocked.
My brother's wife certainly knows how to live in luxury.
She glared at the new walls and furniture without hiding her sarcasm, implying Lin Fan was only looking after herself. Seeing her anger, Lin Fan softly explained,
"Eldest sister, you have it all wrong."
Jung Yuning turned with her arms crossed, her tone becoming sharper, accusing Lin Fan of inciting Jung Yuje to split the family up, ignoring the elders, and lacking filial respect. Unfazed by her intensity, Lin Fan calmly poured some water and patiently explained that moving wasn't about splitting the family. Jung Yuning wouldn't listen and asked coldly,
Aren't you just looking for an excuse to be lazy?
Lin Fan looked her in the eyes, firmly stating,
"It's not up to an aunt who already married out, sister, to set the rules."
Just as they were deadlocked, Jung Yuje's voice suddenly came. Sister, what are you doing here? Seeing him return, Jung Yuning immediately complained. You need to control your wife. Jung Yuje didn't hesitate to change his shoes and went straight to Lin Fan's side, standing with her to show his position and protect her. His attitude was clear, she was one of them. Amid the rising tension, Grandpa Jung walked in with a cane. His presence was calm and commanding, breaking the stalemate. His sharp eyes scanned the room. Seeing Jung Yuning still arguing, he slammed his cane on the ground, interrupting her accusations, scolding her for being immature and causing trouble in a new home. Terrified by her grandfather's power, Jung Yuning lost all her confidence, lowering her head and mumbling. She looked aggrieved but didn't dare speak, her arrogance completely gone. After the scolding, Grandpa Jung told her to come back to the old house, forbidding her from embarrassing them further. Jung Yuning could only follow him, resentful. Jung Yuje locked the door and turned to Lin Fan, his eyes full of worry. Fearing she felt wronged, he comforted her softly, saying his aunt, sister, spoke without thinking, and asked her not to take it to heart. He was clearly pained for her. Lin Fan went to the window, watching Grandpa Jung and Jung Yuning disappear past the gate. She sighed with relief, her calm face hiding her resolve, as she muttered to herself,
"This is my place, and it's going to be run by my rules."
Her words were powerful. Jung Yuje looked at the determination in her eyes, filled with admiration. This incident had brought the two of them even closer. In the Jung family residence back in the 70s, a family dinner is taking place. Lin Fan specifically cooked extra braised meats and stir-fries, bringing them to share with her family. Among the dishes on the table, she bought the meat and organ meats using her royalties from last month, hoping her grandparents and in-laws could enjoy them. Grandma Zhang sits at the table, picking up a piece of braised pork ear. Smiling slightly, she looks quite satisfied. Her sister-in-law Zhang eats some sautéed kidney, with a relaxed brow, showing clear approval. Only Zhou Jie sits there, glancing at the braised meat platter with a slight pout, full of disdain. She leans forward, about to speak. Her complaining words instantly dampen the mood. Mother Zhang pauses mid-bite, his expression shifting. Lin Fan keeps her back straight, maintaining a smile with calm eyes. Mother Zhang sits at the head of the table. Seeing this, his face softens, and he gives a quiet response. Jung Yuning turns slightly, with a mocking smirk, staring directly at Lin Fan. As Jung Yuje listens to his sister's constant badgering, he can't take it anymore. He decides to back Lin Fan up publicly. He leans in, reaches into his uniform pocket, and pulls out a craft paper envelope. placing his hand on the table. The envelope contains his entire salary. He wants to use this gesture to show where he stands. Just as the dinner atmosphere grows awkward due to the badgering, while everyone is lost in thought, Jung Yoo-jae speaks up in a deep voice.
From now on, Fan handles everything.
His words are like a stone in a pond. The noisy dining room goes silent as everyone's eyes fixate on the pay envelope. Jo-jae stares at the envelope, red-eyed with jealousy. She never imagined Jung Yoo-jae would defend Lin Fan like this. Mother Jung is also shocked by his son's actions. He looks at his son, then at the calm Lin Fan, unsure how to react. Before everyone can recover from the shock, while the table remains silent, Grandpa Jang slowly begins to speak.
Well, the man earns for the family, and the woman manages the home. That is only right.
Lin Fan then responds, composed and calm. I won't scrimp on necessary expenses, nor will I waste a single cent on what isn't. Lin Fan shows no panic and accepts the envelope naturally. She knows this isn't just a salary, but also Jung Yoo-jae's trust and support. Then Grandpa Jung and Grandma Jung stand up. With the grandfather in front and grandmother following, looking at ease, they walk toward the hallway. Grandpa Jung turns and whispers gently to Grandma Jung, who nods repeatedly in agreement. Grandpa says, Lin Fan is very sensible. Her presence in this house is a blessing for the Jung family. Grandmother fully agrees. At this dinner, Lin Fan earned respect with her cooking, and with Jung Yoo-jae's firm support, she solidified her position in the Jung family. The food on the table is still warm, much like Lin Fan's life in the Jung family, steadily becoming more stable and cozy. The dinner concludes, and the old house grows quiet. But Lin Fan's standing in the Jung family has changed forever. Sun was high in the sky. At the office area of Dye Factory 2, the roar of machines echoed faintly. The wooden plaque for the deputy manager's office was clear in the natural light, marking the start of a meeting filled with hidden opportunities. The office was minimalist, with slogans reading safety first, quality above all prominent on the wall. The simple layout reflected the factory's pragmatic style. Lin Fan intentionally dressed plainly, with light dust on her face, and a scarf covering most of her hair, to keep a low profile. She held several damaged fabric samples, water stains deep within the fibers, creating uneven colors. This was a challenge, but also an opportunity. She placed the samples on the table, humble and uneasy, acting as if she feared rejection. The deputy manager, Gao Chang-gong, was in his 40s. He looked shrewd as he examined the samples against the light. He frowned at the flaws. The stains were too deep. The factory usually never accepted such damaged material. Even with his vast experience, he knew this was a tough problem. Seeing his hesitation, Lin Fan immediately revealed her card. Lowering her voice, she firmly stated she could remove the stains safely. Looking surprised, Gao Chang-gong stared at her with doubt. He hadn't expected this ordinary middle-aged woman to dare tackle such an industry issue. Lin Fan offered no explanations. She opened her patched cloth bag and pulled out a small glass bottle of clear liquid, sealed with a cork. This was her secret weapon. Though skeptical, Gao Chang-gong immediately called the factory's most senior master to verify it. The master's hands were calloused, and his expression was steady. He fetched a bowl of water, adding a few drops of the solution. The medicine diffused in the water. He then placed the most stained cotton cloth into the bowl. The three of them gathered around. Lin Fan remained calm, while Gao Chang-gong looked expectant yet doubtful. The master watched closely as the fabric began to change. A few minutes later, the master lifted the cotton. Most of the stain had faded, and the fabric looked white again. After a fresh rinse, the stain was almost gone. Everyone was stunned. While everyone else was speechless, Gao Chang-gong praised her.
Amazing. This is truly miraculous.
In the face of his excitement, Lin Fan remained composed. Her calm confidence convinced him of the value of the deal. He decided on the spot.
Take it. We're taking this job.
Lin Fan looked at him and said calmly,
The price might not be cheap.
Gao Chang-gong quickly agreed. To him, the price wasn't the issue. Saving the factory's defective stock would bring the biggest profit. They finalized the details and drafted a simple contract. Both of them signed, and with those signatures, the partnership officially began. Lin Fan also left enough cleaning solution. With the deal secured, Lin Fan walked out of the factory. She finally let her guard down. Her step was light as she turned into a deserted alleyway. The alley was quiet and secluded, a perfect spot for her to reflect and drop her disguise. She touched her inner pocket. The thick bundle of advance payment felt very real, giving her a sense of security.
The formula for this stain remover is the real treasure.
At sunset, Lin Fan and Jung Yoo-jae walk home together. Lin Fan looks exhausted, but her eyes remain bright. She spent half the day at the dye works, fixing fabric issues and closing medical deals. It's worth the fatigue. Zheng Yujie is full of concern and offers to help with some of the legwork. Lin Fan shakes her head. It's different, it's business, and I must handle it myself. Lin Fan tells Zheng Yujie to keep this from the old family home to avoid trouble. Zheng Yujie nods immediately, promising to manage the family side. At the compound gate, they meet the mail carrier, who hands over a registered letter from the publisher. Lin Fan takes it, sees the payment slip for her writing and letters from readers, then tucks it into her bag. She whispers,
"It seems the latest installment of the novel did quite well. Let's go, time to head home."
Just as they step inside, Lin Yue comes running up out of breath, teary-eyed and with a swollen cheek. She cries out to Lin Fan, "Sister, something is wrong. Dad and Grandma are here and they hit me." Lin Fan's tired smile vanishes instantly. A cold aura surrounds her, her gaze turning sharp. Zheng Yujie's face darkens too. He steps forward to shield them, his expression grim. Lin Fan pats Lin Yu to comfort her.
Yue, don't cry. Tell me what happened."
Sobering up, Lin Yue reveals the truth. Lin Guoqing and Grandma came to demand dowry money. Mom refused, so Grandma struck her. Zheng Yujie says in a low voice,
"Go, we're going back now. Yue, lead the way."
He grabs his bike, puts Lin Yue on the bar and Lin Fan on the back, then pedals hard, rushing toward Zhang Huan's house. When they arrive, neighbors are crowding around. With crying and shouting inside, the wooden gate can't block the noise. The bike skids to a halt. Lin Fan jumps off first to clear a path, while Zheng Yujie locks the bike and guards them from behind, looking even colder. The neighbors whisper louder when they see the two return. Inside, Zhang Huan's hair is messy. She's shielding Lin Yue, facing Lin Guoqing and old Mrs. Chen, who is wailing loudly. Lin Fan enters, her eyes landing on Lin Yue's swollen face. Her pupils contract. Icy and menacing, she demands,
"Who did this?"
As Lin Fan's cold gaze sweeps over them, the noise in the yard dies down. Old Mrs. Chen shouts arrogantly,
"I did. I'm her grandmother. What's wrong with teaching her a lesson?"
Lin Fan speaks with calm power.
"Hitting a minor for no reason is a crime."
She sneers, looks at the neighbors, and counts out the father and son's years of coldness and current greed, questioning loudly.
"What kind of father and grandmother acts like this?"
Lin Fan's words stir the crowd, turning the blame toward Lin Guoqing and his kin. Their faces turn pale and livid. Their arrogance is gone. Lin Fan says sternly,
"Come inside if you have something to say. Don't make a scene out here."
With that, she leads the way in. Zheng Yujie glares at Lin Guoqing, follows with Zhang Huan and Lin Ye, and slams the door behind them, shutting out all the prying eyes and local gossip. The living room of Zhang Huan's home was dimly lit, with a heavy atmosphere. Old Mrs. Chen tried to creep inside, but Zhang Huan instinctively stopped her. Lin Fan quickly scanned the kitchen, whispering orders to her mother and sister, her tone calm. Lin Yue gripped the fire iron and rolling pin, her knuckles tightening. Zhang Huan clutched a bundle of thick hemp rope, her fingers turning white. Lin Fan commanded in a low voice,
"Mom, Yue, pin her down and tie her up."
Though Zhang Huan and Lin Yue were confused, Lin Fan's resolute look encouraged them, and they stepped forward to restrain the struggling old Mrs. Chen. Lin Fan grabbed a rag from the counter, holding the head down, and stuffed the rag into old Mrs. Chen's mouth. Her eyes were wide, struggling hard, but she couldn't move. Lin Guoqing tried to stop them, but Zheng Yujie immediately blocked him, his tall frame radiating an undeniable warning. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Huan and shouted,
"Mom, hit her! Pay her back for everything you endured."
Zhang Huan gripped the rolling pin, her fingers trembling violently, and roared at Lin Guoqing, "You animal, I'm ending this now." Lin Yu picked up a dirty sock and stuffed it in Lin Guoqing's mouth, making him grimace in pain. Lin Fan shouted again,
"Mom, hit her where it hurts the most."
Zhang Huan struck the bound old Mrs. Chen with force, leaving old Mrs. Chen rolling in pain, unable to escape, her face twisted and pale, shaking all over, completely terrified. Old Mrs. Chen lost control of her bladder, a foul stench filling the air, making Lin Fan gag. Zheng Yujie immediately supported her arm, looking worried. After catching her breath, Lin Fan whispered to Zheng Yujie, "Find someone trustworthy to go to Lin Guoqing's home and factory to give a warning. If he harasses us again, we'll go after his son." Then pulled out 10 crisp $100 bills and handed them to him.
"Don't worry. This money is enough to keep his son down for half a year."
Lin Guoqing panicked instantly, pleading for mercy. "I won't do it again. Please leave your brother alone." Lin Fan questioned coldly,
"So, do you still want the dowry?"
Lin Guoqing replied quickly, "No, not a single penny." Lin Fan picked up the severance agreement and slammed it onto the table. As Lin Guoqing froze in fear, hesitating to act, Lin Fan snapped.
Sign and thumbprint it. If you show up again, it won't be as simple as a beating.
Lin Guoqing used a bloody finger to tremblingly sign the paper. Zhang Yujie dragged them like garbage, pulling the signed Lin Guoqing and the unconscious old Mrs. Chen out of the gate. The farce was finally over. Zhang Huan collapsed on the cold floor, tears falling silently. Relief after a narrow escape, unspeakable lingering fear, and pure exhaustion after the emotional release. Beside her, Lin Yu clung tightly to her, pale-faced, clutching her mother's sleeve, eyes full of unease. This pure vulnerability showed how much the farce had scarred this home. Lin Fan looked exhausted, rubbing throbbing temples, taking a deep breath to stay calm. She walked toward them and said softly, "Mom, Yueya is safe now. I promise they won't dare come back again." Zhang Yujie quietly bent down, straightening the overturned chairs, restoring order to the messy house through action. Strong and steady, those hands lifted the furniture, every movement showing reliability, silently comforting the home shaken by the storm. Zhang Wan looked up, eyes blurry with tears, watching the busy Zhang Yujie, full of gratitude. So many things to say, but she could only choke back sobs, finally speaking up. "Yuji, I'm so thankful for you today." Zhang Yujie quickly replied, "Mom, don't say that. We're family. I'll handle anything that comes up." Lin Fan stood by, watching Zhang Yujie's strong back. The exhaustion faded, replaced by a surge of warmth. That is the strength of a family supporting each other. A moment later, Lin Fan went into the back room, already having a plan to provide a safer life for her mother and sister. Then, clutching a thick envelope, she came out and handed it to Zhang Huan. "Mom, take this money and fix up the house." Zhang Huan held the envelope. It felt so heavy with her daughter's love. She tried to push it back. "This is too much. I can't take this." Lin Fan was gentle but firm. "Mom, just take it." She told her mother the money was their security, and that this would always be home, her roots, and her sanctuary. Hearing about fixing the house and getting her own room, little Lin Yue's face lit up, her eyes shining with hope. She whispered, "Sister, can I really have my own room?" Lin Fan nodded tenderly. "Yes, you'll have your own room now." Looking at her eldest kindness and her youngest's excitement, then at the supportive Zhang Yujie, Zhang Huan burst into tears again, but this time with hope, not sorrow. She stopped resisting, holding the envelope tight, like she was holding on to life, nodding her head with a rare smile. Lin Fan said softly, "Mom, leave the renovation to me. Don't worry." Zhang Huan replied, smiling, "All right, I'll do as you say, and let you look after me." Under the dim light, the family of four huddled together. Outside, the night grew dark, the chill deepened, but inside was filled with warmth and dreams of the future. As the night settled in, with the stars as company, the storm finally ended. The little home, supported by one another, found its spark and hope for life again. In the afternoon, at the Zhang family living room, everyone sat in their own space. Zhou Jie ate melon seeds, staring at the corner, at the two new cardboard boxes. As Mother Zheng knitted, she wore a grim expression, muttering to herself. She couldn't figure out why the fourth son and his wife brought those back yesterday, keeping the contents so mysterious. Unable to contain her curiosity, Zhou Jie spoke up and asked, "Mom, what good stuff is inside those two boxes?" Already in a foul mood, Mother Zheng responded even more coldly, her words full of resentment toward the fourth son and his wife. First sister-in-law Zheng quickly urged, "Zhou Jie, can't you just keep quiet?" Zhou Jie argued back, "I'm just curious. They're such big items." While the two were arguing, first sister-in-law Zheng walked out of the kitchen with a dish, casually solving the mystery. "I think they're electric kettles. They boil water when plugged in." Hearing they were electric kettles, Zhou Jie widened her eyes and blurted out,
"Always buying these foreign gadgets, showing zero frugality."
As Zhou Jie kept complaining, Grandpa Zhang said sternly,
"Enough. Let's eat. He spent his own money, so mind your own business."
As soon as he spoke, the living room fell silent. Though they stopped arguing, everyone still kept glancing at the boxes, each with their own hidden thoughts. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and Zhang Yujie went to the department store. Intending to buy fabric scraps for practice, they were drawn toward a commotion at the fabric counter. The dispute was over a $12 floral dress. Xiao Dongru wanted it for her wedding dress, but her future mother-in-law, Mrs. Wang, refused to agree. Mrs. Wang shouted at red-eyed Xiao Dongru, shaming her for the price, forcing her to buy the $5 clearance one. Even when Xiao Dongru said she would pay for it herself, she was rejected. Lin Fan stepped forward and whispered to a lady.
Excuse me, what's going on here?
The woman sighed, quietly explaining the situation. Showing great sympathy for Xiao Dongru and disdain for Mrs. Wang, Lin Fan's expression turned cold, unable to stand such bullying. Feeling for Xiao Dongru's helplessness, she stepped forward and said, if she's buying clothes with her own money, how is she being a spendthrift? Mrs. Wang barked back, who are you? This is family business. Back off. Lin Fan replied calmly.
I see injustice, so I'm speaking up.
Her words resonated with the crowd, and people started gossiping, judging Mrs. Wang for being so harsh. Mrs. Wang flew into a rage, sitting on the ground and wailing, accusing Lin Fan of stirring up trouble. Next to them, Li Qiang's face turned red. He wanted to pull his mother away, but was cowed by her look, only able to stand aside and mutter. Xiao Dongru looked at her weak fiancé and her dramatic future mother-in-law. Her despair turned into resolve, and she yelled out, Li Qiang, the wedding is off. Those words stunned Mrs. Wang and Li Qiang, leaving them utterly shocked. Xiao Dongru looked deeply at Lin Fan with gratitude, then pushed through the crowd and left. Lin Fan watched her leave and nodded slightly. Zheng Yujie stepped up to take her hand, and they left together. They hadn't gone far before Xiao Dongru caught up and said, Ma'am, thank you for just now. Lin Fan quickly supported her, advising her gently, a woman must stand on her own and keep your eyes open when choosing a partner. Xiao Dongru nodded firmly. Zheng Yujie smiled helplessly.
You're always too soft-hearted.
Lin Fan smiled naturally, saying that as a woman, she'll help whenever she can. Watching Xiao Dongru's silhouette, a thought formed in her mind, maybe she should do something to help more women who are like Xiao Dongru. Dusk falls. Crowds gather before a 1970s theater. Zheng Yujie carries Lin Fan, stopping under a faded heroic sons and daughters poster. In this era, a movie is a grand ritual. Heroes and war on the poster stir in the wind, promising an ideal world, while real shadows creep closer. Zheng Yujie locks the bike, his tone light, softly asking, sunflower seeds? Soda is too cold. He turns to buy the seeds, sitting tall and straight. The malicious Zhao Xiaojun appears right then. Zhao Xiaojun struts over like a thug, gaze cold as a snake. He's never just looking for trouble. Lin Fan doesn't flinch. She just watches him calmly, as if he's a nobody passing by. Zhao Xiaojun sways closer, speaking with a smirk, while wonders never cease. Who's the little lady? Just as he speaks, Zheng Yujie returns with the seeds, flushing with instant rage. Sitting in front of Lin Fan, shielding her, he snaps, this is my wife, get lost. Zhao Xiaojun laughs, unfazed by a fight, bored by lack of it. Realizing he's met his match today, he clenches his fist, not from fear, but with restraint. Outside a theater, he can't cause a scene. Lin Fan gently tugs his sleeve. Zheng Yujie gets the message, warning Zhao Xiaojun coldly, stay out of our way. Zhao Xiaojun slinks away, but hatred is a seed, planted and waiting for a spark. Zheng Yujie turns, his voice instantly softening, I know, let's go in. Inside the hall, light cuts through dust, like a river of time. The screen erupts in war, but the seats hold vibrant youth. Lin Fan snacks on seeds, her gaze wandering elsewhere, watching a couple holding hands, sharing a quick kiss in the dark. Love in this era was careful, a slight touch, like a spark, and shyness, the most eloquent language. She smiles, not for the film, but for this tenderness in the dark. Zheng Yujie gently nudges her, reminding her that he is still right there. Lin Fan turns softly, saying, I'll confess. Zheng Yujie freezes, heart pounding, his ears burning hot. Her words in the dark were a small explosion. Places her hand on his, as if confirming, you're still here. Me too. Then, a real blast occurs. A roar from the back of the hall. The crowd instantly panics, like a startled hive. Zheng Yujie pulls Lin Fan into his arms, yelling deeply, don't be afraid, follow me. Lin Fan sees the chaos, seeing the truth of the times. Peace is only when someone else stands between you and the fire. He pushes against the crowd, every step like breaking through waves. Sheltered in his arms, she feels his heart race and his arms tremble. They burst outside, gasping for air on the corner. Lin Fan is pale. Zheng Yujie's gaze is steady. Wait here, do not move, I'm going to get the bike. He rushes back in, looking like a blade unsheathed. Lin Fan knows he has to go. A moment later, he cycles out like snatching someone from a fire. Tires roll through puddles, splashing not water, but the luck of survivors. Watching the smoke from the theater, it's like a wound of the era. Safety ends without warning. Get on! Zheng Yujie shouts. Lin Fan leaps onto the bike. Another blast behind them. Smoke rises, like a sigh of the times. He leans against his back, fully understanding turmoil was always there. She holds him tighter, not from fear, But realizing, in this era, they are each other's only shield. Feeling his heat and scent, she knows he'd take any hit for her, and she must also grow strong. The bike fades into the night, a temporary escape. But the dark won't end so easily. Malicious eyes are still watching from the shadows. The morning sun peeks through the curtains. Lin Fan wakes from a dream. She sits up and smells familiar fried eggs. Inside the kitchen pan, golden eggs sizzle and steam. The fat pops and crackles, filling the house with aroma. Nausea suddenly surges in her throat. Lin Fan rushes to the bathroom, grips the sink, retching violently. Shaquan hears her and hurries over. Her steps are quick but light. She gently pats her back, her eyes full of concern. After the dry heaving stops, Lin Fan looks up, still showing signs of discomfort, looking quite dazed. Zhang Huan sees her pale face and has a sudden realization. She asks softly, "Are you late this month?" Lin Fan lowers her head to think. She frowns slightly, and her expression shifts. "It seems I'm nearly 10 days late." Zhang Huan is instantly overjoyed. Wrinkles around her eyes relax, in pure anticipation. "I'll take you for a checkup today." Lin Fan reflexively touches her belly. The movement is gentle, but her heart is conflicted. The hospital corridor is bright and clean. A faint smell of disinfectant adds a sense of precision. In the maternity clinic, Dr. Zhang wears a warm smile, professional yet kind. The report is clear and the data is certain. Zhang smiles. "Congratulations, Lin Fan, you are indeed pregnant." Zhang Huan excitedly grabs the doctor's hand. Her fingertips tremble, unable to hide her bliss. Leaving the clinic, Zhang Huan's eyes well up with tears of joy. Lin Fan holds her mother's arm. Her pace is slow, and her heart feels warm. At home, the stove flames flicker. Zhang Huan is busy cooking. The soup bubbles in the pot, its scent growing stronger. Lin Fan leans against the kitchen door, watching her mother work. Her eyes shimmer as she plans their future. Enters the bedroom and closes the door. Inside is a bowl of spring water, shimmering with energy. Lin Fan picks up the bowl and takes a few sips. The cool sensation is her morning sickness. At her desk, she sketches lingerie designs. The lines are sharp, with key areas clearly marked. In the evening, the living room is warm. The table is set with a feast. Seeing hot, Jung Yoo-jae arrives home. He looks exhausted as he enters, but the smell of food instantly relaxes him. Lin Fan serves Jung Yoo-jae food, but barely eats herself. She covers her mouth, suppressing the nausea. Jung Yoo-jae notices the change, puts down his chopsticks and asks with concern, "No appetite? Are you just tired?" Lin Fan hands him the lab report. Jung Yoo-jae takes a look, his face filled with shock, his voice trembles. "Fan Fan, are you expecting?" Lin Fan nods gently. She whispers, "Yes, you're going to be a father." Yoo-jae freezes for a second. Suddenly, he stands up and pulls her into a tight embrace, as if trying to merge her into his soul. Huan sits nearby, watching the two, wiping away happy tears filled with relief. Yoo-jae holds Lin Fan and says firmly, "I'll never fail you or our child." Lin Fan sees the fire in his eyes and makes a silent promise. "For the child, I must accelerate my plans to get rich." Morning sunlight filters through the curtains, casting dappled shadows on the bed. Lin Fan slowly opens her eyes from sleep, looking lazy and peaceful. Beside her, Jung Yoo-jae is already awake, quietly watching her from his side, with a gaze so tender, it's full of love. Feeling self-conscious under his gaze, Lin Fan smiles. "What are you looking at? Don't you recognize me?" Jung Yoo-jae's eyes crinkle as he smiles, responding softly, "Looking at my wife, I can't get enough." Reaches out carefully, gently placing his hand on Lin Fan's belly, as if afraid to disturb anything, whispering, "Just stay healthy. You're the boss from now on. You'll make the calls in this family." In the dining room of the old house, breakfast is already laid out, with porridge, pickles, and buns, steaming hot, full of domestic warmth. Jung Yoo-jae leads Lin Fan into the room, unable to hide his joy, with a light spring in his step. Seeing his beaming face, Jo-jae asks sourly, "Did you find some money?" With a huge grin, Jung Yoo-jae excitedly announces, "Fan Fan is pregnant. I'm going to be a father." Upon hearing the news, Grandpa Jung suddenly drops the chopsticks, with shock and ecstasy, shouting, "Good, good, this is wonderful news. Dear granddaughter-in-law, you're a hero." Sitting nearby, Jo-jae is full of bitterness, muttering softly, eyes filled with jealousy. Jung Yoo-jae pulls out his pay envelope, placing it in front of Lin Fan without hesitation, acting firmly, "All my wages go to you, don't hold back." In the study of the new house, Lin Fan sits at the desk covered with letters, designs, and ledgers, looking focused. The handwriting on the letters is neat, answering Ma Mingming and Xiao Dongyuan, including an inventory list, all well organized. In a basket by the desk, eggs and fresh vegetables are arranged, along with dates and longans, all carefully chosen tonics. In the ledger, Profits from writing and fabric are recorded. The numbers are growing, a testament to her hard work. Lin Fan gently touches her belly, a calm and powerful smile appearing on her face, looking forward to the future. That evening, Jung Yoo-jae returns from work, opens the bedroom door, and sees the packed goods on the table. Full of curiosity, he asks, "Are these for someone?" Lin Fan nods. "Yes, they're for our grandparents and my mom." Jung Yoo-jae hugs her from behind, resting his chin on her head, holding her tight, full of devotion. "Thanks for your hard work, for thinking of everything," Lin Fan whispers. "We have a child now. We need to build a good life." Jung Yoo-jae holds her tighter, stating firmly, "We definitely thank you for giving me a home." The sunset's warm glow hits the window, seeing their silhouettes together, warm and beautiful. In the dead of night, Lin Fan sits on the bedside, looking determined. A new life gives her strength, making the path ahead clearer. A new life brings new hope. All this effort and preparation is for a more stable future. The path forward, they will walk it side by side. The afternoon sun shines through the windows and into the living room. Lin Fan pushes the door open and enters, carrying a hint of road dust, looking composed. Jo-jae is bending over to set the table, catching sight of Lin Fan out of the corner of the eye, pausing for a split second. A flash of an unnoticeable scrutiny crossed the eyes. Table is set neatly, white porcelain dishes shimmering in the sunlight, showing a typical domestic warmth. Jo-jae is the first to break the silence, with an indifferent tone. "Dinner is served. A lucky timing for you to return." Zhang chimes in with a smile. "Go wash up for dinner. You've got mail." On the small living room table, beside 3 brand new envelopes, is a money order, its flat surface full of promise. Lin Fan steps forward and speaks softly. "Thank you, Grandma. I didn't expect it to be so fast." Seeing Lin Fan's polite attitude, Grandma Zhang says with a smile, voice filled with satisfaction, "My old friends all call you a great writer." Lin Fan waves a hand indifferently. "I just write to pass the time." Just as things get a bit awkward, Jo-jae suddenly speaks, voice filled with suspicion. "You're never home. Visiting friends?" Lin Fan responds calmly, looking for inspiration while reading. "Maybe come along next time?" In the dining room, the food is already set out, steaming hot with white smoke. The aroma fills the air, waiting for everyone to sit. After the meal, Lin Fan for the small table, picking up the letters and money order, moving calmly. Grandpa Jae urges with a smile, "Open them up, let us see." Lin Fan skillfully tears open the envelope, pulls out the money order, folds and tosses it away in one swift, subtle motion. Inside the opened envelope, a newspaper is revealed. The print is clear with a fresh scent of ink. Grandma Zhang takes the paper, a smile on the face, gently stroking the page, clearly pleased with it. Lin Fan turns toward the stairs, walking softly with a back, showing no hesitation. Jo-jae craning her neck, failing to see the amount on the order, looking frustrated and dissatisfied. Lin Fan returns to the bedroom, turning the lock gently with a click, pushing out eyes. Lin Fan sits on the bed, carefully unfolding the money order. Seeing the amount, a flash of joy hits the eyes. The numbers are clear. $185 plus 2 smaller payments, proof of all the hard work. Lin Fan folds it carefully and puts it deep in a drawer. Like a cherished hope. On the sewing machine sits an unfinished piece of clothing. The fabric is soft, with fine stitches showing clever design. Lin Fan sits at the machine, pedaling away, making it hum glee. Nimble fingers push the fabric with expert movements. The room is brightly lit. Lin Fan sits at the desk, pen flying across page, focused on translating a book, not wasting a single second. In the corner vegetable patch, hang a few fresh cucumbers, vibrant green, with a natural scent. By evening, Jung Yoo returns from work, opens the bedroom door, sees Lin Fan in pajamas, writing intently at desk, and is left stunned. Lin Fan looks up teasingly in a playful tone, trying to admire sister's great physique. Jung Yoo-jae's ears turn hot, cheeks flushing red, hurriedly closing the door in a flustered rush. Lin Fan asks, "Where can I buy a better desk lamp?" Jung Yoo-jae recovers and says, "Overseas Chinese store has them, but you need foreign exchange vouchers." Jo-jae's mumbling from next door, "Fourth sister-in-law got published, even got paid for it." At night, Lin Fan lies in bed, touching the hidden money order, with determined eyes, the goal to buy a house and raise children becoming clearer than ever. It was late at night. Lin Fan was still busy at the desk, drawing something line by line. Jung Yoo-jae walked in with a basin of warm water, looking at his wife with concern. Seeing Jung Yoo-jae peeking curiously, Lin Fan spoke without looking up, her tone a bit playful. "What are you drawing?" Jung Yoo-jae asked as he approached. "The thing men love the most." Lin Fan put down the pen and smiled back. "What is it?" She picked up the drawing and handed it over with a smile in her eyes. "Something worn right here. Do you like it?" Jung Yoo-jae's face turned bright red, his breathing grew heavy, and he suddenly pulled away, rushing out the door. Lin Fan watched his panicked figure and couldn't help but laugh. Jung Yoo-jae hid in the bathroom, rinsing off with cold water to calm himself down. Late that night, after Lin Fan fell fast asleep, she unconsciously rolled into Jung Yoo-jae's arms. In the morning, Jung Yoo-jae woke up first, touching his wife in his arms, his gaze tender. Jung Yoo-jae asked softly with concern, "Are you okay today? I'm taking the afternoon off to take you for a checkup." Lin Fan looked at him helplessly and asked, "Another day off? How many times has it been this month?" Jung Yoo-jae raised his voice defensively. "Who am I doing this for?" After Jung Yoo-jae went downstairs, Lin Fan locked the door to enter the secret space, focusing on her translation. Grandma Jung saw Jung Yoo-jae and quickly asked, "The sun is back? Have you eaten yet?" Jung Yoo-jae replied, "I'm taking the afternoon off to take Fan Fan for a checkup." Grandma Jung asked with worry, "Is Fan Fan unwell?" Lin Fan walked into the kitchen, expertly making fried rice with eggs. Jo-jae leaned over, complaining bitterly, "Oh my, so much oil, and 3 eggs. Fourth brother is surely being spoiled." Lin Fan calmly replied without looking up, "My mom gave us 30 eggs. Yoo-jae works at the office. He deserves to eat well. We can buy more oil when it's gone." Grandpa Jung backed her up. "Eating well isn't a waste." Grandma Jung glared at Jo-jae, snapping at her, "Jo-jae, you talk too much." In the afternoon, Dr. Zong took Lin Fan's pulse as Jung Yoo-jae watched nervously nearby. Dr. Zong let go and said gently, "Almost 2 months along, very healthy. Keep up the nutrition. And don't overwork yourself. Take things slow in the bedroom for 3 months." Jung Yoo-jae's ears turned slightly red, feeling awkward. Lin Fan looked at him, then turned and whispered to Dr. "Auntie Zhang? He sleeps quite a lot." Dr. Zhang smiled and reassured them. "It's normal. The baby needs nutrition. Is healing. It's a blessing to sleep well." Jung Yoo-jae cut in urgently, "Can you prescribe more powdered milk?" "She loves it." Dr. Zhang shook her head, "Only 2 cans maximum." Coming out of the hospital as the sun set, the two walked home together. Jung Yoo-jae turned and laughed. "We'll announce the news when we get back. We'll say you conceived right after the wedding." Lin went to the post office, skillfully withdrawing money and buying stamps. In the library, Director Huang handed the fees, coupons, and the new book specified by Minister Guo to Lin Fan. Lin Fan took the items and asked in turn, "Director Huang, the light at home is too dim. I need fancy coupons for a lamp. Can you get some?" Director Huang shook his head helplessly. "We don't have those here." Just as Director Huang finished speaking, Lin Fan firmly, "Then tell Minister Guo." Director Huang nodded. "I'll call and ask." Lin Fan was secretly happy about the money. She'd gained over $300. One step closer to the courtyard house. Lin Fan looked into the distance, her eyes with focus, her heart full of plans and expectations for the future. At dusk, Jung Yoo-jae takes Lin Fan to a hidden courtyard restaurant. The restaurant owner, Uncle Xie, greets them warmly. The 3 of them stand inside in a relaxed atmosphere. Lin Fan looks at the menu and orders first, quickly saying, 2 pork burgers and a very spicy hot and sour bowl of noodles. Jung Yoo-jae quickly tries to stop her, his eyes full of concern. "You're pregnant. Eat less spicy food." Lin Fan pouts and says coquettishly, "Oh, I want it." Moments later, the steaming noodles arrive, looking delicious in bright red chili oil. Lin Fan picks up her chopsticks and eats, looking satisfied while ignoring Jung Yoo-jae's nagging. Jung Yoo-jae sits beside her, watching her quietly with a look of helplessness that hides his indulgence. Seeing Lin Fan enjoying herself, Jung Yoo-jae softly reminds her with a worried tone, "There are all kinds of shady people here. Tell me if you want to eat, don't come alone." Listening to the advice, Lin Fan nods obediently. Lin Fan puts down her chopsticks with a look of determination. "We have to work hard to buy our own courtyard house." Jung Yoo-jae thinks and responds, "Depending on the location and size, it would cost $5,000 to $10,000. Lin Fan says without hesitation, "The bigger the better, and the more central the better." Lin Fan finishes her sentence and continues eating. Jung Yoo-jae smiles helplessly to himself, thinking her happiness is priceless. After dinner, the 2 of them take a walk in the park. The park is exceptionally quiet in the evening. As it grows dark, Lin Fan leans against Jung Yoo-jae, feeling uneasy, fearing the news will make Jo-jae uncomfortable. Jung Yoo-jae notices her concern and softly comforts her. "It's fine. Just say we conceived right after the wedding." Lin Fan nods gently while touching her belly, vowing to exercise more to prepare for a smooth delivery. At nightfall, they return to the Jung family. Grandma Jung approaches them, asking if they have eaten. Jung Yoo-jae smiles and says they ate out. Jung Yoo-jae takes Lin Fan's hand and makes an announcement to the family. "Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, Fan Fan is pregnant. It's been over a month." Grandma Jung, overjoyed and quickly reminds her, "That's great news. You must take good care of yourself from now on." First sister-in-law Jung smiles and congratulates them. "Congratulations to 4th brother and 4th sister-in-law." Amidst the congratulations, Jo-jae interrupts with a bitter tone. "Congratulations." Ignoring her, Jung Yoo-jae hands the milk powder to Lin Fan with a look of fear. Jung Yoo-jae whispers to Lin Fan, "Are you tired? Go upstairs and rest." Lin Fan nods to family. "Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, I'm heading up now. After Lin Fan goes upstairs, Zhou Jie can't hold back her anger and storms off to her room. Back in the room, Zhou Jie vents to Zheng Lao-sun, complaining that the Zheng family is biased. She's also pregnant. She gets nothing. Irritated by the noise, Zheng Lao-sun says in a deep voice, "If you want it, I'll buy it for you." Zhou Jie's anger flares up, retorting loudly, "Buy it? Why buy it when we can just take what's here?" At the end of his rope, Zheng Lao-sun shouts at her, "You are unreasonable." Meanwhile, the light in Lin Fan's room is soft. The moonlight from outside spills into the room, creating a serene scene. Zheng Yujie walks in with a glass of warm water. Seeing Lin Fan by the bed, gently stroking her belly with a tender gaze, Zheng Yujie asks softly, "How are you feeling?" Lin Fan looks up and replies, "I'm fine. Yujie, since the baby is coming, we have to work even harder." Zheng Yujie takes her hand and says firmly, "Don't worry, I'm here." Lin Fan leans on his shoulder, feeling his warmth and strength. The moonlight is bright, covering everything in a silver glow. "Mom, I was wrong. Please don't let Yu Hao throw me out." Lin Fan came downstairs, saw the chaos in the living room, covered her mouth, and turned pale. Retching Fan, "Daughter-in-law, look at what you've done." Lin Fan retched at the sink as Zhang Yujie patted her back, looking very anxious. Zhang Yujie asked urgently, "How is it? Feeling better?" Lin Fan waved weakly. "No, I'm fine. Probably morning sickness. I just need a rest." Lin Fan's legs gave out, and Zhang Yujie quickly picked her up in his arms with a determined look. Zhang Yujie said firmly, "No, we're going to the hospital." Grandma Zhang quickly followed, "What's wrong? Is it serious?" Zhang Yujie replied in a hurry, "Mom, I'm taking Fan to the hospital." As Yujie headed out, first sister-in-law Zheng warned Zhou Jie, "Third sister-in-law, if anything happens to Fan, you'll pay for it." Zhang Yujie held Lin Fan and strode away. Zhou Jie slumped to the ground, turning pale. Grandma Zhang pointed at Zhou Jie and shouted, "Did you hear that? If anything happens to the wife and child of the son, even your husband won't let you stay. The Zhang family has no room for troublemakers." Zhou Jie begged for mercy. "Mom, I won't do it again." The doctor said gently, "She's fine." Zheng Yujie quickly thanked him. "Thank you, doctor." Lin Fan tugged at his sleeve. "Yujie, I'm okay now. Let's go home." Zheng Yujie said softly, "Okay, let's go home. Tell me what you want to eat. I'll buy it for you." Lin Fan said quietly, "I have no appetite. I just want some porridge." At noon, Zheng Yujie helped Lin Fan lie down and brought a bowl of warm porridge. Zheng Yujie coaxed gently, "Come, eat a little before sleeping." Lin Fan looked at him and said, "Yujie, don't be angry with third sister-in-law. She was just frustrated." Zheng Yujie replied, "Seriously? Even if she's frustrated, she can't take it out on you. Just rest well and don't overthink it." In the evening, Zhang answered a call from Director Huang at the library. Zhang said on the phone, "Hello, Director Huang." Zhang continued, "Okay, I'll let her go once she feels better. Thanks for checking in." Grandma Zhang stepped forward and asked, "Who was it?" Grandma Zhang answered for Director Huang. "They want Lin Fan to deliver new books, but I told them she'll rest for a few days." Grandma Zhang sighed and nodded. "She should rest well. Poor girl has suffered enough." By sunset, Lin Fan felt much better. After spiritual spring water, Lin Fan was rejuvenated. She took out cloth and needles to make clothes for Zheng Yujie. Zheng Yujie walked in and asked in surprise, Fan, you're okay?" Lin Fan smiled and held up the fabric. "Yes, sir. Look, clothes for you. Try them on." Grandma Zhang leaned in and praised her. "Nice. Fan is so skilled. Yujie will look great in this." Zheng Yujie put on the clothes and said tenderly, "Thanks, sir." It was a lot of work. Zhou Jie hid in the corner, watching this warm scene with a complex gaze. Lin Fan leaned against Zheng Yujie and whispered, "Yujie, thank you for today." Zheng Yujie ruffled her hair. "Silky girl, you're my wife. Of course I'll protect you. Ignore Zhou Jie from now on. If she bothers you again, I'll tell my older brother." Lin Fan nodded gently. "Okay, let's sleep." Under the moonlight, Lin Fan snuggled into Zheng Yujie's arms, resting her hand on her belly, filled with hope and protectiveness for the future. Early morning, the Zheng family restaurant. The family gathers for breakfast. Zheng Yujie looks at Lin Fan and clears his throat solemnly. Zheng Yujie announces loudly, Fan is pregnant. It's been almost 2 months." Zheng Yujie says with joy, "I'm going to be a father." After a brief silence, Grandma Zhang nods repeatedly. "Good, very good. Wonderful news." Grandma Zhang sheds tears of excitement. Keeping Lin Fan in mind, everyone sees her as the pride of the Zheng family. Seeing everyone congratulating Lin Fan, Zhou Jie speaks up reluctantly. "Congratulations, fourth sister-in-law." Lin Fan lowers her head shyly, quietly thanking everyone. She accepts the blessings. Later that morning, the messenger from Minister Guo brings over a brand new lamp. He says Minister Guo heard that Lin Fan was working late, so he wants her to take care of herself. Lin Fan is full of gratitude. "Thank you, Minister Guo. Thank you so much." The lamp is new and elegant, showing Minister Guo's appreciation for Lin Fan's work. Zhou Jie stands in the corner. At lunch, Jung Yujie brings out 2 bags of milk powder, saying it's for Lin Fan's nutrition. Mother Zhang nods in agreement. The bags are well packaged. It's rare prenatal nutrition. Zhou Jie hesitates for a moment, then asks softly, "Fourth sister-in-law, can we share a bag with Xiaobao?" Zheng Laosan shouts sternly, "Zhou Jie." Zhang Yujie's voice is calm but firm. The doctor prescribed this for Fan's pregnancy. Zhou Jie lowers her head, overcome shame, not daring to mention the milk powder again. Awkwardness fills the room. Back in the room, Zhou Jie cries in frustration, complaining about the unfairness. Zheng Laosan becomes increasingly irritated. Zheng Laosan says impatiently, "What else can you do besides talk nonsense?" Zhou Jie argues back angrily, "I'm not as her at manipulating people." Fine. The living room grows quiet at dusk. Grandpa Zheng takes Zheng Yujie aside, reminding him with Lin Fan expecting, he must be more stable and focus on his family and work. Zheng Yujie responds seriously, "Grandpa, I understand, don't worry." On the other side, Grandma Zheng holds Mother Zheng's hand, urging her to be patient and care for Lin Fan, as Lin Fan is capable, sensible, and carrying the Zheng family child, so she shouldn't be so cold. Mother Zheng says, "Mom, I know." Night falls, and the Zheng family residence goes quiet. Lin Fan leans against the headboard, gently touching her belly, silently talking to the child with hope. Zheng Yujie sits on the edge of the bed, asking gently, "Are you happy today?" Lin Fan looks up and asks softly, "We will be good parents, won't we?" Zheng Yujie holds her hand tight and says firmly, "Of course, I will provide a good life for you both." Under the warm light, the two embrace tightly, filled with hope as all the noise fades into peace. In the courtyard at dawn, while Zheng Yujie is out for a morning run, he runs into Zheng Laosan, whose face is clouded with worry. Zheng Laosan looks guilty. Seeing his third brother is in a bind, Zheng Yujie claps him on the shoulder, saying brothers shouldn't act like strangers. Saying so, he pulls out of his pocket a milk powder coupon, insisting on giving it to Zheng Laosan's child for nutrition. Zheng Laosan quickly refuses, his voice urgent, "This won't do." Zheng Yujie smiles and shoves it to him. "Take it. It's for the baby." Zheng Laosan is filled with gratitude. "Fourth brother, thanks. I'll remember this." Zheng Laosan returns to his room grateful, puts the coupon on the table, and tells Zhou Jie it's from fourth brother. Zhou Jie's eyes light up at the sight of it, but turns sour after grabbing it, complaining that Zheng Yujie is stingy for not just giving them the milk powder. Zheng Laosan loses his patience. Zhou Jie starts scheming, saying she'll take the coupon back to her family for her sister-in-law's child. This infuriates Zheng Laosan. He jumps up and grabs the coupon back, shouting with a grim face, "Zhou Jie, have you no shame?" His knuckles turn white as he grips the coupon. He can't believe that what fourth brother gave his nephew was going to be given to her maiden family. Zhou Jie is both angry and flustered. Their argument gets louder, echoing the Zheng family, shattering the morning peace. Mother Zheng is woken up, hurries to the living room, and seeing them fight, develops a massive headache. Seeing Mother Zheng arrive, Zhou Jie immediately acts like the victim, rushing for her to cry and complain, lying that Zheng Laosan tried to hit her and kick her out. Zheng Laosan trembles with rage. He bellows to Mother Zheng, revealing the truth that Zhou Jie wanted to give the coupon to her maiden home. After hearing this, Mother Zheng looks at Zhou Jie with pure annoyance, scolding her for being narrow-minded and always bidding others things. As Zhou Jie tries to argue, Grandma Zheng hears the commotion and comes over snapping, "If you keep causing trouble, go back to the Zhou family." Zhou Jie turns pale, shrinking back and not daring to utter a word. In the morning, the couple eldest brother Zheng are in their room discussing the third brother's drama. Feeling helpless, they decide to stay out of it. Meanwhile, Grandpa Zheng and his wife worry about Zhou Jie's behavior. Grandma Zheng says helplessly they can only wait until the baby is born to figure out a plan. In her room, Lin Fan finally hears the arguing, shakes her head slightly, and focuses on her translation work, determined to find a solution. Lunchtime is stifling. Zhou Jie eats in silence, avoiding eye contact. Zheng Laosan is stone-faced throughout. Zheng Yujie serves food to Lin Fan, saying softly, "Eat more." After the meal, Zheng Laosan stands and tells Mother Zheng he's going to the factory and work overtime. When Zheng Yujie returns in the evening, he hands Lin Fan a small paper parcel, saying he bought cupcakes from the co-op for her to snack on later. Lin Fan takes them and says softly, "Thank you." Then Grandma Zheng walks over, telling Lin Fan that Director Huang called during the day, asking her to pick up some things when she's free. No rush. At night, Lin Fan leans in Zheng Yujie's arms, asking of his brother and sister-in-law. She worries the discord will affect the baby. Zheng Yujie holds her tight, promising he will solve it. As the night deepens, the two nestle together, longing for a peaceful life. With Zheng Yujie's soft, comforting words, Lin Fan falls asleep, and the drama temporarily settles. Early morning, the Zheng family living room. Zhou Jie holds a cup, attentively greeting Mrs. Zheng, who just got home from work. First sister-in-law Zheng senses the tension and tells a workplace story. to lighten the mood. Joke makes Grandma Zheng to tears. The living room is finally filled with laughter. Fan comes downstairs, hears the joke, and smiles along. Retching times, Zheng is furious and snaps at Zhou. Do you hide some fat for yourself again? Zhou panics and stammers. Mom, I didn't. As Zhou stands there helpless, Zheng Yujie steps forward and says sternly, "Third sister-in-law." Grandma Zheng's face darkens too, warning Zhou that further trouble will lead to punishment. Zhou turns pale with fear, too scared to speak. Zheng Yujie rushes into the bathroom, patting Lin Fan's back, anxiously asking if she's okay. Lin Fan waves him off weakly. "I'm fine, I'm okay. It's just morning sickness." Zheng Yujie is still worried and picks her up without a word, carefully carrying her to the bedroom to rest on the bed. Zheng Yujie brings some warm water downstairs. After Lin Fan drinks the spiritual water, her collection improves, and her discomfort eases. Lin Fan looks at him and gently urges, "Go on to work." After more reminders, Zheng Yujie reluctantly leaves. Once he is gone, Lin Fan immediately locks the door and enters the space, entering space. Lin Fan takes a deep breath of fresh air. The environment here lets her completely relax and cherish every second. She races, it's time to translate books, tending crops when tired, and drinking spiritual water when thirsty, never slacking for a moment. 3 hours later, Lin Fan leaves the space, looking refreshed and energetic. She immediately starts making new clothes for Zheng Yujie. Lin Fan is skilled, her needle dancing through the fabric, every stitch with her feelings for Zheng Yujie. In the afternoon, the living room phone rings. Grandpa Zheng quickly answers it. It is Director Huang on the line, saying Minister Guo wants Lin Fan to pick up some foreign currency coupons. Grandpa Zheng explains she is unwell, agreeing to go in a couple of days. At dusk, Lin Fan finishes 2 cotton t-shirts, folds them neatly, and waits for Zheng Yujie to get home. Zheng Yujie sees the clothes as he walks in and asks in surprise, "Are you better? Better enough to sew?" Lin Fan smiles and hands him the clothes. "I made these for you. See if they fit." Zheng Yujie takes them, asking in confusion, "For me, but no collar." Lin Fan praises with a smile. "It looks great, way better than your stodgy old clothes." Looking in the mirror at his sharp reflection, Zheng Yujie smiles. Heart warmed, Lin Fan pulls him downstairs to eat. At the dinner table, Grandma Zheng sees Zheng Yujie's new clothes and praises Lin Fan for her thoughtfulness. Lin Fan mentions she's already prepared fabric for grandfather and mother and will make theirs tomorrow. To the side, Zhou eats in silence, eyes filled with spite, glancing at Lin Fan's belly, silently wishing she'd lose the baby. Grandpa Zheng recalls the phone call, telling Lin Fan to visit the library when she's better to collect the currency coupons from Minister Guo. The two share a look of mutual understanding. Night falls and the room is quiet. Lin Fan lies in bed, stroking her slight bump with a look of determination, vowing to never let anyone hurt her child. Zhou tries anything else, she won't be show any holdback. Lin Fan wakes up at dawn, clinging tightly to Zheng Yujie, her cheeks flushing, hiding a look of shyness. Zheng Yujie's eyes are tender, and he gently moves her limbs aside, scared to wake her up. Tucks a pillow beside her, fixes the blanket for her. After his morning run, Zheng Yujie changes and stands by the bedroom door, slowly calling out to wake the sleepy Lin Fan. Lin Fan heads downstairs, rubbing her eyes, unsteady on her feet as Zheng Yujie catches her, sounding worried. Watch the stairs. Lin Fan curls her lip, responding coquettishly, "I'm not a child, downstairs." A simple breakfast is ready on the table. Sweet potato porridge, buns, and pickles are laid out neatly, steaming hot. Lin Fan has no appetite. She pokes at the porridge with her chopsticks, taking only a few bites before putting them down. As the atmosphere sits quiet, Grandpa Zheng holds up a newspaper, looking up with delight. Xiao Fan's piece, Encountering Human Traffickers, is in the news again. Despite the praise, Lin Fan stays humble. With a smile, she nods her head politely, without showing off. Noticing she hasn't eaten much, Zheng Yujie says softly, "Come, let's go to the state-run restaurant." Lin Fan is surprised. "What? I just finished eating." Ignoring her hesitation, Zheng Yujie takes her to the state-run restaurant. Ordering a bowl of sauerkraut dumplings, he fully gives her more than half. Lin Fan takes a bite, her eyes lighting up with satisfaction. "Wow, so good. These pickles are perfect." Watching her eat happily, Zheng Yujie tells her to take her time, his eyes full of adoration. After the meal, Zheng Yujie drops Lin Fan at the library, then heads to work after a quick talk. The two wave goodbye, unwilling to part. Fang Miao Miao rushes over, looking urgent yet glad. Fan, I finally found you." Fang Miao Miao pulls Lin Fan to her by the entrance. She lowers her voice to reveal the truth, saying Li Lanying drugged her out of jealousy. Fang Miao Miao's eyes redden, choking back tears. "I was so scared I had ruined you." Lin Fan pats her on the back, offering comfort. "Miao Miao, don't cry." Hearing Fang Miao Miao has no job prospects, is facing a forced marriage, and needs me for a position. Lin Fan softens and agrees to help. Lin Fan says, "I have $50, I'll lend it to you." Lin Fan goes to the director's office, where Director Huang smiles and tells her that Minister Guo sent a desk lamp. She also mentions a temp position opening at the library. The lamp is exquisite, chosen especially by Minister Guo, so she won't strain her eyes while translating at night. In the afternoon, quickly, she finds precious stamps and foreign currency in old books, hiding them away. She also spots a heavy old table. Pointing to a nearby old bowl, Lin Fan quickly says, "Old man, save that bowl for me." Back in the pocket space, Lin Fan is eager. He walks to the old table, taking out tools to pry open a hidden layer of anticipation. Once the layer is open, rows of gold bars and gold bracelets appear. Gleaming bright, Lin Fan is stunned. "Snap out of it," she shouts in ecstasy. "Oh my god, I'm rich, so much gold." In the evening, Lin Fan brings the lamp and a chicken back to the Zheng family. As she enters, she's met with sarcasm from Zhou Jie, full of jealousy. Lin Fan calmly ignores the provocation. Smiling, she hands the lamp to Grandma Zheng, mentioning the chicken is for dinner. Seeing Grandma Zheng's happy face, Lin Fan strokes the lamp, smiling widely, feeling secretly proud. She knows her life will only get better. Night light creeps into the bedroom. Zhang Yujie puts on the new pants that Lin Fan sewed for him. The fabric fits perfectly, carrying the warmth of detailed stitching. Rubs the fabric, the thick cotton feels comfortable, each inch hiding his wife's hard work. Zhang Yujie turns around, his voice gentle. "These are so comfortable, fit well, you Fan." Fan smiles and waves it off, her tone affectionate. "The thanks. You're my man." Mentioning her mother's home renovation, anticipation flashes in Lin Fan's eyes. She always keeps family matters in mind. Zhang Yujie talks about his day. A partner urged him to use cheap materials for profit, making him feel conflicted. Seeing this, Lin Fan speaks up firmly. "You did the right thing. We can't do anything so immoral." With his wife's support, Zhang Yujie's conflict vanishes, and a relieved smile appears. Lin Fan looks at him with joy. "Truly, Yujie, you're so good." Lin Fan suddenly thinks about making underwear. She instinctively looks down, her eyes hiding her shyness as she plans in secret. Zhang Yujie notices instantly. His ears turn red, fumbling in his haste, using the excuse of boiling water to flee the awkward situation. The next morning, sunlight fills the office. The desks and chairs are neat, radiating a rigorous working atmosphere. Zhang Yujie wears his new t-shirt to work, attracting the attention of his colleagues. Curious eyes follow him, whispers of envy filling the room. Someone praises him quietly. Zhang Yujie has a slight smile, calm and modest. The t-shirt's fabric is smooth and finely stitched. It's clearly a high-quality piece handmade with care. Zhang Yujie arrives at Wen Shengyuan's office. They sit facing each other, the atmosphere serious. They begin to discuss business. Wen Shengyuan mentions their goods were intercepted and suspects an inside trader. His expression is grave, his tone full of worry. Just as the silence grows increasingly heavy, Zhang Yujie slowly, his voice steady. "Caution is the key to safety." Steam rises from the teacups, the mist filling the air, slightly softening the tension. In the afternoon's light, Lin Fan learns tailoring from Grandma Zheng. With fabric spread across the table, the rhythm of the scissors feels cozy. Lin Fan takes out the prepared fabric. It's vibrant, soft, selected specifically for the elders. Grandma Zheng looks at the fabric and hesitates, smiling that someone her age can't pull off such a lively style. Lin Fan takes her hand, laughing as she coaxes her. "You look 10 years younger in this." The words make Grandma Zheng beam with joy. She agrees with a grateful nod. Evening falls, the dining table is set, food steaming, filled with a warm, homey feel. Mother Zheng sees the fabric is only for the elderly. Her smile disappears, and the mood suddenly turns cold. Lin Fan explains there weren't enough coupons and promises to make her something next time, her tone sincere. Mother Zheng gives a cold reply, her expression sour, really not buying the explanation, looking distant. Late at night, they sit on the bed together. Zhang Yujie speaks softly, sharing investigation updates and courtyard news, his tone gentle. Lin Fan's him to find the traitor without blaming innocent people. Her eyes are steady, exuding the authority of a mistress. Zhang Yujie gently holds her hand, giving her strength, and softly telling her to rest. Lin Fan leans against him, her eyes gleaming as she secretly plans how to manage their family relationships and fix things with Mother Zheng. Xiao Dongyuan received a letter from Lin Fan, asking for help purchasing seafood. He immediately decided to gather the educated youths to help, as the letter clearly specified. They needed high-quality sea cucumber, abalone, and dried shrimp. Lin Fan promised to buy at market price to ensure everyone was treated fairly. Sister Fan needs seafood, buying at market price. The youths were excited to hear there was a way to make money, instantly becoming energized and gathering around, talking all at once about the details of harvesting and drying the seafood. "This is great! Finally, a way to make some cash." Everyone focus on quality. This will be a long-term demand. The youths all agreed. immediately preparing bamboo baskets, sacks, and tools, waiting for the next morning to start harvesting, aiming to dry plenty of top-quality seafood. After settling the youths, Xiao Dongyuan visited the team leader Chen Kun's home to explain the plan, wanting to buy some ready-made stock from him. Sister Fan asked me to buy seafood. We want everything that's good quality. Chen Kun and his wife were very welcoming, instantly bringing out their own stock from the back room. The sea cucumbers in the bamboo trays were plump and the dried shrimp had a bright color. All of it was top grade. Xiao Dongyuan carefully picked through the seafood, checking every piece repeatedly to ensure the quality met the standard. Uncle Chen introduced the stock patiently, explaining the drying times and quality traits of each type. After finishing the selection, Xiao Dongyuan calculated the total, paying $11 in all. Chen Kun and his wife wanted to charge less, but Xiao Dongyuan firmly insisted on the full amount. Sent down youth Xiao is too kind. Feel free to come back anytime. Carrying the heavy bags of seafood, Xiao Dongyuan thanked the couple, then left the team leader's house. Next step was to pack all the seafood, get to the post office, and mail it to Lin Fan. Xiao Dongyuan arrived at the post office, pulling the seafood from the youths, the team leader together, 70 pounds in total. He very carefully put the seafood, fearing any damage to the quality. During the packing, Xiao Dongyuan was exceptionally meticulous, securing everything tightly to ensure the seafood wouldn't get loose or damp during transport, guaranteeing it would be intact when it reached Lin Fan. Once finished packing, Xiao Dongyuan paid $5 for postage. He silently calculated, between the purchase price and postage, he barely made any profit, but since he could help the youths and open up a channel for Lin Fan, it was more than worth it. Watching the seafood be accepted by the post office staff, Xiao Dongyuan felt relieved. All the hard work recently paid off. He turned to leave the post office, hoping Lin Fan would receive the goods soon. A few days later, Lin Fan received the notice sent by Xiao Dongyuan, learning the 70 pounds of seafood had been shipped and would arrive shortly. Her mood instantly improved. With the supply chain set, this was another source of income. After reading the letter, Lin Fan tucked it away carefully, then took her keys to lock the bedroom door. She needed to enter her space to prepare a storage area, ensuring the seafood would be properly preserved upon arrival. Once inside the space, Lin Fan arranged the empty ceramic jars she had prepared. These jars were dry and airy, perfect for seafood storage, retaining the maximum amount of freshness and preventing spoilage. At dusk, Sheng Yujie returned from work. He didn't rest immediately, but took a detour to the supply store to buy Lin Fan her favorite sponge cakes so she could have a snack if she got hungry at night. I passed the store, got you some sponge cakes? Oh, thank you. Our fourth brother really knows how to pamper someone, unlike mine. No one replied to Joje. Realizing she was ignored, she stopped talking. The living room fell quiet, with only the paper bag in Lin Fan's hands, emitting a faint, sweet scent, warm and soothing. Late at night, while Zheng Yujie showered, Lin Fan sat on the bed to check her books. She listed all recent income, author's fees, translation fees, and the incoming profit from the seafood. Adding in the gold stored in her space, income was quite impressive. I've made my first bucket of gold. Enough for a house down payment. What are you smiling about? I'm happy that my man is doing well. Our life is looking up. After hearing this, Zheng Yujie smiled and held Lin Fan tight. He could feel her joy and her dreams, and silently vowed to work hard alongside her to give her and the unborn baby a better life. In Zheng Yujie's warm embrace, Lin Fan slowly drifted to sleep, still wearing a faint smile. She whispered in her heart that the old grudges were settled and new paths to wealth were open. When the baby was born, would live in their own courtyard, giving the child the best future possible. Lin Fan carries a small cloth bag and enters the living room of the Zheng family. Inside the bag is a lamp from the library. Wow, this is a real treasure. It has an old design, but it's in perfect condition. Back in those lean years, this was quite a rarity. Zhou Jie peeks from the kitchen and spots the lamp, a flash of envy in her eyes. Feeling the gaze of Zhou Jie, Lin Fan thinks to herself she must move out sooner. Yu Jie pushes open the door of a secluded house, a secret base. Lin Guoqing is sick in bed. Yu Jie sneers, his eyes sharp as a hawk. Go to the lower county for Chen Ping, or get out. Choose one. 2 choices. Zheng Yujie lifts an old sack filled with antiques he prepared for Lin Fan. The Lin family is being renovated. The walls are freshly painted, and workers are digging pipes. Mom, when is sister coming back? The house is almost ready. In the textile workshop, female workers gathered during break to chat and gossip. Hearing the news that Lin Guoqing was beaten, A weight is finally lifted from Zhang Huan's heart, and she shows a relieved smile. Serves him right. I hope he pays for it. In the evening, Lin Fan carries a fat hen into the yard of the Zhang family, planning a special meal for the family. This hen is big and fat, looking like it weighs 6 pounds. This chicken is so fat! Lin Fan is translating a book in the bedroom when Zhang Yujie enters carrying an old sack. Take a look at this. Zhang Yujie takes out of the bag 2 pairs of blue and white porcelain vases, each with exquisite patterns. Where did you get these? They are ancient artifacts. Lin Fan strokes the porcelain gently, feeling the texture of the antique items. Hubby, you are amazing. At dinner, everyone in the Zhang family sits around the table with freshly stewed chicken soup smelling wonderful. Our 4th son's wife bought this chicken. Everyone eat up and enjoy. There's nothing to show off about. At night, Lin Fan returns to the bedroom, finding Zhang Yujie already in bed, his back to the door. Feeling unwell, should we see a doctor? It is morning in the Zhang family living room. The scent of porridge fills the air. Lin Fan, Grandma Zhang, and Zhou Jie sit around the table for breakfast. The atmosphere is calm but tense. Zhou Jie's gaze frequently shifts to Lin Fan's new lamp with hidden jealousy. Her tone gradually turns sour. Noticing Zhou Jie's strange expression, after a moment of silence, she speaks up first. How much will the electric bill for this lamp be? Seeing this, Grandma Zhang immediately texts Lin Fan, asking with a firm tone. Lin Fan paid for the electricity bills with her own earnings. Lin Fan remains calm. Looking at the still resentful Zhou Jie, she gently advises her to read more books and write for money. Her words leave Zhou Jie speechless, forced to just lower her head and drink porridge. Zhou Jie is full of resentment, but has no retort, so she uses the porridge to hide her embarrassment and displeasure. This cuts to a secret base. Xiao Lucy bows his head, reporting to Zhang Yujie about the status of Ping An Lane's cellar and accounts, looking very respectful. After hearing the report, Zhang Yujie remains steady and instructs, tell the brothers to keep their mouths shut. Zhang Yujie knows what to do, telling Xiao Lucy to manage the men well. However, his mind drifts to Lin Fan, thinking she will surely be thrilled when she sees these fine items. A short while later, Zhang Yujie carries a heavy sack back to Lin Fan's bedroom, covered in dust, clearly from moving heavy items, breathing heavily. He places the sack on the ground. I got another batch. Take a look. Lin Fan sees this, her eyes instantly lighting up. Eagerly, she bends down to open the sack. The porcelain and copperware are revealed one by one, all of excellent quality and texture. Lin Fan carefully picks up a Qianlong-era brush washer, fingers stroking the patterns, eyes gleaming. She joyfully praises its excellent condition. Her face is full of delight. She can't put these antiques down. As Zhang Yujie watches her joyful expression, he shows concern, sincerely admitting the house has no room left for these things. Furthermore, these old things are dangerous. He gently tells Lin Fan to stop collecting. Hearing this, Lin Fan's joy fades slightly. She eagerly retorts, claiming she has a place to hide them, vowing it will be done in total secrecy. She gently pulls on Zhang Yujie's sleeve, pleading with him to find a way. As the two argue, Zhou Jie pokes her head through the door. She came for Zhang Yujie, but her eyes land on the sack. After seeing what's inside, she can't help but curl her lip, dissing it as junk. As soon as Zhou Jie speaks, Zheng Laosan's shout comes outside the door, sharply scolding Zhou Jie for being a busybody. Zhou Jie freezes in fear, quickly shrinking back, not daring to say another word. At dusk, sunset reddens the window frame. Lin Fan puts on an apron and starts stewing in herself. The flames flicker. The savory scent of the soup spreads, warming the whole kitchen. Grandma Jing enters the kitchen. Watching the busy Lin Fan, she feels for her, advising her to rest and let Xiao Liu cook. With a tone of deep concern, Lin Fan insists on doing it herself, wanting to nourish the hard-working Zhang Yujie. At dinner, the table is filled with warmth. Lin Fan serves Zhang Yujie a bowl full of chicken and soup, with a tender gaze and close tone. Zhang Yujie's eyes also reflect warmth. Zhou Jie sits aside, staring at their interaction, filled with envy, finding even her rice hard to swallow. The Zhang family bedroom was exceptionally quiet in the early morning. Zhang Yujie tries to get up quietly. Next to her, Lin Fan seems fast asleep, but was secretly watching his every move. Zhang Yujie is afraid of waking Lin Fan, keeping every movement extremely light. When her fingertips touch the bedside, she is extra careful, and slowing her breathing. Zhang Yujie successfully gets up, silently straightens her clothes, turns toward the bathroom, entirely unaware of Lin Fan's watching eyes and strange behavior. Zhang Yujie finishes up and leaves, gently closing the bedroom door. As the faint click of the door hinge fades, Lin Fan immediately opens her eyes, with no sleepiness left in them, releasing her long-suppressed emotions. As Lin Fan sits up, her eyes are sharp, her lips curling into a triumphant smirk, hiding a subtle calculation. She quickly reaches under the pillow and pulls out the duplicate seller key to ping on Lane. Her fingers repeatedly rub the ridges of the key, her eyes full of eager anticipation. Lin Fan grips the key, wasting no time, jumping out of bed and dressing, moving swiftly and decisively. Her mind is fixed on the treasures in the cellar, terrified of missing the opportunity. Lin Fan rushes to ping on Lane, standing before the cellar door, looking around to ensure no one is there. She takes a deep breath and aims the key at the lock. The key slides in smoothly. Lin Fan slowly turns it, the lock clicking softly, pushing the cellar door open just a crack. Lin Fan pushes the door open, and a wave of damp air hits her face. The cellar is packed with trunks, neatly lined up, enough to leave anyone breathless with awe. Most of these trunks are old and covered in dust. Their heavy weight is clear, each seeming to hold endless secrets and great wealth. Lin Fan walks forward quickly, putting the trunk closest to the door as dust flies, revealing the exquisite porcelain stacked neatly inside. The porcelain has a warm glow, in patterns, and beautiful shapes, each piece exuding an ancient charm, really being rare treasures. Lin Fan's breathing quickens instantly. As she stares at the riches, Lin Fan can't hide her joy. I'm rich.
I'm rich.
I'm rich.
I really hit the jackpot.
Once the initial rush fades, Lin Fan quickly cools down, running her fingers over the pieces and placing most of the valuables into her space one by one, acting with practiced urgency. Purposely leaves a small box containing ordinary jade, deliberately creating the illusion that nothing was moved to avoid making Jung Yoo-jae suspicious later. After tidying up, Lin Fan closes the cellar door, locks it again, puts the key away safely. Appearing calm and composed, as if she were never there, Lin Fan returns to the Jung family bedroom, places the small box on the nightstand, and sits there waiting for Jung Yoo-jae to return, to give him a surprise. At sunset, Jung Yoo-jae returns from work, pushes open the door, and spots the small box on the nightstand, his face filled with confusion. Lin Fan immediately greets him, her tone affectionate. Honey, look, I've hidden those things safely and kept this jade ring for you. It was afternoon for Jung Yoo-jae, as she softly closed the bedroom door and headed downstairs. Aunt Liu was in the living room, meticulously wiping down the table. The movements were quick and efficient. Aunt Liu looked up and caught sight of Jung Yoo-jae, stopping the work to speak up. The security gate mentioned that there are letters and money orders for the family. I noticed quite a few of them. Hearing this, Jung Yoo-jae immediately turned and left, pushing her bike from the entrance. After adjusting the handlebars, she got ready to head to the post office. Your letters and parcel slips are from my classmate Xiao Dongyuan, who went to the countryside in Haishi. I asked him to buy some dried goods. Elsewhere, Lin Fan softly closed the English book being read, seemingly putting it in the wardrobe, but actually and secretly hiding it into the storage space. Lin Fan called out softly, "Grandpa." Grandpa Zhang's voice echoed back with a hint of curiosity. Son, Fan, dinner is almost ready. Where are you going? Fourth sister-in-law is so capable, earning royalties every month, with several sources of income. Joji curled a lip privately upon hearing this, muttering under her breath, with eyes full of resentment and jealousy regarding Lin Fan's earnings. Jung Yoo-jae and Lin Fan arrived at the post office window. Jung Yoo-jae addressed the clerk there. Excuse me, I'm here for a money order and a parcel. The clerk, looking impatient, complained, You show up so late? We close in just a few minutes. Seeing this, Lin Fan quietly placed 2 pieces of candy on the counter. Upon seeing the treat, the clerk's expression softened, and the tone became much kinder. Jung Yoo-jae picked up the parcel to test its weight. Whoa, what's in here?
What is this?
What is this?
It's so heavy
and has a strong scent. Looking at the heavy package, Lin Fan looked slightly troubled. Jung Yoo-jae laughed and shook her head, swiftly strapping the parcel to the front of the bicycle. She held the bike for Lin Fan to get on, then rode away from the post office. On the road, Honey, hurry and see what's inside. Jung Yoo-jae untied and opened the parcel, revealing sea cucumbers, abalone, dried shrimp, and various other seafood, unfolding one after another. Lin Fan cried out in surprise, sea cucumbers, abalone, dried shrimp, dried whelk meat, and scallops. Holding the seafood, Jung Yoo-jae spoke to the family. Papa, Grandma, Mom, this is from Fan's classmate. This food was sent over. Everyone, come have a taste. Why is a grown man like you in the kitchen? That's not proper. The pickled radish in front of Lin Fan was a vibrant red, looking very tempting, but was actually incredibly sour. Lin Fan took a bite of the radish and said with a smile, It's not sour, it's sweet. I could eat 2 bowls of rice with this. Lin Fan took first sister-in-law Jang's hand, saying softly, Sister-in-law, come to my room. I have something for you. Lin Fan pulled out several items of trendy clothing from the room. First, sister-in-law Jang took one look, and her heart began to race, feeling a bit shy. After putting them on, first sister-in-law Jung walked to the mirror, staring at her transformed reflection, with eyes shining with delight. What do you think of this? Lin Fan opened the letter sent by Xiao Dongyuan. In the letter, Xiao Dongyuan mentioned the source and price of the seafood, hoping Lin Fan could help find buyers in Jingxi to help the youth in the countryside earn more. After finishing a bath, Lin Fan changed into the new clothes and walked into the bedroom. The couple shared an intimate moment, the air thick with warmth, as their bond grew even deeper. In the morning, Zhang Yujie woke up from a deep sleep. Thinking of last night's intimacy, blushed slightly. Lin Fan is still sound asleep with a peaceful face, lost in a sweet dreamland. Number 4. Underwear your sister-in-law made? How does it feel? Zhang Yujie scratched his head. Is it comfortable? Any chafing? Number 4. Find fourth sister-in-law's number. Zhang Yujie woke up the sleeping Lin Fan. Lin Fan was grumpy upon waking, kicked him twice, and reluctantly got up. I'm not going. Too tired. Lin Fan is bargaining with Minister Guo, want a courtyard house. Lin Fan demands a courtyard house. The whole family watched in shock, unable to believe their ears. In the morning, Lin Fan was taken to the Suburban Military Research Institute, met Minister Guo and Dean Gu. The moment Dean Gu handed over the documents, about that courtyard house, are we clear? She took a stack of technical files, tending not to understand, using her spatial knowledge to quickly analyze them. Pen scratched against the paper, Lin Fan skimmed the files, marked the errors, and wrote down the corrections. Dean Gu watched this scene, completely stunned at how capable she was. Her handwriting was neat and powerful, showing her profound skill. In a kitchen, Aunt Liu prepared fresh and tempting seafood, including sea cucumbers, abalone, and dried shrimp. The moment the oil pan started smoking, Lin Fan's voice came from the stove. Add the ginger and garlic once the oil is hot. Once fragrant, add the snails. Right stir-fry with cooking wine, then add my special 5-spice powder. The smell of spicy snails, 5-spice squid, and pan-fried sea fish filled the whole courtyard. The neighbors were drawn in, poking their heads around to look. At dinner, the Zheng family's dining room was filled with a seafood feast. Spicy snails and squid were smelling incredibly delicious. Everyone couldn't wait to have a taste. Number 4, your cooking is amazing. Everyone. It's so good. I didn't expect seafood to be so fresh. This is great. Since Lin Fan is pregnant, she couldn't stand the fishy smell, so she only drank the pork bone soup. Fourth sister-in-law, you've never been to Haishi. How do you know all these recipes? I read it in a book. The Complete Book of Seafood Cooking. Zhang Yujie gave her a deep look without saying a word, but her air of mystery only grew stronger in his heart. At night, Zhang Yujie watched the sleeping Lin Fan, his mind racing with thoughts, sensing she held more and more secrets. Morning at the Zhang family restaurant, the family gathers for breakfast. First sister-in-law Zheng looks exceptionally well, serving porridge for brother Zheng. The way brother Zheng looks at her is full of tenderness. Nearby, Zhou Jie watches them, consumed by jealousy. Eldest daughter-in-law, you look great today. Thanks, Mom. That morning, first sister-in-law, Zheng, arrives at work. Just as she sits, 2 colleagues surround her. They eye her closely. Sister-in-law, your figure, how did it get so much better? Are you wearing that thing? Facing her colleagues' curiosity, first sister-in-law Zheng doesn't say it outright, answering vaguely, but her eyes and smile hide nothing. Her pride is unmistakable. She's secretly overjoyed. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's lingerie line is quietly taking over the market. Thanks to first sister-in-law Zheng's subtle promotion, it's becoming popular. Returning home at noon, first sister-in-law Zheng immediately finds Lin Fan and presents her colleagues' measurements and deposits. She is eager and excited. Sister-in-law and the others want them, so no problem, sister-in-law, I'll give you 10 cents per piece. Oh, couldn't possibly. You've earned it. You are my sales director after all. After reassuring first sister-in-law Zheng, Lin Fan gently teaches her how to take measurements. Then she reveals a sexy black sample piece. With a sly look in her eyes, the black set is simple yet alluring. Lin Fan knows this sample won't just attract more customers, but will also stun brother Zheng. First sister-in-law Zheng takes the lingerie, her face turning bright red. Overwhelmed with shyness, she grabs it and runs off, forgetting even to say thank you. That evening, Zheng Yujie gets home. Lin Fan immediately shows him the earnings and the leftover fabric. She's full of pride, waiting for his praise. This much? Costing less than 50 cents, you're selling it for $3? Rarity equals value. Call it a beauty tax. You are too clever. Lin Fan leans into Zheng Yujie, playfully asking for a reward while bringing up the courtyard house. She knows saving money quickly is the only way to escape Zhou Jie's harassment. What do you want now? The courtyard house? I need to press Minister Guo. As she speaks, Lin Fan holds up black lingerie in front of Zheng Yujie. Seeing him flood and making a run for it, she can't help but laugh out loud. Late at night, first sister-in-law Zheng puts on the black lingerie. Under the light, brother Zheng stares, completely stunned. Their usually dull marriage is suddenly full of action. The sounds from the next room drift clearly to Zhou Jie lying in bed. She bites her blanket, bitter and envious. Resentment continues to grow. On the other side, Lin Fan is still working hard, carefully sketching new lingerie designs without any hint of fatigue. Zhang Yujie stands aside, watching her glowing filled with concern. Still drying? Take a break. Almost done. This will definitely go well. Seeing her push so hard, Zhang Yujie is heartbroken. He pours some warm water, hands it to her. Lin Fan takes the glass, getting into his embrace. All her exhaustion fades away instantly. She's determined now, this is on the right track, the house is within reach, and Zhou Jie's good days are coming to an end. It was afternoon in the Zheng family's kitchen. Zhang Yujie put on an apron and stood before the stove, focusing intensely on preparing the meal. He looked different from his usual idle self. Once the oil was hot, the ginger and garlic went in. Zhang Yujie followed the instructions perfectly, tossing the chopped ginger and garlic into the hot oil, releasing an instant burst of fragrance. After stir-frying for a moment, the aromatics turned golden brown, filling the entire kitchen with a wonderful, refreshing aroma. Following Lin Fan's directions, Zhang Yujie added the snail meat next, stir-frying it over a high flame. The wok immediately erupted with a fierce sizzling sound. Add some cooking wine and stir it well. After the wine and stir-fry, Zhang Yujie then added dried chilies and peppercorns. Every step was performed meticulously, without making a single mistake. The meat took on the rich color of the spices. Savory and spicy notes intertwined as the aroma grew even stronger, making everyone's mouth water. Nearby, Aunt Liu was stunned into silence. She had never seen the master so obedient, nor did she expect him to be able to cook such fragrant food. After a series of expert moves, a thickly colored and seasoned plate of spicy snail meat was ready. Neatly arranged on a porcelain plate, it looked incredibly tempting. Just then, Zheng Laosan walked into the yard. Upon entering, he was drawn to the scent from the kitchen and sniffed around for the source. Whoa! What smells so good? Brother, did you make this? Hearing Zheng Laosan's voice, Lin Fan frowned slightly, instinctively covering her stomach. She seemed unable to bear the heavy smell of the cooking smoke. Despite the discomfort, Lin Fan kept her composure, inviting Zheng Laosan to try the food in a calm and natural tone. Zheng Laosan didn't hold back. Spicy enough? Tasty enough? This is amazing. Seeing this, Zhang Yujie took a bite himself. After tasting it carefully, he nodded, approving of the flavor. Then, under the remote direction of Lin Fan, Zhang Yujie continued to cook squid and pan-fried fish. Zheng Laosan stayed, sampling everything along the way and praising it endlessly. Lin Fan really couldn't stand the smell of seafood, so she left the kitchen to get some air in the yard, hoping to settle her stomach. At dusk, the food feast was officially served. Spicy snails, spiced squid, and pan-fried fish were arranged on the table, their aroma filling the room. However, all three seafood dishes were furthest from Lin Fan. Brother Zheng was the first to taste it. His eyes filled with surprise, and he couldn't help but praise Zhang Yujie, never expecting him to produce such authentic seafood flavors. Zhou Jie complained it was too oily while eating. Zheng Laosan immediately glared and argued back. Zhou Jie refused to back down but kept eating anyway, making for a lively scene. Seeing the dispute, Mother Jie looked annoyed, scolding Zhou Jie and telling her to keep quiet. The atmosphere at the table finally settled down a bit. Zhang Yujie served some to Hong Ying, who thanked him politely. She took some bites with a sad-eyed look on her face. Old Mr. Zheng took a bite of the spicy snails and was hit by the heat. Zhang Yujie quickly reminded his grandfather to eat the mulled fish with concern. Grandma Zheng looked at the spread and praised Lin Fan for her knowledge. She said the methods she'd read in books were very effective, her voice full of pride. Lin Fan didn't join in the collective praise. She just focused on drinking the sour cabbage and bone soup in front of her, looking calm, as if the sudden excitement had nothing to do with her. Just then, Brother Zheng suddenly asked if Lin Fan had ever been to the coast, wondering why she knew so much about cooking seafood. As soon as he spoke, the entire family's eyes fixed on Lin Fan. I read it in a seafood cooking guide. It wasn't hard. Zhang Yujie looked at Lin Fan with a complex expression, silent, as he silently lowered his head to continue eating, appearing to see through her. That night, in the bedroom, Lin Fan sat on the bed, holding the letter from Xiao Dongyuan, reading it intently and lost in thought. Zhang Yujie walked in, saw the letter in her hand, and paused. Lin Fan then handed him the letter, asking him to see what Xiao Dongyuan thought. Zhang Yujie took the letter and read it through. Once finished, he realized exactly what was happening. Xiao Dongyuan wanted to use their connections to find a market for food in the capital. Lin Fan watched Zhang Yujie's face, softly asking him if the venture was possible. Zhang Yujie didn't answer directly, simply asking her if she really wanted to do this. In the morning, first sister-in-law Zhang was in the break room surrounded by several female colleagues. Facing their questions about her outfit, sister-in-law Zhang nodded vaguely, her cheeks turning red. Where'd you get it? Was it expensive? I'll ask for you. I heard it's $3 a piece. Not cheap. Returning home at noon, first sister-in-law Zhang immediately found Lin Fan and handed over the colleague measurement slips and deposits. That's great, sister-in-law. Don't worry, for everyone you sell, I'll give you 20 cents for your trouble. How can I take this? You earned it. You are my sales director, after all. Let's keep this quiet. She took out a new type of black lingerie to give to first sister-in-law Zheng as a sample. She also reminded her to show brother Zheng the result. First sister-in-law Zheng blushed with embarrassment. Taking the lingerie, she quickly left the bedroom. In the evening, in the Zheng family's living room, first sister-in-law Zheng and Lin Fan were whispering. Mother Zheng and Zhou Jie were watching them closely. Sister-in-law and her sister-in-law seemed so lately. If there's good news, why not share it with us? What could there be? Just asking where she got that fabric. I want some clothes for Hong Ying. That night, first sister-in-law Zheng put on the black lingerie from Lin Fan. When brother Zheng entered the room, he was instantly dazed. Chu Xia. What is this? The next morning, first sister-in-law Zhang, looking a bit tired and shy, carefully put away the black lingerie. Honey, wear that black one again tonight. First sister-in-law Zhang turned red with shyness and playfully pushed brother Zhang out of the bedroom. During the day, Lin Fan brought out some homemade spicy cabbage from the kitchen for the family to taste. Fan, what's this now? Grandma, it's my spicy cabbage. Zhou Jie couldn't wait and grabbed a large helping of it to try it out. My goodness! Cabbage can actually taste this good. Everyone dipped their chopsticks. The spicy cabbage tasted amazing. In no time, they had cleared the plate. Looking at the empty plate, she felt secretly proud. She whispered to herself, full of confidence, the lingerie business is a hit and the snacks are a success. Zhou Jie, go and be jealous. It was getting late in the Zheng's bedroom. Lin Fan just showered and changed into fresh clothes, standing gracefully in the middle of the room. Just then, Zheng Yujie pushed open the door. Steps stopped instantly, eyes fixed directly on Lin Fan. He was surprised. The shock came so suddenly. Zheng Yujie stared at Lin Fan, unable to look away, and a nosebleed began to trickle down. Oh my, why is your nose bleeding? Lin Fan panicked at the sight, rushed to pull Zheng Yujie over to look for tissues. Both of them in a total fluster. It was chaotic, yet strangely intimate. What are you wearing? A surprise! Months later, we can be a bit careful. Yujie's shyness faded, gripped by tenderness. They held hands gently, intimacy spreading through the room. Without another word, the husband and wife embraced. All the shyness and tenderness turned into intimacy as things progressed naturally. The bedroom was filled with warmth. After the affection, Lin Fan fell asleep exhausted, lying on the bed with a relaxed face, a faint smile on her lips, looking serene. Zheng Yujie couldn't sleep, sitting by the bed, gazing tenderly at the swing Lin Fan. His eyes were full of love and care, as if he were looking at the most precious treasure. After the night of warmth, the sky gradually brightened. Morning sunlight spilled into the Zheng's courtyard. The dew clung to the grass, the air was fresh, filled with life. Zheng Yujie woke up early, dressed in light clothes and jogged in the courtyard, moving with a steady and vigorous pace. The night of warmth made him look full of energy. His foot sounded crisp in the quiet courtyard, each step steady and strong, showing Zheng Yujie's current cheerful mood. While Zheng Yujie was jogging, he ran into brother Zheng and Zheng Laosan, who had also woken up early. Fourth brother, those boxers your wife made, where did you buy them? Zheng Laosan quickly added, me too. Don't keep the good stuff from your brothers. Seeing his brother's eager yet bashful expressions, Zheng Yujie couldn't help but laugh and readily agreed. The laughter of the three brothers echoed in the courtyard. Morning soon arrived. In the Zheng family living room, Lin Fan sat on the sofa, looking relaxed. The telephone nearby rang suddenly, breaking the silence. Lin Fan picked up the receiver, holding it to her ear, looking curious, wondering who could be calling at this time. Minister Guo's voice came to the phone. Lin Fan's confusion faded, and as Minister Guo spoke, her face slowly lit up with surprise and joy. Minister Guo, you have to keep your word. Put it in writing. After hanging up, Lin Fan's hand on the receiver trembled slightly, unable to hide her delight. Excitement filled her heart, making her breath quickly catch. Unable to suppress her thrill, Lin Fan slowly raised a fist and clenched it tight. With a huge grin and joy sparkling in her eyes, time flew, and soon it was evening. In the Zhang family dining room, with warm lighting, a sumptuous meal was laid out on the table. Family gathered for dinner. Lin Fan, Zheng Yujie, Grandma Zheng, and Zhou Jie sat together in a peaceful atmosphere. Grandma Zheng looked at the feast, smiling with satisfaction. Minister Guo said, the help I give this time. Grandma Zheng's satisfaction turned into curiosity. She tilted her head slightly, looking thoroughly at Lin Fan, asking what the reward was. A traditional courtyard house. A traditional courtyard house? At those words, the table fell silent. Grandma Zheng was shocked, while a flash of jealousy appeared on Zhou Jie's face, distorting her expression. Under the table, Zheng Yujie secretly took Lin Fan's hand, transferring a sense of pride and encouragement. He silently cheered Lin Fan. Zheng Yujie looked at Lin Fan beside him, with eyes full of pride and love. He thought to himself his wife was simply the best. Zhou Jie's jealousy was all in vain. In the factory conference room, Minister Guo, Dean Gu, and several experts sit upright, solemnly waiting for Lin Fan's arrival. Lin Fan is invited to the seat of honor. With steady steps and a calm gaze, she shows no stage fright, a subtle contrast to one's solemnity. Fred Lin, you've done a great job. Revisions from Lin Fan were verified by experts. Genius, it's absolutely brilliant. You flatter me, Dean Gu, as long as the problem is solved. Lin Fan doesn't dwell on praise, but brings up the paperwork for the courtyard house. Minister Guo had already paired the documents and smiles at her request. Don't worry, the paperwork is in progress. It was the preliminary agreement for the house transfer. The folder is clean and complete. It's clear that Minister Guo arranged everything beforehand. Lin Fan takes the agreement, fingertips brushing the cover, her expression turning serious. She knows not just paperwork, but her hope for the future. She carefully reviews every item on the agreement, not missing a single detail, ensuring all clauses meet her expectations. Once confirmed, Lin Fan picks up the pen. With a solemn look, she knows signing her name means a new life is about to begin. The pen hits the paper, her writing neat and firm. Every stroke carries her expectations, marking substantial progress on this matter. After signing, Minister Guo and Dean Gu exchange a smile. The meeting for solving problems and future hopes concludes perfectly. At dusk, Lin Fan leaves the factory, clutching agreement tightly. The sunset glows over her, stretching her shadow long. Meanwhile, at the Zheng families, Grandpa Zheng and Zhou Jie are already waiting. Grandpa Zheng clasps her hands, anxiously watching the door. Beside her, Zhou Jie's gaze wanders, looking quite uneasy. Zhou Jie looks conflicted, eyes shifting away, expectant yet hiding a trace of unnoticed anxiety, seeming very restless. Just then, Lin Fan pushes the door open, with an obvious smile on her face, still clutching that agreement full of hope. Fan, what did Minister Guo say? Lin Fan doesn't answer immediately, but raises the agreement with a brilliant smile. That joy could be felt from afar. Under the light, the signature is clear, and the ink isn't even dry yet, silently announcing the good news. It's basically settled, just waiting for the transfer. Grandpa Zheng immediately grabs Lin Fan's hand. The room is instantly filled with congratulations. Zhou Jie turns pale, silently retreating to the room, out of place with the joy. As night falls, the bedroom at the Zheng families is soft. Lin Fan and Zheng Yujie sit on the bed, carefully gathering on the agreement. Zheng Yujie looks at Lin Fan with tenderness and affection. Lin Fan leans on his shoulder, calmly sharing her future hopes. Lin Fan leans on Zheng Yujie, eyes gentle, calmly sharing her hopes. Full of longing, she gently strokes her belly, thinking, "Little one, we'll have our own home soon." Her voice is soft and firm. Zheng Yujie pulls Lin Fan close as they hold each other, looking at the night sky, filled with dreams of tomorrow. The past of Zhou Jie and the Zheng family fade away with the new home, reaching a quiet end. Lin Fan is in the Zheng family's bedroom, writing at the desk for 2 hours. Finally putting down the pen, gently rubbing those sore wrists to ease the fatigue from sitting so long. After a short break, Lin Fan picks up 2 sealed letters from the table, fingers lightly tracing the edges of the envelopes, preparing to give them to Zheng Yujie, who is about to head out. "You'll pass the mailbox and dropping these in for me?" Zheng Yujie takes the letters and nods, and after a quick goodbye, leaves the bedroom and heads out of the Zheng family. After Zheng Yujie leaves, Lin Fan walks to the bedroom door, grabs the handle, shuts the door, and heads downstairs to go for a walk. The compound is quiet this afternoon, with sunlight on the road and lush greenery everywhere, the breeze bringing a cool relief. Lin Fan takes a slow stroll through the compound. The Zhao family, Commissar Zhao's wife, stops in her tracks, judging Lin Fan up and down, without a hint of a smile, questioning her coldly and keeping her distance. Faced with her coldness, Lin Fan doesn't care, keeping a polite smile and responding softly, before signaling she's continuing her walk and to move on. After Lin Fan leaves, Commissar Zhao's wife stays put, staring intently at her back with eyes full of malice. Turning around only after a moment to go home with a dark expression, Lin Fan continues her stroll and nears a pavilion, where she sees an elderly man with white hair at a stone table, intently calculating formulas on paper, deep in concentration. A gust of wind blows several calculation sheets off the table, 2 of which land right at Lin Fan's feet. As the papers land, Lin Fan leans down and picks them up. Touching the paper, she instinctively glances at the content, finding complex formulas. Without looking up, the man says, "Just leave them on the table." Lin Fan gently places the papers back on the stone table, straightens them out, then turns to leave the pavilion without a word. Just as she turns, the man suddenly shouts, "Freeze! You are snooping at my work!" Lin Fan stops, turns around, and calmly responds, "Sir, I was only trying to help you." Hearing Lin Fan's response, Elder Ji slams the stone table in anger, harshly scolding her, insisting that Lin Fan peeked at his calculations. While they argue, Lin Fan suddenly points at the calculation sheet. You substituted the parameters incorrectly on the third line. At night, Elder Ji, accompanied by Fang Nan and Chen Dalu, visits specifically to see Lin Fan. She no longer looks as anxious as this afternoon. Hearing the knock, Zheng Yujie gets up to open the door. Seeing the three people, she looks a bit puzzled. Hello, Elder Ji. I'm Zheng Yujie. This is my partner, Lin Fan. After sitting down, Elder Ji skips small talk and looks at Lin Fan sincerely, ready to state the purpose of the visit. Comrade Xiao Lin, I misunderstood this afternoon. I'm sorry. Elder Ji leans forward slightly. I'd like to formally invite you to join our research institute. As everyone waits with bated breath, Lin Fan looks up. Elder Ji, thank you, but I'm not interested. Her direct refusal instantly makes the atmosphere in the living room awkward. Fang Nan and Chen Dalu look uneasy, and Elder Ji is surprised. Meanwhile, Zhang Nanping is handling business in his office. It's late at night and he's the only one left in the office. Suddenly, the phone on his desk rings, shattering the silence, interrupting Zhang Nanping's work. He puts down his pen and picks up the receiver. Thinking it's just a routine call, he pays it no mind. The lawyer asks on the line about Lin Fan's work for the institute and her reward for a courtyard house. Zhang Nanping is shocked, knowing absolutely nothing about this. The lawyer, I'll need to look into this. After hanging up, Zhang Nanping's expression grows grave. Without hesitation, he rushes out of his office and drives home to verify. Zhang Nanping hurried home without disturbing the others. He calls Lin Fan and Zheng Yujie into the study for a private talk. Inside the study, the three sit around the desk and the atmosphere grows serious. Zheng Nanping looks at Lin Fan, ready to ask her the whole story. Lin Fan, tell me truthfully, what's going on with the courtyard? Lin Fan stays calm, unfazed, explaining that she only helped check some data. She requested a house, but didn't expect a courtyard house. She only met Elder Ji for the first time today. Seeing this, Zheng Yujie adds that Lin Fan is simply gifted in math, has no interest in research. Asking her father to understand. After listening, Zheng Nanping gives Lin Fan a deep look and his tone softens. He tells Lin Fan that the leaders value her skills, but the institute is strict, telling her to think carefully. Dad, I've thought it through, Lin Fan says, staring into Zheng Nanping's eyes with a quiet, firm voice. I don't like being controlled. The next day, Zheng Nanping was in the study, talking with Lin Fan again. After last night's explanation, the tension between them had completely vanished. The mood became peaceful. Zheng Nanping tapped his fingers on the desk and looked up at Lin Fan. Tell me your conditions. Lin Fan met his gaze and said firmly. No office hours, the pay must be right. Lin Fan proposed flexible hours, full payment as core conditions. Zheng Nanping frowned at the request, tapping his desk, honestly considering it seriously. Zheng Nanping said in a deep voice, working for the country isn't just about the money. Lin Fan smoothed her clothes, sitting calm. Have to look out for my child and myself. Zheng Nanping paused for a moment before slowly nodding, accepting her terms and her attitude. After the talk, Lin claimed her child was hungry and took Zheng Yujie to a noodle shop, hoping to use the meal to secretly stock up on food. Lin Fan pointed at the menu, I'll like some of every pie. Box up what we don't finish. The server brought the food, a table full of dishes, all laid out, steaming hot, and looking delicious. Zheng Yujie looked at the spread and frowned. Ordering this much is a waste. Lin Fan was packing the third meat pie without looking up. It's to go, how is that waste? Ignoring Zheng Yujie's protests, Lin Fan quickly packed up most of the food, and when Zheng Yujie wasn't looking, she tucked the bags into her hand space. Back at the Zheng family, Lin Fan went to her bedroom, locked the door, and entered her space. Stored there were the supplies Lin Fan had collected, plus the newly packed food. She paced slowly, her gaze ending on a corner filled with high-yield seeds. Those rice wheat seeds were plump and healthy, a treasure Lin Fan had saved. Looking at seeds, she started to form a new plan. Lin Fan crouched down, carefully setting the seeds. She removed the weak ones and laid them out to dry with great attention to detail. As she tossed out the last bad seed, she let out a soft laugh and stood up, brushing the dust off her hands. Lin Fan looked at the drying seeds with a sly glint in her eye. These heavy seeds, rolling in her palm, would be her most powerful bargaining chip. With these high-yield seeds as leverage, Lin Fan felt more confident. She knew that in the upcoming negotiations, she would hold power and never have to compromise again. In the morning, Lin Fan took the chance while her mother was at work and her daughter was at school to slip back to her mother's home. The house was empty, which was exactly what she needed to handle her business in peace. She walked straight to the inner room where the undergarments her mother had finished making were kept. This was the critical stock she needed to deal with next. The wooden box was filled with rows of neatly folded new undergarments. With fine stitching and tidy rows, her mother's craft was as superb as ever. It was even more polished than what Lin Fan made herself. Each piece showed great care. As she gently felt the fabric, she couldn't help but whisper, Mom's craft is really impressive. She skillfully counted the items, tying the bras in bundles of 10, and sorting the underwear by gender. She was quick and meticulous. After the count, there were 130 bras, 60 pairs of women's underwear, and 40 pairs for men. Her mother had clearly worked around the clock lately to produce so much stock. Lin Fan picked out a few nice styles to wrap up as samples and quickly put the rest into her space. She left $38 and a note on the table to pay for the labor and settle her mind. Then she pulled out the prepared fabrics, sponges, and elastic bands from her space and restocked the wooden box, ensuring her mother had enough materials to keep working. Once everything was settled, Lin Fan locked the door and headed to her next destination to continue expanding her business. At the department store, she found an empty alleyway, slipped into a corner, and prepared to change her look to avoid being recognized. As Lin Fan was adjusting her headscarf, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. "Eldest sister, it's me, Xiao Zhang from the fabric counter." She feigned surprise, stepped back, and looked closely, recognizing the woman as the clerk, Xiao Zhang, who helped her buy the irregular fabric last time. Zhang Xiaozhen apologized profusely with an urgent tone. Before Lin Fan could ask anything, she couldn't wait to bring up the undergarments again. Lin Fan looked around and lowered her voice. "This isn't the place to talk." Zhang Xiaozhen immediately understood and suggested going to the break room behind the department store, where it was quiet and free from interruptions. The break room was small and simple, containing only a table and 2 chairs. After locking the door, Zhang Xiaozhen warmly invited Lin Fan to sit and introduced herself with her full name. Lin Fan used alias Zheng Yue to match her enthusiasm. She got straight to the point, pulling a new model out of her bag and onto the table. She opened it up, showing Zhang Xiaozhen the high-quality fabric and delicate design. She specifically mentioned that these were originally intended for overseas Chinese store and export trade aimed at foreigners. Zhang Xiaozhen's eyes lit up, and she reached out eagerly to touch the material, surprised by its fine and elastic feel. She was thrilled. She instinctively asked for the price. Lin Fan signaled 13, citing the export price for foreigners. Then she shifted gears, offering a wholesale price of $3, $4 for a set, or 2 sets for only $7. Zhang Xiaozhen slapped the table in excitement. $3 is a steal. I'll take them. Lin Fan pretended to hesitate, acting worried about getting in trouble if too many export goods were leaked. Zhang Xiaozhen immediately promised to keep quiet, only selling to trusted acquaintances. Seeing Zhang Xiaozhen's resolve, Lin Fan relented and agreed to sell her 2 sets. She also showed men's underwear samples and set a meeting in 3 days to get paid, promising Zhang Xiaozhen a finder's fee. With Zhang Xiaozhen on board, Lin Fan's sales network grew even wider. After leaving the room, Lin Fan bought 2 bottles of Maltai and some stationery for her sister. She had dinner at state-owned restaurant, enjoying a rare moment of leisure. Night fell in the Zheng family's study. Zheng Nanping informed Lin Fan that her terms were approved in principle. Lin Fan requested an absolutely quiet working environment. Zheng Yujie worriedly told her to make sure she got enough rest. Lin Fan smiled and reassured him. The stage is set, she's ready to make her move. Inside the city library, a quiet room was converted into a private studio. It was so quiet you could hear the air move. Lin Fan sat at the desk, with several stacks of thick documents spread out, staring intently at the tabletop. The files were dense and solid. Chu Yawei and another member guarded the door, keeping a constant watch on the room, daring to relax. While Lin Fan was flipping through the materials, Chu Yawei whispered, "Comrade Lin Fan, call me if you need anything." Lin Fan replied without looking up, "Sure, Comrade Chu, don't let anyone in." Chu Yawei nodded slightly, then gripped the handle, slowly closing the door as quickly as possible. Once the door closed, Lin Fan slowly opened the files, skimmed the content, and frowned slightly, as if facing a challenge. After a brief thought, Lin took a deep breath, eyes spinning with focus, and poured all her energy into the work. Her consciousness sank into the space lab, organizing her thoughts in her mind, ready with a pen for calculations. Inspired, Lin Fan worked rapidly on the scratch paper, the scratching of the pen clear in the silent room. Only 3 minutes passed outside, but she had already solved pages of key problems. Paper was covered in neat formulas. Finishing part of the work, Lin Fan put down the pen, rubbing her aching temples, a trace of fatigue showing on her face. She took a sip of spirit spring water, trying to ease the exhaustion and recharge for the rest. She thought to herself, "This is more taxing than I thought, but to gain a foothold, I must show my worth." After a break, Lin Fan organized the revised materials, carefully placing them in the folder. When she was done, Lin Fan went to the door, reached for the handle, ready to give the materials to Chu Yawei. As soon as the door opened, Chu Yawei, being outside, stood up, his expression serious as he stepped forward. Lin Fan said calmly, "Comrade Chu, I'm done for today. I need rest." Chu Yawei took the folder, looking astonished. He didn't expect her to finish such heavy work so quickly. He instinctively looked down at his watch and saw only 40 minutes had passed. This efficiency shocked him even more. Alright, I'll deliver it immediately. The car is downstairs. By evening, Chu Yue rushed with the folder to Elder G's office. The office was traditional, with the fading light turning soft. While Elder G was reviewing documents, Chu Yue stepped forward. Elder G, here is the work from Comrade Lin Fan. Elder G looked up. So soon? He put on his glasses, flipping through care. His urgency turned to deep focus and then to total shock. Incredible, the girl is a genius. How is she doing? She seemed tired and asked to rest right after. Make sure she rests well. Grant her every request. That night, as Lin Fan sat down exhausted, Zheng Yujie asked softly, tired? How about working less tomorrow? No, I know what I'm doing. This is just the start. Once we get the house, we'll move out. I'll follow your lead. I am here. Zheng Yujie's words were gentle and strong. Listening to his steady breathing, Lin Fan let her guard down and fell asleep. Lin Fan looked peaceful in her sleep. She thought silently. His first crucial step was solid. In the Zheng family living room, the atmosphere is so serious it makes everyone breathless. The elders are worried about Zheng Yuhuan going to work in the countryside. A call from Zheng Nancheng brings news of their daughter's arrival tomorrow. Emma sighs in helplessness. Grandfather blames a male classmate's influence of resentment. Jie can't help but chime in, suggesting Zheng Yuhuan is simply bored with her easy life, but stops mid-sentence after a glare from Mother Zheng Ma pins all hope on Lin Fan, considering her smart and worldly, hoping she can talk sense into Yuhuan. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Lin Fan puts down her teacup and says calmly, Emma, talking won't help. Zheng Yujie silently touches Lin Fan's hand, offering silent support while urging her to be gentler. Lin Fan doesn't hesitate, sharing a bold idea to let Zheng Yuhuan experience rural life firsthand, letting reality change her mind. The room falls silent as the elders process Lin Fan's unexpected proposal. Grandpa Zhang strokes his beard, contemplating the idea. So risky, it seems more effective than just words. What Xiaofan said makes sense. Grandma is still worried about the hardship involved, fearing for her granddaughter's comfort. Short-term pain is better. Zheng Nanping agrees immediately, finding the plan feasible, and decides to coordinate the execution with Lin Fan's plan. The next day, the train station is buzzing. Zheng Yujie waits there early to meet Zheng Yuhuan. Zheng Yujie is on tiptoes, scanning the crowd and staring at the train doors, fearful of missing his sister. As the train stops, Zheng Yuhuan disembarks with bulging luggage, beaming with a bright smile, looking for her family. Yuhuan, over here! Zheng Yuhuan's her fourth brother running to him with her bags, still grinning widely. Zheng Yujie with the luggage as they chat on the way, filled with joy. By evening, the Zheng family holds a welcome banquet for Zheng Yuhuan. The table is full of food, warm and lively. At dinner, Zheng Yuhuan observes Lin Fan with curiosity. She'd heard this fourth sister-in-law is a talented writer and is full of adoration. Fourth sister-in-law, you're so pretty, and you write so well. As the topic turns to the country, Lin Fan puts down her chopsticks, looking Zheng Yuhuan in the eye. Lin Fan poses a series of practical questions asking about her plans, farming techniques, and raising pigs. Zheng Yuhuan is stunned for a moment, before whispering she'll learn, but her tone is no longer as confident as before. Seeing the vibrant but naive young girl, Lin Fan suggests a taste of real rural life. Zheng Yuhuan looks puzzled, uncertain of what this experience entails, both curious and hesitant. Lin Fan patiently explains it's only for a few days. If she still wants to go after that, she'll have full support. Her voice is sincere. Okay, Lin Fan looks at Zheng Yuhuan's stubborn face and silently hopes the experience will help her face reality and the right choice. The dinner atmosphere becomes relaxed again. Zheng Yuhuan eats her meal optimistic and expectant about the coming days. The sky outside gradually darkens, painted red by the sunset. And Zheng Yuhuan's life is about to be decided for good. Afternoon sunlight bathes the Zheng family balcony. The air carries a faint scent of greenery. Lin Fan is preparing to dry something special. She quietly takes out rice stalks from her space, the grains amazingly plump, with heavy heads bending the stems. Look extraordinary. She carefully adjusts the angle of the plants, ensuring every grain is exposed to sun and air. Her eyes are full of hope. Those rice ears are bigger than normal rice, the grains round and full, as if holding endless energy and incredible vitality. Lin Fan stares at these chill seeds of quiet hope. Crops grown from spirit water bring a huge surprise to this era. Zheng Yujie pushes open the door, seeing her resting on the bed, and asks softly, tired? What did you have for lunch? With looking up, Lin Fan answers, there are tea eggs in the pot. Help yourself. In the kitchen pot, the tea eggs give off a tempting aroma. The rice shells are glossy. Holding a tea egg, Zheng Yujie walks to the balcony, his eyes landing on the drying rice, and he instantly frowns. He picks up a rice stalk, the heavy weight surprises him. This isn't edible. It just takes up space. Hearing this, Lin Fan sits up straight, grabbing the seeds. What do you know? These are high-quality seeds. Zheng Yujie remains unimpressed. Furious, Lin Fan pushes him out the door. Out! Get out! Stop annoying me. Jung Yu-jae heads downstairs fuming with anger, clutching a few stocks he managed to keep, heading to his grandfather for a word. He slams the stocks on the table, venting his grievance. Old mister. Jung puts down the paper, picks up the rice, weighs it in his hand, and his face suddenly changes. Where did you get this? After Jung Yu-jae tells the truth, old Mr. Time, Jung stands up in excitement. This is a priceless treasure. Report this immediately. At dusk, academician Win from the academy rushes over. He takes the seeds with both hands, holding delicately, his eyes tearing up. As everyone waits breathlessly, Lin Fan steps forward and calmly explains the seed's origin. Academician Wen says excitedly, Comrade Lin Fan, you've done a great service. In the bedroom that night, Jung Yu-jae looks at Lin Fan with eyes full of guilt. Wife, I was wrong today. Lin Fan curls her lips into a smile. Now you know, I have an eye for greatness. She gently strokes her belly. Outside, the night grows darker, stars dotting the sky. Late at night in the Zhang family bedroom, Lin Fan takes some things from a locked chest. They are a few pairs of newly made men's underwear, gently spreads them on the bed, preparing to give them to Jung Yu-jae. Fabric is breathable and absorbent. The cut is much better fitting those old baggy trunks. Lin Fan designed the patterns herself and found a partner to produce them. While Jung Yu-jae is feeling puzzled, Lin Fan explains with a smile that she designed and collaborated on these. She also specially prepared sets for his oldest and third brothers, telling him to let everyone try them out. Giving these to them, is it appropriate? Lin Fan dismisses his concerns and the cost is $1.30. She asks Jung Yu-jae to charge his bears $1.50. The 20-cent profit is for his trouble. Hearing he can make a delivery fee, Jung Yu-jae's eyes light up instantly. His hesitation vanishes, and he quickly packs the underwear away. After packing them, Jung Yu-jae heads straight to Brother Jung's room. He wants to recommend these new underwear to his oldest brother. When Brother Jung opens the door, Jung Yu-jae acts mysterious and hands over the items, pitching them enthusiastically. Lin Fan got these. They feel great to wear and you can move around easily. Brother Zhang is decisive and pays for 3 pairs on the spot. After leaving Brother Zhang's room, Jung Yu-jae rushes to Jung Sang's door. After putting a pair on, Jung Sang immediately notices the comfort. He says don't chafe at all and takes another 2 pairs right away. Do Jae overhears from the inner room, merely scoffs and says nothing. Then Jung Yu-jae gives his parents 2 extra large pairs. When Mother Jung takes them, she checks the stitching and fabric carefully with a tone of praise. Next morning, the Jung family living room, Grandpa Jung wears the new underwear and moves around, glowing with and high spirits. Grandma Zhang smiles and responds, saying that Lin Fan is such a full girl, always keeping the family in mind whenever she has something good. Eating breakfast nearby, Jo Jae hears the family's praise for Lin Fan. She feels quite upset inside and can only lower her head, shoveling porridge into her mouth to hide her true emotions. During the day in the Jung family courtyard, Lin Fan hands a bunch of finished items to first sister-in-law Jung, asking her to distribute them. As first sister-in-law Jung takes the clothing, Lin Fan takes out some slips of paper with measurements written on them. Those are the size for the Jung Yu-jae brothers. She asks first sister-in-law Jung to help make them as soon as possible. First sister-in-law Jung nods in understanding, and the 2 women share a smile. The old awkwardness is gone, and they've grown much closer. Standing nearby, Jung Yu-jae sees the 2 of them getting along so harmoniously. His gaze softens with tenderness and a heart full of relief. Lin Fan watches first sister-in-law Jang walk away, thinking to herself, only with peace in the family and everyone united, the business she wants to build last for a long time. In the secret room on the top floor of the library, Lin Fan was under the gaze of the security personnel and began to review several pieces of highly confidential technical data. She held her breath in focus, flipping through the pages quickly. Occasionally picked up a pen to calculate on scratch paper, moving swiftly, concentrating so deeply that it seemed everything around her was irrelevant. The pen in her hand seemed to come to life, as every calculation was precise and efficient. Soon, the scratch paper was filled with dense formulas. Chu Yahweh stayed calm on the surface, but deep down, he was shocked by Lin Fan's speed. He had never seen anyone handle such complex data so efficiently. Time ticked away as the clock on the wall slowly reached 3 hours. Lin stopped exactly on time. She lightly raised her hand, voice calm and clear. Comrade Chiu, mind can't keep up. Thanks for your hard work, Comrade Lin. The car is ready. Lin Fan neatly organized the revised and annotated materials and put them gently into the bag. She was graceful but efficient. She then handed the file to Chiu Yahweh with a calm look, not looking for any credit. At dusk, in Elder Ji's office, Chiu Yahweh respectfully presented the files organized by Lin Fan to Elder Ji Fongnan's nearby waiting. Elder Ji took the bag, eagerly opened it, put on reading glasses, and looked carefully at Lin Fan's notes and calculations with full attention. Elder Ji frowned, and as he kept flipping through, he gradually became excited. His fingers trembled as he pointed at a calculation on the paper. Elder Ji suddenly looked up. Old Feng, Come and see this. This is pure genius, solving a 6-month bottleneck. He couldn't contain his joy. Elder Ji excitedly paced back and forth in the office, constantly praising Lin Fan's talent. We must bring Lin Fan into the core project group. Late at night, a small meeting room, leaders were listening to the report by Elder Ji and Chu Yawei. They were serious. Flipping through reports, the leader nodded. Lin Fan is truly talented. After discussion, a report confirming Lin Fan's strategic value and agreeing to her terms was officially confirmed, a major milestone in her career path. Late at night, in the Zheng family study, Zheng Nanping and Lin Fan sat across from each other. The light was soft, creating a peaceful but serious atmosphere. Zheng Nanping set down his cup, speaking in a low, firm voice. The organization recognizes your work. We'll do it your way. Thanks, Dad. I'll do my best. Lin Fan rose and left the study, closing the door slowly, as if not wanting to break the night's silence. Leaning against the corridor wall, Lin Fan breathed a long sigh of relief. Days of tension fully eased, showing a sense of relief in her eyes. Her gaze was calm but firm, as she thought to herself, the first step toward the goal has finally been taken safely. Zheng Yuwen stayed in the Zheng family for a few days, listening to Lin Fan tell stories of the countryside, the hardships of the harvest, the crude conditions, and the long nights of homesickness. Initial impulse slowly faded, replaced by a newfound calm. Fourth sister-in-law, is life in the country really that hard? You'll only know by experiencing it yourself. Lin Fan suggested that once Zheng Yujie was free, they would go to a nearby youth settlement to talk with the youth there. Zheng Yuhuan nodded thoughtfully, finding direction in her confusion. At dusk, the family gathered for dinner. Zhou Jie noticed the braised pork in Lin Fan's bowl and felt a surge of jealousy. Zhou Jie raised an eyebrow and mockingly, fourth sister-in-law is truly the family's great hero. Keep your mouth shut and eat. As Grandma Zheng glared at her, Zheng Laosan kicked Zhou Jie under the table, warning her to stay quiet. Zhou Jie immediately backed down, reprimanded by Grandma and warned by her husband. Zhou Jie's face flushed with shame. Filled with resentment, she didn't dare speak again. She could only lower her head and shovel food into her mouth to hide her embarrassment. Late at night, Lin Fan returned to her room, entering her private space to count the assets she had accumulated recently, planning her next move. In the corner, antiques and paintings were neatly arranged. Stacks of cash and shining gold and silver ingots were quickly organized. The storage area was full of food, dry goods, and high-yield seeds. Everything was ready. Looking at her wealth, Lin Fan felt confident. With plenty of startup capital, she just needed the house deed to have a place of her own. Next, it's time to make money grow. Following day, Zheng Nanping returned from the military with news regarding the property rewards and future assignments. While Lin Fan was thinking, he sought her out and said calmly, the paperwork is in progress. You need to submit a proposal. All right, Dad, I'll think it over. After Zheng Nanping left, Lin Fan stood by the window, gazing at the view, her eyes calm and focused in thought. The season of turmoil has come to an end. The future is wide open, and Lin Fan already has a plan. Her stage is just beginning. She's ready to show her strength on this new journey. Sunlight filled the courtyard of the Zheng family. As a breeze brushed the plants, everything was peaceful and full of hope, signaling a new beginning with infinite possibilities. In the Zheng family's living room, Zheng Yuhuan was chatteringly handing out the gifts they brought to everyone. Zhou Jie got there first and grabbed the brightest red yarn, smiling as they handed out the rest. Gray is fine for us. Zheng Yuan urged Zheng Yujie to put the yarn away, then asked Yuning of their cousin's whereabouts. Zheng Yujie changed the subject. After dinner, Lin Fan was woken by Zheng Yujie and went to the dining room bleary-eyed. Zheng Nanping was already at the table. Among the clatter of silverware, Zheng Nanping looked up and asked, was your library trip okay? It was fine, just a little dizzy from the reading. Asked by Zheng Nanping about the difficulty, Lin Fan said it wasn't hard to understand, knowing they put aside the confusing parts, thinking to themselves that those weren't their responsibility anyway. Uncle, stay a few more days now that you're here. Spend time with your grandparents. After eating, they returned to the living room. Zheng Nanping noticed that Zheng Yujie was stalling and didn't want to leave. His tone immediately grew stern. Shouldn't number 4 be at work? Dad, Yuhuan just arrived, I thought. Get back to work now. Zheng Yujie grumbled to themselves, feeling like a tool to be tossed aside once used. Meanwhile, Zheng Nanping watched his pathetic display and grew frustrated, fearing he'd make Lin Fan lazy too. During the standoff between father and son, Lin Fan couldn't help but giggle at the conversation. This laugh at Zheng Yujie's glare. How heartless. Not even a word to help me. Under Zheng Nanping's pressure, Zheng Yujie reluctantly stood up. He planned to visit the base after heading out. Once Zheng Yuje left, Lin Fan went to her bedroom alone and locked the door. Inside the bedroom, Lin Fan entered her own private space. She drank some spring water to relax and lay down in the bed within that space. Finally, some time to process that data. As the sunset stained the window, Lin Fan woke and invited Zheng Yuhuan for a walk in the yard. Fourth sister-in-law, you're amazing. You're smart and capable. Lin Fan smiled, replying gently, we all have our paths. Just live your life clearly. Zheng Yuhuan was thrilled, saying urgently, go to the country and build up the rural areas. Lin Fan calmly asked what Yuhuan could actually do there. Zheng Yuhuan was stunned briefly, then firmly stated she was willing to serve as needed, ready to go wherever she was called. In some places, life isn't easy for women. No, that won't happen. Those are just rare cases. Lin Fan didn't argue, simply saying, I hope so. She noted that many women ended up marrying uncles there. Zheng Yuhuan fell silent, her initial excitement totally gone. At dinner, Grandma Song noticed Zheng Yuhuan's low mood. After being pressed, she repeated the story Lin Fan told about women in the countryside. That's not unusual. Those things happen a lot in villages. Then we need to change that even more. Brother Zheng shook her head, thinking her too naive. Jie joined in to tease. Zheng Yuhuan called them all pessimists. Meanwhile, Lin Fan ate quietly. The living room of the Zheng family is still a bit chilly in the early morning. Zheng Yuhuan is about to slip out to find Lin Fan when she is called back by Grandma Zheng. In a firm voice, Grandma Zheng says to her granddaughter, come to the backyard with Grandma. Zheng Yuhuan is full of reluctance, still thinking about visiting her fourth cousin. But Grandma's tone leaves no room for refusal. The backyard of the Zheng family is a bare plot of land. A hoe and a small stool sit in the corner. Morning dew still clings to the soil. Grandma Zheng thrusts the heavy hoe into Zheng Yuhuan's hands, teaching her how to grip it and keep her waist low. Zheng Yuhuan raises the hoe confidently, determined to show off her skills. However, she didn't expect the ground to be so hard. As soon as the hoe digs slightly into the dirt, the impact sends a shock that makes Zheng Yuhuan's hands go numb instantly. Frowning, Zheng Yuhuan can't help but complain, why is the ground so hard? Grandma Zheng sits on the small stool, watching her granddaughter struggle, showing no sympathy at all. With a stern face, she says deeply, if you don't finish this patch, you get no lunch. Zheng Yuhuan digs a few more times with gritted teeth. Her palms quickly turn red and raw, a stinging pain piercing her heart. Looking at the barely touched soil, then at her grandmother's stern expression, Zheng Yuhuan's eyes well up. She suddenly drops the hoe. On the verge of tears, she cries out, I'm done. You don't care about me at all. Grandma Zheng immediately pulls a long face. She knows showing pity now would only cause her granddaughter to suffer more in the countryside later. Zheng Yuhuan opens her palms, covered in small blisters. Tears stream down her cheek. Meanwhile, in the living room of Huang Keping's home, Huang's mother is worried about whether Zheng Yuhuan will actually go to the country, fearing her son is being fooled. Huang Keping is full of confidence, thinking Zheng Yuhuan is a fool who is pampered. As long as she is determined, her parents will give in. Following her will definitely pay off. Then, a knock sounds at the door. Sitting outside are officials from the Youth Mobilization Office. Their tone is aggressive, demanding why the Huang family hasn't registered yet, warning that they will be forced to join next week, with their subsidy cut by half. Seeing this, Huang Keping rushes forward, hurriedly promising, we'll go tomorrow, we will definitely sign up. After seeing them out, Huang Keping's face becomes very dark. Secretly suspects that the Zheng family is playing tricks behind his back. Thinks to himself with hatred, Zheng family wants to ditch him? Keep dreaming. Won't let this go. On the other side, near the phone at the Zheng families, Feng Qingman is speaking anxiously to Zheng Nanchang. Huang Keping is still looking for Yuhuan. He's clearly up to no good. After hearing this, Zheng Nanchang's face turns cold instantly. He won't let anyone who dares to get his precious daughter get away with it. Zheng Nanchang picks up the phone receiver without any hesitation and dials old the Li family's number, ordering him to keep an eye on Huang Keping. At dusk in the dining room of the Zheng family, the three are eating dinner together. Looking at her swollen, blistered hands, Zheng Yuhuan has lost her appetite. She quickly asks Grandma if she can stop digging tomorrow. Her voice is filled with fatigue and self-pity. But Grandma Zhang doesn't soften, asking if she can't even dig. What can she do in the countryside? Will she loosen the soil with her mouth? As Zheng Yuhuan looks down in silence, Lin Fan's gentle voice is heard. I'm going to the department store tomorrow. Care to join me? Hearing Lin Fan's invitation, Zheng Yuhuan's eyes light up, and all her exhaustion seems to vanish into thin air. The library's fourth floor was silent. Escorted by Lin Fan and Chu Yaowei and some security guards, they headed toward the secret room. The door shut, sealing them in. Lin Fan sat down, her gaze landing on a thick stack of files. On the cover, closed-in weapon system was especially striking. Range, precision, many problems needed solving. Fan flipped through the papers quickly. Her mind worked at top speed, capturing all key information. She began to write calculations rapidly on scratch paper, the sound of the pen scratching filled the quiet room. She used reference books as a cover, while her consciousness entered the spatial library to access advanced data. Chu Yue watched her incredible speed, feeling shocked. No wonder the higher-ups valued Lin Fan so much. The scratch paper was soon covered in formulas and improvement ideas. Concepts like ballistic optimization and multi-barrel firing took shape. 1 hour later, Lin Fan stopped. She tucked the notes into the main folder, looking slightly tired. Seeing Chu Yue still waiting, Lin Fan rubbed her brow and spoke wearily. Today's part is done, I need to rest. Chu Yue was stunned, checking the watch to see only an hour had passed. It was hard to believe the task was done. Lin Fan nodded in explanation. Mental overexertion requires rest. Inspiration can't be forced. Chu Yue agreed. The Secret Research Institute, Elder Ji's office. Elder Ji and Fang Nan waited anxiously. Every second felt like an eternity. Chu Yue pushed open the door and presented the file bag solemnly to Elder Ji, filling the air with tension and hope. Elder Ji eagerly opened the bag, put on his glasses, and scanned the documents. He skimmed quickly at first, then slowed down, pointing at a note with trembling fingers. He was suddenly overcome with emotion. Elder Ji jumped up, shouting with joy, "Genius! This is a stroke of absolute genius!" Elder Ji paced around excitedly, noting the bottleneck that stalled them for 6 months, which Lin Fan solved so easily. He got up to head out, sounding urgent. "Quick, I must invite her personally." Fang Nan hurriedly stopped him, reminding him that Lin Fan needed rest and would return the day after next. Elder Ji calmed himself, suppressing his excitement, and firmly ordered, "Call the experts for a meeting immediately." At dusk, the Zheng family's living room was warm and bright. Zheng Yuhuan stared at the blisters on her palm, her eyes looking perplexed. Lin Fan walked in, looking slightly tired but still peaceful. Zheng Yuhuan rose quickly, asking in a small, anxious voice, "Sister, about our to go to the department store tomorrow, is it still on?" Seeing her hope, Lin Fan replied gently, "Yes. I'll wake you tomorrow morning." Lin Fan turned to go upstairs, leaving Zheng Yuhuan in the room. Zheng Yuhuan looked at her palm again, feeling the clear sting. Thinking of Lin Fan's risk to the country, she felt petty and ridiculous. Night fell. Lin Fan locked her bed door, ensuring no one would interrupt, then entered her spatial archive. It was brightly lit here, with neatly organized books, a treasure trove of endless knowledge. Lin Fan drank some water to relieve her exhaustion. Then she walked to a shelf, pulling books on artillery control and material science, metal fatigue, and hydraulic transition. The book she pulled out would become the source for her next ideas. She took notes while reading. Knowing she mustn't overdo it, she had to move forward one solid step at a time. The afternoon sun is a bit blinding. Lin Fan is carrying a heavy cloth bag, walking toward the back wall of the scrapyard as usual. Behind the wall of the yard, the old guard is dozing against the wall, his face full of wrinkles, looking peaceful. Lin Fan approaches softly, waking him with her footsteps. He squints, looking up at her. Lin Fan sets down the bag, unties the rope, and reveals the grains, eggs, and a cleaned, plump chicken. The eggs in the bag are all smooth and full, and the chicken is perfectly cleaned. These are high-quality items carefully prepared. Seeing the items, the old man opens his eyes and speaks. "Nice quality. Song Wutai is still being held for you." Lin Fan smiles, brushes the dust off her hands, and admits rare goods are hard to find, so it takes time to save up capital. The old man readily agrees to wait. Lin Fan nods and turns to leave. After a few steps, she can't help but look back at the lying entrance of the yard, her heart filled with expectations for Song Wutai. In the Zheng family living room at dusk, warm, low light fills the space. Zheng Yu enters with his bike, and as he sets down his briefcase, Grandma Zheng waves him over. Grandma Zheng lowers her voice, mentioning Zheng Yuhuan digging and crying over her blisters, saying reasoning is useless. She needs a real taste of hard work. After hearing this, Zheng Yujie nods in understanding. He suggests sending Zheng Yuhuan to Xishan production team to live and work with the youths and break idealism. Grandma Zheng pauses to think, then says firmly, "Let's see her behavior first. If it doesn't improve, we'll do that." Lin Fan drags her tired body back to the bedroom and collapses into a chair, pale and clearly exhausted. Zheng Yujie enters the room, sees how pale she looks, his voice full of concern and a faint sense of frustration. Zheng Yujie complains that since she's pregnant, she should run around every day, and her disobedience worries him. Lin Fan frowns, her voice full of grievance and defense. "I'm out earning fees for my writing, not just wandering around." Lin Fan shifts the topic with a sharp look in her eyes. "Hand it over. You haven't turned in the underwear sales money yet?" Zheng Yujie is stunned, taking a moment to react, looking completely shocked, not knowing how she found out about the sale. His face turns red as he reluctantly pulls a handful of rolled up small bills and large ones from his pocket and slaps them into Lin Fan's palm. Zheng Yujie says with irritation, take it all, you're just obsessed with money." Lin Fan looks down, wets her finger, and one by one, carefully counts the bills with a focused and serious look. Once the count is checked, Lin Fan puts the money away and softens her tone, telling Jung Yu where the emergency money is kept. After dinner, the night deepens. Lin Fan and Jung Yu-hwen walk along the shaded path of the compound. The streetlights stretch their shadows long. Jung Yu-hwen keeps rubbing her swollen, blistered palms. Her pain is evident, her mouth downcast, filled with grievance. On the verge of tears, Jung Yu-hwen complains, "Grandma doesn't love her. My hands are in this state, and she wants me digging again tomorrow." Lin Fan looks at her and asks calmly, "Do you think going to the countryside means you don't have to work?" Lin Fan's words make Jung Yu-hwen stop in her tracks. She looks at Lin Fan in disbelief, surprised that fourth sister-in-law isn't on her side either. Lin Fan looks at her and tells her about Fang Miao Miao's past. Growing up in a family preferring sons, she only had one choice. She only escaped by studying hard. Jung Yu-hwen bows her head and in a small voice asks if Lin Fan also opposes going to the country, feeling lost. Lin Fan stops, looks back at confused Jung Yu-hwen and says softly, "What's important is knowing exactly what you want." She turns to walk away without another word, leaving Jung Yu-hwen standing there alone. As Jung Yu-hwan watched Lin Fan's calm silhouette, she looks down at her burning, painful palms. Tooths pull at her fiercely. Her eyes are filled with confusion and inner struggle. On one hand, the dream of the countryside. On the other, the harsh reality, leaving her unsure of what to choose. Back in her room, Lin Fan sits at her desk, planning to hurry the lingerie business, saving money and resources for Song Wuchai's porcelain and preparing for her future life. Early morning at the Jung family restaurant, warm white light floods the table. The family sits down to eat, the clinking of utensils reflecting the bustle of daily life. Jung Yu-hwen finishes a few bites of porridge, then suddenly stops, sets down her chopsticks, looking determined as she prepares to speak. "I've decided, I'm not going to the countryside. I'm finding a job in the city." Everyone at the table stops instantly, looking up at Jung Yu-hwen in utter surprise. Didn't expect her sudden change of heart. Brother Jung adjusts his glasses, stating that finding work requires job quotas. It's not as simple as wanting one. His tone carries a realistic reminder. Jung Nanping ponders for a moment, remembering that next month the arts troupe is recruiting. He says that Jung Yu-hwen, with her dance background, should try out. Hearing this, Jung Yu-hwen acts hesitant. She doesn't agree immediately, saying she needs to think. Clearly, she isn't keen on the arts troupe idea. Zhang Laosi chimes in, asking what kind of work she wants. Working a counter, the workshop, or an office. Every choice has different requirements. Zhang Huan blinks blankly, confessing she hasn't thought about the details. Now she realizes finding a job is no easy feat. Lin Fan quietly sips her porridge, the corners of her mouth curling into a faint smile. Obviously, she saw this coming. A military jeep passes several checkpoints and enters the heavily guarded Research Institute compound. The car's flame shimmers in the sunlight. Lin Fan, accompanied by Zhang Nanping and the director, enters an remarkable gray building. The hallway is quiet. The footsteps echo clearly. Heading down the stairs, the three enter the underground lab area. The light in the hallway gradually brightens. The hum of equipment can be heard faintly. Pushing open the lab doors, the room is brightly lit, filled with precise instruments and blueprints. Elder Ji, Engineer Lee, and other distinguished experts have been waiting here. The moment Elder Ji sees Lin Fan, he rushes forward and speaks with urgent enthusiasm. "We can see the enemy, but we can't hit them. It's like starving while sitting on a gold mine." Lin Fan stands up and goes to the blackboard. Picking up the chalk, she prepares a diagram to explain her ideas for modifications. The chalk glides quickly across the board. Lin Fan skillfully draws a schematic of the close-in weapon system. The lines are clean and clear. As Lin Fan draws, she gives her lecture proposing 3 areas for modification: power, fire control, and fire density. Sounds confident, logical, and bold. Engineer Lee adjusts his glasses and argues that multi-barrel systems would increase weight, affecting the vessel's stability. He speaks with professional rigor. Lin Fan sets down the chalk and firmly counters. Warships are for fishing, not for luxury cruises. The experts trade looks, their eyes filled with shock, before falling into thought, clearly struck by her daring idea. Lin Fan walks back to her seat and takes out papers filled with formulas and data from her cloth bag. The edges are slightly crumpled, but they're neatly organized. Lin Fan adds ideas for new materials, desalination, and using wind and solar power as auxiliary sources. She calls them unrefined concepts that need expert polish. Elder Ji almost snatches the papers, puts on his glasses, and reads line by line with shaking hands. The more he reads, the more excited he gets. Until his eyes well up, Elder Ji looks up and says earnestly, "Little Comrade Lin, you should officially join the Institute." Lin Fan quickly waves it off, giving an apologetic smile, saying she's not the type for focused research. She prefers the freedom of translation work. The experts' expressions are complex: regret, confusion, and a bit of admiration. They didn't expect her to refuse such a rare opportunity. Using fresh air as an excuse, Lin Fan walks out of the lab. She sits on a bench in the hallway, preparing to rest. Lin Fan pulls out a military canteen, unscrews cap, and sips some spirit spring water, her eyes reflecting a hint of soothing relief. She then quietly takes a meat pie from her space. It's small and delicate, giving off a light aroma. She begins taking careful, small bites. Jung Nanping follows her outside and sits on the bench beside her. He looks at Lin Fan with a complex expression, hesitating to speak. Jung Nanping is silent for a moment but eventually can't help but ask, "Did you really come up with all this yourself?" Lin Fan swallows her food, gives a smile, and says she just reads widely in her spare time and tinks around. Implementation depends on the experts. Jung Nanping looks at Lin Fan's calm, even lazy-looking file, his inner world shaken beyond words. He increasingly feels his daughter-in-law is something else. The hallway is quiet as the two sit together, lost in their own thoughts. The sunlight pours through the window, peaceful yet masking deep waves. Back at home, the bedroom is dimly lit at night. Lin Fan sits at the desk, sorting research files, focused and intense. The papers are filled with dense formulas and data. Each stroke is meticulous, a testament to her dedication. Once finished, Lin Fan gazes into the night, her eyes filled with hope for the future and hidden secrets. Evening, the Jung family's living room. Warm light fills the table. The family is having dinner. The sound of clashing cutlery brings a brief harmony. Suddenly, the door is kicked open. Cold air rushes in with the night, shattering the peace. Jung Yuning barges in, face ashen, her gaze piercing. She glares at the table. Lin Fan quietly drinks her soup, stirring it slowly with calm grace, unaware of the coming storm. Jung Yuning locks eyes on Lin Fan, suppressing rage as she demands, "Did you seduce my old fan?" The shout startles Zheng Yuwen, causing the spoon to fall with a sharp clatter. Silence falls instantly. Everyone stops eating. Lin Fan turns pale, gripping her spoon with shock and hurt. Seeing no defense from Lin Fan, Zheng Yuning grows more aggressive, spewing insults. "That brat in your belly, who knows whose it is?" Lin clenches her fist until her knuckles turn white, suppressing extreme fury. Pushed to the limit, Lin stands up and strikes Zheng Yuning across the face. The slap is so hard that Zheng Yuning stumbles back, clutching her face in disbelief. With eyes red from anger, Lin Fan boils with rage and screams, "Don't dare curse my child or I'll end you." Zhang Yujie stands at the same time, shielding Lin Fan. His face is livid, veins bulging on his forehead. Zhang Yujie glares at Zhang Yuning and roars, "Get out! Get out now!" The sharp pain snaps Zhang Yuning back. She screams and looks to Mr. and Mrs. Zhang for help, looking aggrieved. Mrs. Zhang tries to intervene, but Mr. Zhang stops her with a look. Mr. Zhang's face is stern. He signals for her to stay out of it and keep order. Lin Fan takes a deep breath. She looks at them with ice in her eyes, ready to lose everything. Coldly, she declares, "If anyone slanders me, don't expect any mercy." Zhou Jie is terrified by Lin Fan's intensity and quickly looks down. The elder brother and his wife look away, trapped in a tense atmosphere. Ignoring everyone, Lin Fan takes Zhang Yujie's arm and signals for him to come. The couple turns and heads for the stairs with firm steps, without looking back. A loud bang shuts the room door, cutting off the noise below. Silence returns to the room, filled only by Zhang Yuning's sobs and heavy breathing. The air is stifling. Under the dim sway lights, the couple goes upstairs. Their footsteps echo in the hallway. Inside the bedroom, Lin Fan sits on the bed, breath trembling, so raw with anger and hurt. Jing Yujie sits beside her, patting her back, speaking softly to calm her down. Tear streaks on her cheeks, her expression softens, but the deep pain remains. Zhang Yujie pulls her into his arms. They hold each other, finding comfort in the quiet. Downstairs, Mrs. Zhang sighs at the sobbing Zhang Yuning, feeling helpless. She taps her back gently. Mr. Zhang sits on the sofa, frowning deeply as he thinks of how to end this family turmoil. A dim street corner at dusk. Light fading away. Zhang Yujie and Xiao Liu's, hiding in the shadows of a wall, keep a vigilant watch on the area. Xiao Liu's, "Did you bring the stuff?" Xiao Liuzi pats his pocket, signaling that they are ready, a confident smile appearing on his face. "Fourth brother, don't worry, we're all set." Suddenly, in the distance, the sound of a bicycle bell rings out, going louder, shattering the silence of the street. Zhang Yujie cautiously peeks out, identifying the target, and gives Xiao Liuzi a nod. "He's here. Get ready." Fan Qiming rides the bicycle, whistling a tune, looking relaxed and completely unaware as approaches the corner. Xiao Liuzi quickly pulls out a slingshot, fingers gripping a stone, aiming at the bicycle wheel spokes. With swift precision, 2 stones accurately strike the wheel spokes, with a sharp metallic clink. The bicycle instantly loses balance, swerving violently. Fan Qiming cries out, having no time to react as he and the bike crash heavily to the ground. "Who the hell did that?" Before Fan Qiming can even move, a sack falls from above, instantly covering his head, plunging him into darkness. "Who the hell is ambushing me?" Zhang Yujie and Xiao Luzi move instantly, rushing forward to kick at the figure under the sack, striking him hard multiple times. "Mercy, stop! I won't do it again." Still fuming, Jung Yoo-jae lands 2 more hard kicks, each one with full force. Jung Yoo-jae gives Xiao Liuzi a quick signal, and they immediately stop, vanishing silently into the depths of the alley. After a while, Fan Qiming finally dares to move, the intense pain making every movement difficult. Mrs. Fan passes by with a basket, humming a tune, when she sees a slumped figure on the ground and is startled. Mom, it's me. Looking closely, Mrs. Fan recognizes her son, rushes over to him, and breaks into loud sobs. In the hospital ward that night, Fan Qiming lies on the bed, wrapped bandages, looking like a mummy. The doctor finishes the exam, telling the fans he has severe soft tissue bruising, 2 fractured ribs, and needs further tests for internal bleeding. The others look at each other, emptying their pockets, but they only have a few cents, far from enough for the fees. Mrs. Fan takes her anger out on the weeping Zhang Yuning, urging her to find the money quickly. Zhang Yuning cries, Fan Qiming took all our savings, I don't have a single cent left. At the Zhang family's living room, Mother Zhang returns from work, looking tired, and mentions that Fan Qiming was attacked. Grandpa Zhang scoffed, saying Fan Qiming what he deserved. A wicked heart leads to trouble sooner or later. Lin Fan sits quietly nearby, knitting with her head down, her fingers moving swiftly, acting as if she didn't care less. Jung Yoo-jae blankly looks at a newspaper, but no one notices that he is holding it upside down, his mind elsewhere. Back in the bedroom, Lin Fan closes the door, looking at Jung Yoo-jae with raised brows, silently asking him if he was the one. Stop guessing nonsense. Lin Fan stopped smiling, seriously reminding him. Fan Qiming is a petty man. He won't learn his lesson easily. Be careful he doesn't retaliate. After speaking, Lin Fan gently touches her belly, with a tender smile on her face, her voice filled with relief. Time at the Zhang family living room, filled with bright light. Lin Fan is reading quietly, as Zhang Yuhuan enters quickly, holding 2 letters. 4th sister-in-law, have 2 letters. Were sent from Haishi and Northeast respectively. Neat handwriting on the envelopes carried a hint of distant lands. Xiuhuan Fan first opens the letter from the northeast, touching the paper gently, unfolding it slowly, and reading with deep focus. Upon reading the contents, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh, her eyes filled with relief. Clearly, the content was exactly what she had hoped for. Attracted by the laughter, Zhang Yuhuan leaned in curiously, stretching her neck to see the paper. Just as Zhang Yuhuan leaned over to peek, Lin Fan smilingly handed it over, letting her see the truth of the rural life she longed for. The letter detailed the intensity of rural labor, the helplessness of the young women, every word showing how hard life truly was. Zhang Yuhuan read on. She frowned, looking deeper and deeper into the text, longing fading away, placed by utter shock. Is it truly hard? Zhang Yoo-jae walked in just then, overhearing their conversation, and picked up the letter to scan it quickly. Still thinking about going to the country? Not anymore, I'll find a job in the city. After breakfast, first sister-in-law Zheng waited for the family to turn away and pulled Lin Fan aside, with a mysterious smile. She pulled a stack of money out, handing it over carefully to Lin Fan, eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Fan took the cash without even counting it. First sister-in-law Zheng was overjoyed and quickly asked Lin Fan if there was more stock, as business was booming. In a room at the Lin family's place, Mother Lin and Aunt Lin were busy at the sewing machine, their feet pumping the pedal fast. On a chair nearby, a stack of finished undergarments was piled high, featuring fine, neat stitches. Mother Lin promised Aunt Lin payment would be made upon completion, assuring her she'd get her wage. Aunt Lin beamed with joy, saying it's paid better than her regular job, and sped up her work nimbly. At night, in the Zheng family bedroom, Zheng Yoo-jae pulled a cloth bag from the closet and solemnly handed it to Lin Fan. Inside the bag were receipts for dried seafood, detailing the quantities and the delivery information. How's the market? Is it safe? Zheng Yoo-jae explained that 300 pounds of dried seafood already had buyers at the restaurants, with the rest to be sold as cooked food, making for great profits and low risk. Right after Zheng Yoo-jae finished speaking, Lin Fan leaned in and gave Zheng Yoo-jae a soft kiss on his cheek, eyes shining with admiration. Save it, all you care about is money. Would you rather someone else spend it? Zheng Yoo-jae was speechless and glared, and they both laughed together, filling the room with warmth and a harmonious atmosphere. After the laughter, Lin Fan gently rubbed her stomach with a tender look, feeling the new life within her. Overwhelmed with happiness. To ease the tension at home, Lin Fan suggested taking Zheng Yoo-jae and Zheng Yuhuan to Kwanjude for roast duck. Once they were seated, Lin Fan ordered from the menu like a pro. She was so natural, she didn't seem like a first-timer. Ordered 2 roast ducks, 1 to eat now, and half for takeout. She specifically requested plenty of wraps and sauce. The waiter advised against over-ordering, but was reassured by Lin Fan's confident smile. Zheng Yuhuan looked at Lin Fan with pure admiration. Meanwhile, Zheng Yoo-jae watched how she ordered the food, full of suspicion. Zheng Yoo-jae wondered to himself, how could this be her first time? What kind of life did she live before this? Before long, the aromatic roast duck was served. The crispy, golden skin was mouth-watering. Lin Fan handled the wraps with ease, moving as if she'd practiced 1,000 times. She spread the sweet bean sauce, layered the scallions and cucumber, added a few slices of the juicy meat, and rolled it up skillfully. The perfect roll was ready. She handed the wrap to Zhang Yujie and said with a smile, "Try it while it's hot." She rolled another for Zhang Yuhuan before making one for herself. She was so thoughtful. Zhang Yuhuan took a big bite, her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "This is delicious." "Sister-in-law, you really are a foodie." At her admiration, Lin Fan smiled subtly, explaining she'd read it in a book, a gourmet food guide. Zhang Yujie didn't buy it at all. What book describes how to eat duck in such detail? While they were enjoying the meal, suddenly Lin Fan cried out and clutched her belly. Panic hit Zhang Yujie. He grabbed her hand in total worry. Lin Fan placed his hand on her belly to feel the baby's movement. The moment his hand touched, he felt a kick and shouted, "It moved! Honey, the baby's kicking!" Lin Fan laughed and said, "The baby was saying hello to Dad." Right after she spoke, there was another kick. Zhang Yujie was excited like a kid, talking endlessly to her belly. With sheer joy, Lin Fan watched him playing with Zhang Yuwen, feeling a surge of warmth that cleared away all gloom. After dinner, the three pushed their bikes, walking home slowly. The moon cast a gentle glow on the ground. Zhang Yuhuan tugged on Lin Fan's sleeve and asked hopefully, "Can we come again?" Lin Fan promised her when she gets a job and receives her first paycheck, it'll be Zhang Yuhuan's treat. Zhang Yujie watched Lin Fan's gentle profile in the moonlight and held her hand tightly, cherishing the moment. No arguments or doubts now, just the warmth of companionship, simple and beautiful. The path felt short and long, carrying the purest joy the three had right then. The moonlight was like water, protecting this tranquility and lighting their way forward. The takeout bag on the bike handle swayed gently, as if telling a story of tonight's magic. During the day, Lin Fan stays alone in the bedroom, getting ready to count recent gains and plan for the future. Tin Box holds shares from the lingerie sales, Zhang Yujie's handed over salary, and money from Haishi's goods business, piling up into a small mountain of cash. Keeps a mental count of the grain, food, and antiques in her space, which are the sources of her true security. Cash, supplies, connections, and family status. She now has more leverage than ever, and her mind is at peace. She plans to push Minister Guo for the courtyard house papers. Once the baby is born, they will move out on their own and have Mom and Yeye over. Life has hope. Now, life is worth looking forward to. Lin Fan picks up a pen to systematically organize her next steps, as every point is vital to a stable future. While in the living room, Zhang Yuhuan is worrying over job postings. Her brow furrowed in frustration. The factory shifts are too tiring, the department store job requires standing all day, and the clerk job needs an exam. Every choice makes her hesitate. Grandma Zheng sits nearby, rebuking her. "You're too picky, no job is that easy." Lin Fan puts down her book, softly soothing her, telling her not to rush into a decision. Lin Fan gently speaks to Zhang Yuhuan. "The important thing is, what do you actually want to do?" Zhang Yuhuan sighs, her anxiety easing significantly, deciding to take her time. The old phone suddenly rings. Zhang Yuhuan picks up and hears her father's voice, instantly breaking into a smile. Zhang Yuhuan acts cute over the phone. "I know, Dad, I'm being good." After hanging up, Zhang Yuhuan's mood completely ends. Her previous worries seem to have vanished into thin air. At dusk, the Zhang family sits around the dinner table. The atmosphere is much more harmonious. Zhou Jie eats in silence. After what happened before, she doesn't dare speak out of turn. Grandma puts some food into Lin Fan's bowl. Fan, your belly is getting big. Is everything ready?" Zhang Yuhuan sweetly into the phone. "I know, Dad, I'm being very good." Zhang Yujie pats his chest. "Don't worry, Mom, I've got it under control. Everything that needs to be prepared is almost ready." After dinner, Lin Fan and Zhang Yujie walk in the courtyard, enjoying a rare moment of peace. Under the moon, Lin Fan asks in a low voice, "How is it on your brother-in-law's side? Are there still risks?" Zhang Yujie looks determined and nods sincerely. Lin Fan stops and reminds Zhang Yujie, "Safety comes first. Don't take risks for a little more money." Zhang Yujie nods sincerely, saying he knows what he's doing and will put safety first. Lin Fan leans gently against the courtyard railing, and the weight on her heart is finally gone. She looks up at the darkening night sky, her gaze calm and resolute, full of confidence for the future. The plan on her better desk is still open, each point carrying her hopes for a stable life. The old phone in the living room is quiet once again, yet it has given Zhang Yuhuan a sense of security. The enamel cup on the table is still warm, much like the warming atmosphere within the Zhang family. As the night deepens, the moon shines over the yard, guarding this hard-won peace and quiet. In the early morning, With messy hair and eyes red from crying, Jung Yuning rushed into the Jung family living room, looking utterly frantic. While pretending to wipe away tears, she secretly watched the living room to see the elders' reactions. Her mind wasn't actually on asking for help. As everyone looked at each other in confusion, Jung Yuning suddenly raised her voice. "You have to stand up for Qiming." She lied that Fan Qiming was beaten and covered in injuries, and would be in the hospital for at least 1 month. While hinting that Fan Qiming's injuries happened while protecting the Jung family, Grandpa Jung suddenly slammed the table. "Nonsense! What ridiculous things are you saying?" Instantly seeing through her motives, Grandpa Jung sternly scolded her for her lack of judgment. Grandpa Jung also gave her a cold warning. "If you talk more nonsense, you're banned from coming back home." Jung Yuning was left speechless, and her crying stopped instantly. Scene shifts to the Zhang family dining room. Grandma Zhang called the family to breakfast, and they all sat down. Just as everyone was about to eat, Jung Yuning spoke with a sob. "We spend all our salary each month, and we really have no money for Fan Qiming's medical bills." Zhang Laoxi deliberately ignored plea for help, gently giving an egg to Lin Fan. "Eat more. Take care of yourself and the baby." Nearby, Zhe quickly reached out to grab an egg and stuffed it into his mouth. The little girl, Zheng Hongying, tugged her mother's sleeve. "I want an egg too." Grandma Zheng gently picked up an egg and handed it to her. Mother Zheng put down his chopsticks, looking annoyed. "When will you learn how to manage your life?" Grandma Zheng suddenly cut in. "Maybe Grandpa should call Fan Qiming's boss to see if his salary is being withheld?" This immediately made Jung Yuning panic. "Mom, please have some pity on me this once." Mother Zheng sighed helplessly, pulled $8 from his pocket and handed them to Jung Yuning. As Jung Yuning reached for the money, she pushed her luck again. "Can I have some meat coupons too?" Zhang Laoxi reminded her without looking up. "Pig bone soup is good for recovery, and it doesn't need coupons." Jung Yuning slammed the table. "Zhang Laoxi, I am your own sister." Zhang Laoxi's voice was ice cold. "We cut ties a long time ago." Mother Zhang, annoyed by the noise, pulled out a meat coupon and shoved it at her. "Now leave." With the money and meat coupon, Jung Yuning slipped into the kitchen, grabbed 4 eggs and 2 bowls of pickles before quickly leaving. Aunt Liu watched her go, shaking his head in disbelief. As Aunt sat back down, Lin Fei put down her utensils, went to the kitchen door, and frowned. Zhang Laoxi followed and whispered, "Fan Qiming is definitely behind this." The meeting wasn't hard enough. In a corner outside the Zheng family gate, a man in plain clothes was secretly observing. The scene moves to Yao Guan's study, where Chen Jirong was standing respectfully. Yao Guan exhaled a puff of smoke. "Zheng Nanping has stood in my way for too long." Chen Jirong immediately bowed. "I am willing to be a tool in your hand." A calculating look flashed in Yao Guan's eyes. "Make Fan Qiming our pawn." In the evening, inside the Zheng family bedroom, Lin Fan leaned back in bed. "I feel like something was wrong about today." Zheng Laoxi is by the bed holding her hand. "We will protect you and the child." Chen Zirong is in the office, reporting to brother-in-law Yao Guan, with flattery, plotting to have Fan Qiming frame Zheng Nanping up, promising Fan Qiming promotions and wealth. They've finalized the plot to plant evidence and then conduct a raid. He is certain Fan Qiming will be tempted by the rewards. He has already planned out the next steps. He's determined to leave Zheng Nanping with no way out. "Let's see how you survive this, Zheng Nanping." Chen Jirong prepares the deposit, to head to the hospital to persuade the injured Fan Qiming, using money and career prospects to fully win him over and ensure the plan works. At the hospital, Fan Qiming is bedridden from injuries, looking weak. Chen Jirong gets straight to the point, stuffing the deposit under his pillow, using riches and a promotion to lure him. Chen Jirong also promises not only cash after it's done, but will also give Fan Qiming a career boost and real estate in the city, clearing all his doubts. While Fan Qiming is hesitating, Chen Jirong suddenly lowers his voice. "This is your only chance." Fan Qiming can't resist the temptation and agrees. "Fine. I'll do it." A conspiracy against the Zheng family quietly begins, and the weight on Chen Zirong's heart is finally gone. Meanwhile, Lin Fan is heading to her family home, carrying a bag of chicken and vegetables. The sun shines on her peaceful face. The chicken in the bag moves slightly, and the vegetables are fresh and green. They're all for her mother's recovery. Lin Fan is focused on improving her mother's health. Noticing how frail she is, she specially prepared these supplements, showing her devotion. When neighbors greet her, she slightly turns away from their gaze. "Yes, Auntie, going back to see my mother." The neighbor's praise makes Lin Fan alert. She decides to keep a low profile, quickening pace. She plans to rent a small yard as a warehouse to store her supplies. Lin Fan returns to the house. Her mother hasn't finished work and her sister isn't back from school. She locks the door behind her, ready to handle the goods in her space to keep her spirit safe. She walks into the kitchen, takes spirit water from the space, and pours it into the jar. Worried about her mother's poor health, she wants to use the spirit water to slowly help her recover. She plans to take out a few chickens, one for today, rest cleaned and ready to go. Then she takes vegetables and eggs from the space, laying them out on the counter, ready to cook her mother a delicious meal to properly nourish her. After finishing in the kitchen, Lin Fan goes to her mother's room. Kneeling by the crate of finished lingerie, she counts them, stitching the completed sets into her space. She adds plenty of materials, keeping the business moving. She carefully organizes the items, fearing any damage. Evaluating the business's progress, she worries attention will bring trouble, making her more determined to rent a warehouse. Back in the kitchen, Lin Fan prepares the rice. She steams rice and egg custard on the stove and boils water in the big pot, waiting for her mother to kill the chicken. Everything is perfectly organized. It was dusk at the bus stop. The streetlights were glowing warm yellow. Lin Fan carried a half-empty net bag, waiting quietly for the bus to arrive. Two men with wandering eyes used a gap in the crowd to quietly approach her. Their gazes lingered on her net bag and her bulky waist. Lin Fan keenly noticed the malicious stares. Her heart tightened as she quickly assessed the situation. There were two of them. Fighting back wasn't the best plan. She calmly moved toward a dense group of people, intentionally getting close to a good-looking auntie, using the presence of others to diffuse the danger. The bus slowly pulled in, and as the doors opened, Lin Fan took the first step and hurried onto the bus. "Auntie, thank you for letting me sit here." Seeing her bulky frame, Auntie showed concern immediately, telling her to be careful during her pregnancy and mentioned it wasn't safe out lately. The two suspicious men squeezed onto the bus after her, sitting by the door, glancing at Lin Fan occasionally. Seeing her chatting happily with Auntie, they began to hesitate. Lin Fan suddenly raised her voice. "Driver, could you let those two off first?" The driver checked the rearview mirror, shouted in agreement, and urged anyone getting off to hurry up so they wouldn't fall behind schedule. The kind driver stopped the bus at the entrance of a department store, a crowded and relatively safe place. Lin Fan gave a grateful thank you and walked quickly into the store. Lin Fan entered a bathroom stall and quickly locked the door. She took a large, dark coat out of her to put on, and messied her hair on purpose. Lin Fan found a familiar sales clerk, Wu Shuchuan, exchanged a look, and slipped into the small warehouse in back. As Wu Shuchuan watched with a puzzled look, Lin Fan lowered her voice and said, 130 sets of women's underwear and 100 pairs of men's. Lin Fan explained she'd rent a warehouse later, so they could pick up the goods themselves. Wu Shuchuan agreed immediately. After the deal was done, Lin Fan pulled her coat tight, kept her head down, and hurried away. Turning a corner near the residential compound, a tall, thin man wearing glasses rushing by, colliding into the distracted Lin Fan. The net hit the ground, and several eggs shattered, spilling yolk everywhere. The man's briefcase also fell, scattering files all over. The man said nothing, crouched down in a panic to gather his papers, ignoring the broken eggs with no intention of apologizing. Lin Fan caught a glimpse of the papers. They were covered in complex equations and charts. They weren't ordinary documents. They were likely classified information. Lin Fan quickly regained her composure. While the man was focused on picking up his things, she quickly swapped the papers from her space with a stack of similar-looking scrap paper. "Oh no, my eggs are broken." The man snapped his up, growling in a low voice. "Quiet, I'll pay you." With one hand, Lin Fan gripped the swapped documents tightly, and with the other, she reached out to take the money he shoved at her, handing him the fake documents in exchange. The man snatched the files, stuffed them into his bag without looking, and fled into the distance for fear of being discovered. Lin Fan maintained her act until the man was far away. Then her face finally showed panic. A cold sweat drenched her back, and her palms felt ice cold. Lin Fan dragged her weak legs to the gates of the military compound. The lights were bright, and a sentry stood straight at his post. It made her feel a little better. She took a small bottle containing spirit spring water from her bag, opened it, and took a few sips. As the cold spring water went down, she barely managed to calm her racing heart. Seeing her pale face and shaky steps, the soldier asked her if she was okay. Lin Fan waved him off, saying it was nothing, asking him to help carry the chicken home. She opened her hand to find it soaked with cold sweat. The encounter was too close. She had almost stumbled into unpredictable, massive trouble. The night sky was dark, with only a few stars visible. Lin Fan looked out the window, her heart full of doubt. That stack of secret documents, where did they come from? She couldn't help but wonder, could that man be a spy? Could these documents be related to national secrets? Would her accidental swap lead to next? In the night, the military compound was exceptionally quiet. Sparse lights dotted the darkness. A storm, triggered by the swap, was quietly brewing. In the bedroom at dusk, Lin Fan wakes up from a nightmare, drenched in a cold sweat, heart pounding wildly. Beside her, Zheng Yujie is fast asleep, holding her waist tightly, his grip making her feel hot and restless. Lin Fan frowns irritably, annoyingly giving Zheng Yujie a pinch on his waist, trying to break free from him. Zheng Yujie opens his eyes drowsily. "Do you feel unwell? Did the baby move?" Lin Fan pushes him away and explains she just had a nightmare and felt hot, telling him to go boil some water, taking a bath to soothe her discomfort. Zheng Yujie walks into the kitchen, where the faint aroma of chicken lingers in the air. Aunt Lu is busy at the stove. Zhang Yujie asks casually about dinner. Aunt Lu tells him that this afternoon, a young guard Lin Fan back along with a chicken without giving many details. Hearing about the guard, Zhang Yujie's heart sinks, realizing that Lin Fan likely ran into trouble on her way back, his expression turning solemn. Stew the chicken tonight, half soup, half braised. Zhang Yujie absent-mindedly helps out for it before heading back to the bedroom. Now, the sound of running water can be heard from the bathroom. Soon after, Lin Fan finishes her bath and steps out, wrapping a towel around her hair. She looks more relaxed now, though a hint of fatigue remains. She sits on the bed, drying her hair, and slowly tells Zhang Yuji about the events of the day, from being trailed by suspicious people to successfully delivering the goods. At the crucial part, Lin Fan lowers her voice. While he was picking something up, I swapped the documents with scrap paper. She clutched her chest, her voice full of lingering fear, saying that she felt like her stomach was cramping up, but she's glad she kept her composure and avoided any mishaps. Zhang Yu jags her hand after listening, his palms soaked in cold sweat. You were too bold. Lin Fan shakes her head. Hiding at home isn't necessarily safe. Those people have devious ways. It's better to rely on yourself. She stands and walks to the desk, picking up a pen and writing down a list of items. Her movements are swift and decisive. On the paper are unfamiliar names like sulfur and saltpeter. Zhang Yu takes the list, utterly confused. Lin Fan explains, these are materials for defensive gadgets that I'll be making. They can save lives in an emergency. She insists he do the handling while she avoids touching them directly. Zhang Yu stares at her in shock, never imagining she'd know such things. The night deepens. The family sits around the dining table. Mother Zhang looks stern, pushing a bowl of tonic medicine in front of Lin Fan. To take such risks for a craving, it's unacceptable. Zhang Yujie frowns. There's a reason, Mom. Just leave it be. Grandma Zhang quickly steps in to mediate. The kids are grown and responsible. As long as Fan Fan is okay, Lin Fan doesn't argue. She just silently takes the chicken soup Zhang Yujie poured and sips it slowly. Suddenly, Zhang Ping walks in. Mother Zhang's mood shifts instantly, fawningly invite him to eat. Lin Fan nudges Zhang Yujie's arm, and the two of them exchange a look of resignation. Lin Fan follows Zhang Yujie into the Zhang family's study. She pulls the swapped credential documents from her bag, and a sketch of the suspect she drew from memory, handing them all to Zhang Nanping. Zhang Nanping quickly flips through the files. Files on fighter jets? You're sure you swapped them? Lin Fan nods firmly. Absolutely. Zhang Nanping pauses to think, praising Lin Fan for doing the right thing and being clever. He promises to keep her identity a secret and warns her to avoid going out as much as possible for now. As the night darkens outside, Zhang Nanping grips the secret documents, his knuckles turning white from the force. A storm is quietly brewing around these files. Under the cover of night, the military office stands quiet. Zhang Nanping clutches the phone with a solemn look, speaking in a low, serious voice, reporting the accidental interception of confidential materials to the chief. Chief's voice on the other end is filled with shock. Zhang Nanping patiently explains the findings, giving a preliminary assessment, expressing concerns that there might be a mole inside. As the chief falls into deep thought, Zhang Nanping suddenly lowers their voice. Use an incomplete copy and we'll flush the mole out. Gaining the chief's praise and support, Nanping hangs up, leaning back with deep, pensive eyes, having already laid an inescapable trap for the mole. The next morning, the bright command center is filled with detailed area maps on the walls. Soldiers are busy deploying tasks, creating an atmosphere of intense order. Soldier A rushes to the map and reports to Zhang Nanping. Based on the sketch from Lin Fan near the family compound, we've found someone similar. But the hair doesn't match. Zhang Nanping points to a key area on the map, ordering tight control. He's the enemy spy will likely return there, either to retrieve the files or to fish off the witnesses. Night falls once again. The alleyway of the residence is dim, with only scattered lights. Debris by the trash cans is perfect for hiding and observing. A hunched figure carrying a sack appears suspiciously at the alleyway. Looking around with a watchful eye, it's the man in glasses, in disguise. From the other side of the alley, a soldier suddenly jumps out, barking, "Freeze!" With a swift leg sweep, the running man is tripped, taken down with sharp precision. The pinned-down man is still struggling and lying, claiming he's just a scavenger, trying to bluff his way out. Soldier A scoffs, instantly exposing the disguise, finding hidden props and crude weapons on him. Evidence is clear. Seeing the proof before him, the man turns pale, his excuse is gone. Handcuffed by the soldiers, he's tightly escorted away. The next day, Soldier A hands the interrogation report to Zhang Nanping. It shows that the man arrested was just a messenger, and the contact is codenamed Shugu. The report clearly states that Shugu is hiding within the family compound among other key intel. Zhang Nanping's gaze is sharp, realizing the search area can now be narrowed down. Zhang Nanping slams the desk. We must hunt down this Shugu. He leads his men to the door of Li Pingchuan, A tidy residence inside the family compound. Door is shut tight, showing no signs of anything wrong. Zhang Nanping knocks. Footsteps sound inside. Li Pingchuan opens the door, and seeing Zheng Nanping with the soldiers, he looks confused and shocked. In the living room, Zheng Nanping says it's a routine check, asking who's living in the house. Li Pingchuan answers honestly. It's himself, his wife, and the maid, Chen Shuxuan. Then there's noise from upstairs. Soldiers rush up, catching the maid, Chen Shuxuan, as she tries to jump out the window. Chen Shuxuan is screaming and struggling, claiming to be a regular maid to cover her identity. Old Li watches utterly panicked. Zheng Nanping approaches Chen Shuxuan, staring at her sharply, whispering the codename Xu Gu. It shatters her composure instantly. Total mental collapse. Hearing the name Xu Gu, Chen Shuxuan turns white, her lips trembling, her act over. Any more lies would be completely useless now. Zheng Nanping has the soldiers politely take the Li couple to assist the investigation, while Chen Shuxuan is bound and hauled away in custody. She'll face the full force of the law. Neighbors gather in the compound, seeing Zheng Nanping taking away the Li family and their maid. They cluster together, whispering and gossiping. Someone asks Grandpa Zheng why Old Li's family was taken. Grandpa Zheng looks solemn, telling them to stay out of army business and clear the area. The residents scatter, but keep on whispering. Everyone is recalling their encounters with maid Shuzhan, filling the air with unease. That evening in the Zheng study, the lamp glows with a warm light. Bookshelves are full, the desk is tidy, the perfect thing for the case debrief. Zheng Nanping sits down, explains everything to Zheng Yuzhe and Lin Fan in detail. Thanks to the sketch and info from Lin Fan, they were able to catch Xu Gu. Just as everyone breathes a sigh of relief, Lin Fan speaks up tentatively. I read in a book once that everyone's fingerprints are unique. Using a special pattern, you can make them visible. I wonder if that method might help in your cases. Upon hearing this suggestion, Zheng Nanping was surprised. He didn't expect Lin Fan to know such niche details, gazing at them with interest and praise. With genuine curiosity, he ponders for a moment, telling Lin Fan that regardless if it works or not, it's certainly a brand new perspective. He'll have the technical team look into it thoroughly. The mood in the study starts to lighten, as the tea steams softly, reflecting the warm lamplight, and the idea of fingerprints to solve crimes plants a seed for the future investigation. At the entrance of the Zheng family at night, the lighting is dim. Hanging on the wall, the kerosene lamp flickers, casting mottled shadows. As Lin Fan prepares to go upstairs, first sister-in-law Zheng quietly pulls them back. Two talk closely. Sister-in-law Zheng looks expectant, wanting to buy a chicken from Lin Fan. Sister-in-law Zheng takes money from a pocket, fully hands it to Lin Fan, with a desperate look in her eyes, dreading being overheard. While they talk in whispers, Zhou Jie suddenly interrupts. Oh, how rich. You can actually afford such an expensive chicken. Lin Fan responds without looking up. If it's too pricey, don't eat it. No pay, no share. Zhou Jie is speechless, and quickly shuts her mouth. Lin Fan ignores her, turns and walks steadily upstairs, looking determined from behind. Inside the hospital ward at night, it is quite dark. Only a few machines make beeping sounds. The beds are neatly arranged, and the air is thick with the smell of disinfectant. Zhang Ying enters the ward carrying a lunchbox. The food inside is meager and bland. Upon seeing it, Mrs. Fan instantly loses her temper, harshly accusing Zheng Yuning. The box contains only simple vegetables and a little rice, hardly enough for the injured Fan Qiming's nutritional needs. Fan Qiming lies in bed pretending to sleep, eyes tightly closed, but watches everything through a squint, mocking Zheng Yuning's stupidity internally. The next day, the hospital ward is bright. Sunlight streams through the window, lifting the nightly gloom. Chen Zhirong enters the ward with canned and malted milk, smiling, claiming to be from the committee, wanting to discuss a deal with Fan Qiming. He signals Mrs. Fan to leave, having something important to discuss with Fan Qiming alone. Though suspicious, Mrs. Fan turns and leaves the room. Only the two are left in the ward. Chen Zhirong leans toward Fan Qiming, whispering the deal details, asking for help to place items at the Zheng family, offering tempting terms. Hearing the deal, Fan Qiming's heart races. He looks hesitant, torn between greed and fear. While Fan Qiming wavers, Chen Zhirong takes a stack of cash from a bag, quietly tucks it under Fan Qiming's pillow. This is the deposit. Take 3 days to think. Great risks bring rewards. After Chen Zhirong leaves, Fan Qiming reaches out, touching the money under the pillow, struggling internally. At dusk, the light is soft in the Zheng family bedroom. Various chemicals are arranged neatly on the table, jars and bottles in perfect order. Zheng Yuzhe gives the purchased chemicals to Lin Fan, looking worried, asking if making things is safe. The bottles on the table have simple labels. Liquids and powders of various colors are stored in containers. Lin Fan stands aside directing, telling Zheng Yuzhe to mix the materials according to the ratios while keeping a safe distance. Careful, get the ratios right and mix slowly. Following the instructions, Jung Yoo-jae carefully mixes the materials with gentle, slow movements. While mixing, he can't help asking Lin Fan where she got this expertise. His eyes are full of curiosity. In the dead of night, Lin Fan stays in the room alone, fully packing this defense powder she made into small paper packets. Several sealed paper packets are neatly placed on the table, shrouded in mystery. Lin Fan tucks the packets away in her space, strokes her belly gently, and her eyes turn very determined. She sits on the bedside, staring at the night outside, calculating internally, I must prepare for defense and find a warehouse fast. The night is exceptionally dark, dotted only with faint starlight and a soft evening breeze. Inside the Zhang family compound by day, the sun is shining brightly. Neighbors gather in a corner to chat. While it seems peaceful, there's an undercurrent of tension. Zhou Jie stands among them, talking carelessly of rumors of the Li family's arrest. Tone is casual, aware that Grandma Zheng is nearby, shaking their head in disappointment. Watching Zhou Jie behave with such lack of restraint, Grandma Zheng frowns and sighs. She is filled with disappointment, thinking she is far too immature. Just as Zhou Jie gets carried away, Grandma Zheng suddenly speaks up. Third daughter-in-law, follow me inside for a moment. Puzzled, Zhou Jie follows Grandma Zheng into the living room. The door is gently closed, cutting off the noise from outside. The atmosphere instantly turns heavy. Grandma Zheng slams the table hard. Keep your mouth shut about gossip involving this compound. The teacups on the table rattle, and Zhou Jie turns pale with fear. It is noon, and the meal is set in the Zheng family dining room. The family sits together, everything in its place. The scent of food fills the air, yet it feels inexplicably gloomy. Zhou Jie keeps her head down, not daring to look at Grandma Zheng. Grandma Zheng sets down their chopsticks, voice once you leave this house, know what should and shouldn't be said. The hospital ward is bright. Sunlight streams through the window onto the hospital bed. Zheng Yuning sits by the bedside, peeling an apple for Fan Qiming. Fan Qiming looks at her, calculating something in their gaze. Missus, Fan walks in with a water cup. Yuning, go visit your family this afternoon. After a moment of hesitation, Zheng Yuning finally nods. Inside the Zheng family bedroom at dusk, the light is soft. Zheng Yujie carries in a large parcel excitedly. Lin Fan, this was sent by Xiao Dongyuan from Haishi. The parcel is full of dried fruits giving off a sweet aroma. Lin Fan bites into a dried mango, smiling with satisfaction. As the two share the treats, Grandma Zheng and the others return. The Zheng family living room becomes lively in the evening. Grandma Zheng, Lin Fan, and first sister-in-law Zheng sit together, sampling the dried fruit. Laughter occasionally rings out, a harmonious atmosphere. Zheng Yuning enters the living room holding a string bag, helping herself to the dried apples. After finishing a piece, she thinks they taste great. She reaches for the fruit plate on the table, intending to take them all back for her children without considering others. As she reaches for the plate, Grandpa Zheng suddenly snaps. Where is conscience? Zheng Yuning's eyes turn red with hurt. Hearing this, Mother Zhang rushes from the kitchen. Shou Jie leans in, explaining with smug delight. Lin Fan watches coldly, and Grandma Zheng turns away in anger. The living room falls silent. Grandpa Zheng huffs fully. To think you'd steal the gifts meant for Grandma. Light glows from behind the slightly open door. Zheng Yuning stands there, her shoulders trembling. It is unclear how this dried fruit conflict will end. In a hospital ward, Fan Qiming was lying alone, with the air filled with the smell of disinfectant. A man quietly snuck in. It was Chen Jirong from the committee, who had a hidden agenda. Chen Jirong took an envelope with a $2,500 deposit and slipped it under Fan Qiming's pillow, to lure him into a framing scheme. Feeling the thickness of the envelope, Fan Qiming felt a surge of emotion. Greed and fear alternated on his face. I'll do it. Evening after work, Zheng Yuning rushed to the hospital to carefully feed Fan Qiming, unaware of the brewing conspiracy. Fan Qiming feigned tenderness and lied about urgent military commitments, asking Zheng Yuning to help place the incriminating letters in the Zheng family's study. Consider it done. Blinded by the temptation of a promotion, Zheng Yuning agreed immediately, not realizing she was stepping into a trap. Late at night in the Zheng family's study, as a lamp glowed, casting a heavy mood over the silence, Zheng Grandpa took Zheng Yujie to the study, where they pushed a heavy bookshelf together to reveal a hidden mechanism. Narrow stairs led to the basement. There lived family wealth accumulated by generations of the Zheng family, with bars, antiques, and calligraphy neatly arranged. As the wooden box opened, the cold light of gold met the warmth of antique. Zheng Yujie took a sharp breath, feeling the heavy burden on his shoulders. Zheng Grandpa instructed Zheng Yujie to move his assets to a safe place and preserve the foundation of the Zheng family. I understand. Grandpa Zheng Yujie returned to the bedroom and solemnly told Lin Fan about the transfer, asking if her previous hiding spot was secure. In the face of her husband's worry, Lin Fan was remarkably calm. Her composure helped Zheng Yujie gradually relax. Fine. She told Zheng Yujie to deliver the items to a small yard out of town and leave the rest to her. No questions asked. 2 o'clock in the morning. All was still. Zheng Yujie lied and said Lin Fan had a stomach ache, using the excuse to drive a dozen crates out of the compound to the yard outside the city. Gritting his teeth, Jung Yoo-jae moved the heavy boxes inside one by one, his clothes soaked in sweat. Lin Fan asked Jung Yoo-jae to warm up the car while she stayed inside. She brushed her fingertips over the boxes, and with a single thought, in the blink of an eye, the boxes vanished into thin air, stored safely in Lin Fan's pocket dimension. This was the ultimate vault. Lin Fan locked the gate and hopped into the car. Jung Yoo-jae started the engine, and the two drove off into the night. The secret transfer went unnoticed. At noon, the Jung family was quiet. Following the instructions given by Fan Chi-ming, Jung Yuning snuck into the study, her heart pounding. She stuffed 2 anonymous letters, one into a dictionary on the top shelf, and one into a hidden desk drawer, her movements frantic. The second letter was tucked inside the secret compartment of the drawer. Jung Yuning thought her plan was flawless, but failed to realize she was being watched. "Ah, you scared me." Just as Jung Yuning sighed in relief, she turned to find Lin Fan standing at the doorway, her eyes sharp as an eagle's. Guilt-ridden, Jung Yuning couldn't look Lin Fan in the eye. She lowered her head and hurried past her, practically running away. Something is definitely wrong. Lin Fan entered the study and shut the door. With sharp intuition and full observation, she quickly found the letter inside the dictionary. Immediately after, she found the second letter in the desk's secret compartment. 2 anonymous letters, clearly planted for a up. Lin Fan didn't open them. The thought, she sent them into her space. Fan Chi-ming and Jung Yuning's conspiracy was thwarted. In the military family complex, all was peaceful during the afternoon. Warm sunlight fell upon the doorstep of the Jung family. No one expected the coming storm. Suddenly, a loud and violent pounding on the door broke the silence. Members of the committee arrived with a search warrant. "Open up, the committee is searching for contraband." Grandpa Jung frowned at the noise, slowly opened the door. Facing the aggressive members, her voice was filled with displeasure. The captain didn't hold back, shoving Grandpa Jung aside and trying to force his way in with the team. The old woman stumbled and almost fell. "You can search, but search your own men first." Her sharp gaze locked on Xiao Li in the group. He looked nervous and reflexively clutched his pocket, clearly hiding something. Losing face, the captain grabbed Xiao Li and reached into his pocket. The neighbors around them instantly focused their attention. A sealed letter was pulled out. The crowd gasped. This was clearly evidence meant to frame someone. The onlookers saw it was a letter, immediately erupted, shouting their accusations, knowing it was a setup. Lin Fan's eyes were sharp as she pointed to another member's Rolex watch. The shiny metallic glare was blinding. The named member panicked, reflexively trying to hide the watch in his sleeve, but it was too late. While everyone held their breath, Lin Fan calmly told Grandma Zheng, "Grandma, call Dad for help, fast." Grandma Zheng didn't hesitate, rushing off to call for help. The neighbors also stepped up, sorting the committee members. The guard and a few trust elders arrived quickly, boxing the team in, watching them close to stop any foul play. Under strict supervision, they searched from top to bottom, rifling through everything, but couldn't even find a single foreign book. One member found nothing and whispered to the captain's ear to report, his voice full of panic. Sweat broke out on the captain's forehead as he bit his lip in anger. He couldn't believe it. The evidence they planted was simply gone. Just then, the roar of a jeep was heard, screeching to a stop in front of the Zheng family. Zheng Nanping arrived with soldiers. Zheng Nanping stepped out, furious, his gaze cold as ice. His military presence turned the air heavy. Grandpa Jing hurried forward and told Zheng Nanping how they tried to frame them and how Lin Fan cleverly outwitted them. Take everyone involved away for interrogation. The captain to argue his way out to save himself and his men, but Zheng Nanping cut him off. Zheng Nanping barked an order, blaming him for allowing his men to evidence. Since he was involved, he'd be interrogated too. Soldiers moved in, taking away the pale Xiao Li, the man with the watch, and the captain who had collapsed. Cold handcuffs locked Xiao Li's wrists along with the scheme. He looked defeated, his arrogance completely gone. The suspicious Rolex was confiscated as evidence. The member hung his head, unable to look at anyone. The captain was paralyzed, trembling on the ground. Soldiers pulled him up and hauled him to the jeep. He was as pale as a ghost. The storm finally settled. Zheng Nanping went quickly over to Lin Fan, looking at her pregnant belly with concern and relief. Lin Fan smiled, shaking her head to say she was fine. With her courage and wit, she had averted the crisis against the Zheng. Sunlight shines into the headquarters office, the air filled with a sense of solemnity. The cleanup of a framing case is underway. A soldier in uniform quickly into the office, salutes sharply, reports the case's progress to Zheng Nanping. Zheng Nanping sits behind the desk, nodding slightly after the report. sharp, demanding the whereabouts of Fan Qiming. The soldier reports, honestly, Fan Qiming is under control. Though his wife Zheng Yuning was unaware, she unintentionally helped with the framing letters. The Zheng family no longer has a daughter like Zheng Yuning. Documents are arranged neatly on the desk, the pen lying still, witnessing this difficult but necessary decision. By evening, the Zheng family living room is brightly lit. The whole family is gathered, the atmosphere heavy, as a family meeting is about to begin. Grandpa Zhang sits in the main seat, looking pained, scanning everyone, prepared to announce the decision regarding Zheng Yuning. Exile Zheng Yuning from the Zheng family, and all ties forever. The living room is silent. Everyone keeps their heads down. No one speaks up for Zheng Yuning. Zhou Jie is so terrified they pull their head in. Zhou Jie's hands grip their clothes, knuckles turning white, clearly shaken by this severe decision. At dinner time, the dining table is covered with steaming hot food. The light is warm, but fails to dispel the heavy mood in the air. Grandpa Zheng raises a glass first, looks across the room, and stops at Lin Fan, ready to honor her contribution. Fan Fan is the great hero of the Zheng family. Grandma Zheng, full of affection, serves Lin Fan a large piece of chicken, caringly telling her to eat more for nutrition. The chicken in Lin Fan's bowl is tender and juicy. The meal is piping hot, carrying the recognition and love of the Zheng family. In the dead of night, moonlight pours through the bedroom window. The simple decor feels cozy, bringing the day's turmoil to a peaceful end. Lin Fan sits on the bed, gently stroking her baby bump, her gaze tender, feeling the life within. Zheng Yujie, washing up, dries his hair and steps softly into the room, trying not to disturb Lin Fan. After getting into bed, Zheng Yujie hugs Lin Fan from behind, burying his face in her neck, his voice muffled as he shares his fears. Lin Fan leans into his arms, comforting him, telling him not to worry, it's all over now. Zheng Yujie looks up, gently kissing Lin Fan's cheek, his eyes full of love and gratitude. The sun was high, but the air at the Zheng family's gates was heavy. Several officers from the Revolutionary Committee stood there nervously, looking like they were waiting for someone. Zheng Nanping walked out of the gates, a sharp gaze scanning the crowd. Committee's local leader broke into a sweat, reluctantly stepping forward to talk. Committee leader was shaken by Zheng Nanping's aura. Sweat kept pouring down his forehead, his voice trembling with every word. Working with enemy agents, are we? The leader took a half step back in fear, waving his hands frantically, terrified of being labeled a traitor, his tone growing increasingly humble. Get out. Relieved as if granted a pardon, the group turned and fled, their frantic figures receding quickly, fearing Zheng Nanping might change his mind. Inside the living room, Lin Fan was pale as a ghost, slumped weakly on the sofa, her hand gently stroking her bulging belly, looking uneasy. Her hands were slightly cold as she carefully placed them over her belly, feeling the baby's restless movements as her panic began to rise. The baby is moving so much. Zheng Yujie heard the noise and rushed into the living room. With frantic footsteps, his face was full of anxiety. Wife, how are you feeling? Don't scare me. Lin Fan slowly pulled 2 crumpled letters from her pocket, the edges of the paper worn thin from being rubbed over and over again. Lin Fan shook her head, saying she was just nervous. She wanted to rest in her room, refusing to go to the hospital, not wanting to worry the family further. Zheng Nanping's brow furrowed, his voice filled with concern. Feeling Lin Fan's condition was serious, he knew they couldn't be careless. The Zheng family can't handle any more trouble. Zheng Yu followed Lin Fan's lead and took out the prenatal medicine left by his mother. The bottle was old, its label slightly yellowed. Zheng Yu carefully gave Lin Fan the medicine, watching her take some warm water, moving gently so as not to hurt her. Zheng Yu gently picked up Lin Fan in his arms. With steady, tender movements, he walked up the stairs step by step, fearing he might startle her or the baby in her womb. He placed Lin Fan on the bed and tucked her in. Zheng Yujie's large hand rested softly on her belly, but his gaze was terrifyingly cold, his heart full of rage. When Zheng Yujie downstairs, Grandma Zheng was already waiting at the living room entrance, looking eager and frantic, asking him over and over about Lin Fan and the baby. Zheng Yujie handed 2 crumpled letters to Grandpa Zheng with a mocking sneer, finding this setup pathetic and clumsy. Grandpa Zheng looked at the letters, clutching his chest in fear, his tone full of relief. He felt that it was all thanks to Lin Fan's alertness that the Zheng family was saved from disaster. Grandma Zheng couldn't help but wipe her tears, her voice choked up, saying she had been scared witless. It was thanks to a pregnant Lin Fan keeping her composure. Zheng Nanping stared at the letters, pondering in deep silence. He was certain someone was behind this, and the key was Zheng Yuning. Zheng Yujie immediately stood up, offering to go and bring Zheng Yuning back, his eyes burning with anger, desperate to find the truth. Inside Yao Guan's office, the atmosphere was stifling. He sat alone at his desk, staring at the telephone, waiting for news. The phone rang suddenly, shattering the silence. Yao Guan's eyes lit up as he quickly grabbed the receiver, his tone expectant. When the person on the other end said the mission failed, expectation on Yao Guan's face instantly vanished. He was stunned, unable to process it for a moment. Hanging up the phone, Yao Guan clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, his face darkening with grim fury, full of unease and rage. Zhang Yujie drove his jeep speeding along the road, wheels kicking up dust. He was fuming with rage, slamming the brakes right outside Zhang Yuning's workplace. The tires screeched against the pavement. Zhang Yujie stepped out, looking cold as ice. Well, if it isn't the brother who wanted to disown me, Dad wants you home. Get in! By evening, Zhang Yuning entered the living room, finding his father and grandparents all there. Thinking it was news of Fan Qiming's achievement, he had a broad smile on his face. Have you seen these letters before? Of course I have. I'm the one who put them back. Grandpa Zhang shook with rage upon hearing this, pointing at Zhang Yuning, speechless. He fell back as chaos erupted. Zhang Yujie reacted instantly, rushing to support his grandfather, giving him his heart medicine immediately. His face was full of worry. Speak, who gave you the letters? Zhang Yuning was terrified by their fury, stuttering that Fan Qiming gave them, then quickly denying it with panicked eyes. Zhang Nanping ignored her, taking a deep breath and grabbing the phone. He ordered to secretly seize Chen Zhirong and Fan Qiming, his voice firm and resolute. The sky darkened outside, the sunset glowing with a grim pressure. The storm at the Zheng family had only just begun. The Zheng family living room at dusk. Zhang Yuning happened to overhear her father, Zheng Nanping, ordering the capture of Fan Qiming over the phone. She breaks down instantly, crawling to her father's feet to beg. In a heart-wrenching scream, she cries, "Dad, you can't take Qiming, he's innocent!" Zheng Nanping looks at his daughter's ridiculous behavior, his eyes filled with heartache and coldness. He resents her ignorance of the family's situation, fears those 2 letters will ruin all of the Zheng family. As Zheng Nanping closes his eyes and pushes her away, Grandpa Zheng trembles with rage from those outrageous words, pointing at Zhang Yuning, unable to speak. As the tension in the room thickens, Brother Zheng reacts the fastest, rushing out with the unconscious Grandpa Zheng on his back. Sanjay follows close behind. The family is thrown into total chaos. Grand Zhang shakily emerges from the room. Just reaching the door, she sees her eldest grandson carrying her unconscious husband out. Amidst the panic, someone shouts, "Grandma! Grandma!" Brother Zheng returns. Upon hearing the call, the brothers scramble to lift Grandma Zheng into the car and speed away. The empty doorway is left with only a soul-crushed Zhang Yuning. Zhang Yujie was about to follow to the hospital, but his footsteps suddenly halt. He glances back at Lin Fan's room upstairs, bends down to hide the scattered letters. As the night deepens, Mother Zheng and first sister-in-law Zheng rush back after hearing the news, finding Zhang Yuning crying on the floor. Eavesdropping from the second floor, Jie timidly walks down, adding fuel to the fire, explaining the situation. While Mother Zheng's face turns pale, Zhang Yuning sobs, "It wasn't me, I didn't know those letters were harmful." Exhausted and overwhelmed, Mother Zheng closes her eyes and snaps, "Kick her out! I'm disowning her in the papers." Terrified, Zhang Yuning hugs her mother and begs. Mother Zheng warily tells first sister-in-law Zheng to check on Lin Fan upstairs. When first sister-in-law Zheng reaches the bedroom, Zhang Yujie opens the door looking exhausted. Hearing about the family turmoil, he asks him to mind his mother and Lin Fan, then goes out for some air. Zhang Yujie leans against the door, breathing deeply. Suppressing a fire in his eyes, he silently vows to find the mastermind. Fan Qiming, Chen Zhirong, and those lurking in the shadows, he won't let any of them go. In the hospital ward at late night, Grandpa Zheng and Grandma Zheng remain unconscious. The doctor is checking on the condition of the 2 seniors, looking serious with a furrowed brow. The heartbeat on the stethoscope is weak but steady, signaling their bodies are slowly recovering. As the doctor turns to leave, Mr. Zheng suppresses the anxiety within, remembering the doctor's words. They cannot handle more shocks. Mr. Zheng suppresses the inner anxiety, keeping the doctor's words in mind. With his jawline tense, the ward's atmosphere turns heavy. Brother Zheng and Zheng Sanjay volunteer to stay behind to help. Zheng Sang clenches his fist. "Dad, go take care of the outside business." Mr. Zheng nods in agreement. Shadow of his retreating back is filled with absolute resolve. Inside the committee office, lights are dim. Chen Zirong is on edge, rubbing his hands nervously. Papers scattered on the desk are remnants from searching the Zheng family during the day. He suddenly slams the table. "Damn it, I messed with the wrong people." Facing questioning from Deputy Captain Chen Zhirong, fakes composure, being in a hurry on an excuse. He sneaks suspiciously into an abandoned courtyard and leaves again moments later. He looks around, making sure no one is watching, unaware that Lu Hongchuan and Deshan are witnessing everything. Just as Chen Zhirong exhales in relief, cries out, "Captain Chen, run! Troops are after you!" Terrified, he rushes inside, grabs some cash and vouchers, then flees in panic. Inside the Zheng family's bedroom, Lin Fan slowly wakes up, looking much better. Zhang Yujie has been waiting by the side with a grim face. Under the dim light, Lin Fan softly, "Yujie, I'm hungry. Jung Yuje immediately brings the warm porridge, carefully helping her eat. Seeing Lin Fan in better spirits, she suddenly begs, let's go have a look, just one glance. Jung Yuje sighs helplessly. Fine, but only from a distance. A faint light flashes within Lin Fan's eyes. Late at night, Lin Fan quietly locked the Jung family's bedroom door. Her eyes landed on the boxes piled up in the corner, hardly hiding her excitement. Looking at the boxes, far richer than anything the Jung family had before, she rubbed her hands together, rejoicing that she'd found the right place. Holding back a laugh, she crouched down to count it all. Porcelain, bronze, paintings, a dazzling array of treasures, each one incredibly valuable. One jade bracelet stood out, shimmering in the faint light. Lin Fan knew that one piece was enough to buy a whole house, but seeing the rusty bronze and other sensitive relics, she frowned instantly, knowing they were dangerous hot potatoes. She categorized them carefully, deciding to hand over the sensitive relics, leaving only the jade and gold for the Zhang family's reserves and her own keeping fee. Once finished, Lin Fan showered, satisfied, and lay back in bed, a grin stretching across her face, overjoyed by the haul. As the night deepened, Zhang Yuje met in a dark alley with Chen Dashan and Lu Hongchuan, asking in low whispers about the mansion's activity. Chen Dashan reported quickly there was no movement and no lights were ever on. Men were watching every turn, no one has gone in or out. Lu Hongchuan looked worried, fearing Chen Jirong might escape through the old house's tunnel, making efforts a waste. Zhang Yuje paused briefly, then made a decision. Have the men guide officials to check the area tomorrow, rotate the stakeouts, and don't alert the target. He looked toward the mansion with cold eyes, thinking to himself, I must catch Chen Jirong, don't let him escape. Hungry and cold at dawn, Chen Jirong crept from his hiding spot to find food nearby, but heard news that terrified him. Near the residential area, passers-by discussed a wanted poster, hunting for an enemy agent, with a reward for reporting. Chen Jirong was scared to death, ducking back into the shadows. In a total panic, he wondered why his brother-in-law wasn't doing anything, even suspecting he was abandoned. He quickly stole some food, left some cash and coupons, and didn't dare say, fleeing back to his hideout, terrified of being found. When morning came, in Zheng Nanping's office, a soldier knocked and entered, handing over an anonymous letter delivered by a child for him. The message was pieced together with newspaper clips, stating clearly Chen Jirong is an enemy agent, listing his hiding spot, the locked basement on XX Street. Zheng Nanping ordered soldiers to surround the place immediately, search carefully, arrest Chen Jirong as soon as found, and secure all evidence. After the soldier left, Zheng Nanping stared at the letter, lost in thought. Guessing who sent it, he knew someone out there wanted him down, someone wanted to help. Search team captain suddenly pushed the door open, reporting, a radio and evidence of treason found at Chen Zirong's house. A squad burst into the home, taking control quickly. Chen's wife and the child were shivering in fear amidst the chaos. The soldiers began their search, quickly finding a radio hidden in a secret spot, plus some burnt ashes. Someone clearly tried to destroy the evidence. Another soldier found foreign bills and luxury goods. This was proof enough of agent activities, confirming search team captain's suspicions of Chen Zirong. Chen's wife rushed forward, crying and pleading, claimed she and the child knew absolutely nothing. Everything belonged to Chen Zirong. But it was all in vain. Search team captain looked coldly at her, declaring this hard evidence of enemy activity, then ordering Chen's wife and the child away for screening. That evening, at the Zheng family's, Lin Fan on the sofa rubbing her belly. Zheng Yuje returned, exhausted yet showing a hint of excitement. The moment their eyes met, Lin Fan asked eagerly, well, is there any news? Zheng Yuje nodded, whispering to Lin Fan. Zheng Nanping has made a move, finding a radio and treason evidence at Chen Jirong's house. Chen Jirong fled, but he's wanted across the city. Lin Fan feigned surprise, while her heart raced. Hearing Zheng Yuje mention the abandoned hideout that might have valuables, she became even more excited. Grabbing Zheng Yuje's hand, she looked pleading and ready for action, begging him to take her, just to see from afar, promising to follow orders. Looking at her shining eyes, Zheng Yuje hesitated but couldn't refuse. Nodding, he repeatedly cautioned her, listen to my commands, we leave if things go south. The night is thick, and the streets are empty. Only the dim, yellow streetlights cast mottled shadows on the ground, amidst a chilling silence. Zheng Yuje is cycling through the dark night. Lin Fan sits on the back seat, tight around his waist, face pressed against his warm back. As the wheels roll over the gravel road, Lin Fan suddenly hugs him tighter. You here, I'm not afraid of anything. She gently clutches his shirt, relying on him completely. Feeling the slight bumps of the ride, her heart is full of peace. The two arrive at a remote alleyway. The walls loom on both sides, casting eerie shadows. The only sound is the faint dripping of insects, adding to the gloom. Zheng Yuje hides the bicycle in the shadows. He pulls Lin Fan down low, scanning the surroundings, confirming no one is there before stepping forward. The wooden courtyard door is shut tight. A rusted copper lock hangs from the ring, covered in scratches, really unopened for a long time. As the night wind makes the door ring rattle, Jung Yoo-jae whispers, "Wait here, I'll go check it out." Lin Fan grabs his arm, eyes dimmed, insisting on going together. Jung Yoo-jae can't refuse her, so he nods in agreement. Jung Yoo-jae takes out a piece of wire, skillfully picking the copper lock. It's really not his first time doing this. As the lock clicks open, he turns with a sly smile, "Just something I taught myself as a kid." The two spin to the yard, quietly closing the door. The yard is overgrown, cobwebs in every corner. The ruined house feels desolate. Jung Yoo-jae switches on a flashlight. The beam hits the ground, quickly finding several fresh footprints leading to the backyard. The uneven show someone was here recently. The soil is still damp, clear under the flashlight beam. Following the tracks to the backyard, a room door is locked tight, the wood decaying and ready to collapse. The rusted lock contrasts with the rotten frame. This room was clearly locked on purpose. Jung Yoo-jae pulls out the wire again, picking at the lock. Moments later, it clicks open. The door opens to reveal a room full of junk, covered in webs. There are obvious drag marks leading to the corner. Jung Yoo-jae forcefully shifts several heavy dust. Dust falls as a pitch-black opening is revealed beneath them. The edges are jagged, layered with thin dust. A faint draft can be heard from within, feeling mysterious. As Jung Yoo-jae hesitates about going in, Lin Fan grabs the flashlight. There really is a basement. Before Jung Yoo-jae can object, she slides into the opening, moving quickly with urgency. The basement is dark. As the light scans, half the wall is stacked with various wooden crates, layered in dust. With a thought, Lin Fan sweeps her hands over them. Those heavy crates and the riches inside instantly vanish. Each touch of her fingertips, crates are swallowed by an invisible force, vanishing without a trace. Afterward, Lin Fan spots an old desk in the corner. She lifts the tarp covering it, revealing something that makes her eyes widen. Under the tarp is an old military radio. The metal gleams coldly, with distinct buttons and knobs, emitting a dangerous aura. As the metallic reflection stings her eyes, Lin Fan's heart races in fear. "Jung Yoo-jae, get in here, quick!" Hearing her shout, Jung Yoo-jae's heart sinks. He slides down the ladder into the basement. The flashlight beam searches for Lin Fan. The moment he sees the radio, he clenches his fist. "Damn it, it's really an enemy spy!" Jung Yoo-jae grabs Lin Fan's hand, urging her to leave at once. They scramble up the ladder to the surface. Back in the room, Jung Yoo-jae moves the crates back into place. He wipes away any signs that anyone was there. They lock the room, run out of the courtyard, and speed away on the bicycle into the night, not daring to look back. Lin Fan clings to Jung Yoo-jae, burying her face in his back, shivering slightly, clearly shaken from the scare. As they pass the final intersection, Jung Yoo-jae hits the brakes. "Listen, keep this to yourself. Don't tell a soul." The bicycle fades into the night, their silhouettes blending into darkness. This narrow escape left a permanent mark on both of them. The night is deep. In a hospital room, now a temporary interrogation site, the pale light feels oppressive. As the smell of disinfectant and tension fill the air, Fan Chi-ming has his hands tied behind his back in a chair, pale but trying to stay calm, shifting his eyes away, avoiding eye contact. Watching the interrogator stare in silence, Fan Chi-ming gathers his courage, shouts with a trembling voice, "I want to see Army Commander Jung Nanping. He's my father-in-law." Interrogator A slams a stack of cash onto the table. The bills fan out, piercing to the eye. At the sight of the money, Fan Chi-ming's pupils shrink. His body shakes, and his forced composure instantly collapses. Interrogator B slams the desk, the pen and paper rattling as a roar breaks the silence. Shaken by the interrogator's presence, Fan Chi-ming's mental wall breaks. He cries out his confession, I'll tell everything. It was Chen Jirong who made me do it." The interrogator's pen slides across the paper, rustling softly, repeating every word of the statement. After confessing, Fan Chi-ming slumps in the chair, eyes empty, his face completely colorless. In another room, the lights are dim, machines glowing with a faint green, the beeping sharp in the silence, thick with unease. "Mrs. Fan slowly wakes up, sees Jung Yoo-ning by the bed, furious with rage, and strikes her across the face. Mrs. Fan's eyes are full of hate, as she screams curses, "You jinx! You ruined my son!" Jung Yoo-ning covers her face, tears falling, shoulders shaking, helpless, wronged. Jung Yoo-ning chokes back a defense. "Chi-ming told me to put the letter there." Mrs. Fan pauses for a second, then realizes, wailing shrilly, in absolute disbelief. A nurse enters at the sound, calmly and slowly reminding them to be quiet for the sake of the patient. Jung Yoo-ning walks out, looking lost. In the empty hallway, the pale light stretching her shadow, her footsteps echoed. She rushes to the grandparents' room, thudding to her knees as they hit the floor with a heavy sound. Jung Yoo-ning puts her forehead to the ground, crying out in regret, "Grandpa! Grandma! I was wrong! Please forgive me!" Grandpa Zheng shut his eyes, his voice tired and cold, filled with deep disappointment. Brother Zheng grabs her arm, pulling her up, and heartlessly pushes her out of the room. Zhang Yuning slumps on the floor, clutching her knees, her desperate cries echoing in the void. Morning light filters through the bed curtains, soft and gentle, chasing away the night's gloom. Lin Fan wakes, finding the bed empty. She touches her belly, her eyes tender yet lingering in fear. With warm fingers, she brushes over her clothes, moving softly, cherishing the life within. Zhang Yujie enters with breakfast, his face still solemn, but at the sight of Lin Fan he softens. Setting the meal down, he asks gently, "Let's go to the hall to see our grandparents today." By day, the room is bright, sunlight washing over the bed, plants adding touches of life and warmth. Lin Fan and Zhang Yujie walk in carrying a thermos container, smiling lightly, not wanting to disturb the elderly. The container is warm, smelling faintly of porridge, a comforting, homey scent. Grandma Zheng takes Lin Fan's hand, palm warm and eyes reddened, filled with love and gratitude. As Grandma Zheng holds her hand, Grandpa Zheng looks at Lin Fan and Zhang Yujie, giving a serious instruction. Cutting ties through the paper, it must be handled quickly, no delays allowed. Zhang Yujie clenches his fist, slowly nodding with tension, heavy with a grim finality. Sunlight filters through the screens into the Zheng family living room. The wood furniture has a warm glow, and the scent of rice porridge lingers, offering a rare peace. Zhang Yujie carries a lunchbox, slowly walking out of the kitchen, looking tired but still attentive. Zhang Songye buttons up his jacket, offering to take time off to watch over the hospital today. Both sound sincere, wanting to help the family. Mother Zhang takes a plain old bag and leaves the room, walking slowly but with determination. Thinking of her pregnant daughter-in-law, Mother Zhang is full of concern, softly saying, "Fan Fan is home alone. I'm worried." Her sister-in-law Zhang quickly puts on a scarf, filled with concern, rushing out for work. First, sister-in-law Zhang pushes the door open. The morning sun pours in as she disappears outside. The Zheng family kitchen is tidy, with a stove, water tank, and cutting board in order. Morning light hits the corners, full of life. Lin Fan wears loose clothes, walking lightly into the kitchen, looking a bit pale but with a gentle smile, seeming much better. Aunt Liu looks up while picking cabbage, responding while keeping her hands busy, looking very concerned. On the cutting board lie fresh cabbage and radishes, crisp and fresh, standard winter ingredients. Lin Fan to Aunt Liu, buy more bones for soup lately. They're nutritious and don't need coupons. Everyone nourish their health. Lin Fan goes to the water tank, ladles out some water, and pours it into the porridge pot. While Aunt Liu gets the rice bag, Lin Fan quickly replaces some water with spiritual spring water, acting hidden and swift. The hospital ward by day is bright and airy. Sunlight falls on the bed, and vibrant green plants dispel the gloom. Mother Zheng sits by the bed, expertly peeling an apple, the peel coming off in one string, her touch gentle. Mother Zhang looks at her son, gently urging, "Go back and Fan Fan Fan, she's carrying a baby." Zhang Yujie rubs his hands filled with guilt and nods in agreement, his eyes full of worry and apology. Zhang Yujie throws on his coat, stepping softly out, avoiding disturbing the elderly, looking upright and steady. The ward door is pushed open a crack. Elder Zhao and Elder Gao peek in, curious and concerned. Elder Zhao walks to the bedside, quietly asking about Grandpa Zheng, filled with worry, deep friendship. Grandma Zheng pats her chest, looking shaken, still haunted by what happened. Zhang Yujie brings in a pot wrapped in an old petcoat, pushing the door open excitedly, eager for them to taste Lin Fan's porridge. He lifts the lid, the rich scent of rice, meat, and sweet radish fills the air, steam rising up, smelling irresistible. Elder Zhao and Elder Gao take a deep breath, their eyes lighting up in total surprise. Grandpa Zheng coughs once, signaling Zhang Yujie to go buy buns for the elders at the canteen. Elder Zhao quickly gives money and coupons to Zhang Yujie, looking eager, not wanting to miss the porridge. Zhang Yujie returns with buns, sees the pot is empty, is stunned and speechless. Grandma Zheng looks at him and can't help laughing. The ward's atmosphere lighting up. In a dark, abandoned warehouse at dusk, a dim bulb overhead flickers and buzzes, giving off weak light. Thugs are tied up, kneeling on cold concrete, shaking in absolute terror, not daring to speak. Zhang Yujie sits on a worn chair, cigarette smoke swirling, his gaze cold and piercing. Zhang Yujie scans the group quickly, slowly asking, "Do you know me?" Terrified, the thugs cry and confess. "Brother Meng from East sent us." At the mention of the Yao name, Zhang Yujie stands up abruptly, fury burning in his eyes as knuckles crack. His knuckles turn white, his skin is taut, veins bulging, filled with suppressed rage. Zhang Yujie turns to Zhang Shoujie, firmly instructing him to watch them and interrogate them, to find the link between Brother Meng and Yao Guo. To spare blankets the Fan family living room, News of Fan Chiming going to jail shattered the peace. Mother can't accept her son's sentence, venting all her anger at her daughter-in-law, Zhang Yuning. Father paces the room, anxious and helpless, searching for the truth. Xiao Yu sits weeping in the corner, denying that her sister-in-law ruined her brother. Cornered by her mother-in-law's accusations, Zhang Yuning is hurt and unable to explain. Too far, Zhang Yuning breaks down. Mom, under Qiming's pillow, I have thousands of dollars. This hit like a lightning bolt. The father collapses into his chair as his last hope vanishes. Fan Zhaoyu is stunned, never thinking her brother actually took money he shouldn't have. With red eyes, Zhang Yuning rushes to the hospital. She must beg her family to save her husband. Mother Zhang walks out of the office, looking at her daughter's plea with nothing but disappointment. Zhang Yuning grabs her mother's sleeve, crying and begging her to talk to her father. Mother Zhang pulls away forcefully, her voice cold and final. Zhang Yuning, leave. From now on, you have no family here. Colleagues nearby can't stand it, accusing Zhang Yuning of betrayal and letting her family down. Zhang Yuning falls to her knees, clinging to her mother's legs, only to be abandoned. Left with no choice, Zhang Yuning runs to her grandparents' ward, hoping forgiveness. She drops to the floor, bowing repeatedly in apology, claiming Fan Qiming deceived her. With eyes closed, Grandpa Zhang snaps, "Get out! The Zhang family is finished with you." When Zhang Yuning refuses to leave, Brother Zhang explodes with rage, shouting, "Get out! Haven't you upset them enough?" Brother Zhang drags her out and pushes her away. Staring at the closed door, Zhang Yuning is in total despair. In the interrogation room that evening, the air is suffocating. Chen Zirong's arrogance is long gone. With a bowed head, he pleads, "I'll confess. Just let my wife and child go." The officer taps the desk, hinting that only the full truth can keep his family safe. Chen Zirong bites his lip. "I'll reveal the 3 external trade routes." Officer B reads it quickly, pressing for his boss's name. Regarding his superior, Chen Zirong remains vague, claiming to be a mere errand boy who doesn't know the higher-up. Officer A slams the desk, demanding, "What's your connection to Yao Guan?" Trembling with fear, Chen Zirong denies it. "No, I don't know him." "Are you sure?" The officers exchange a look, knowing he is lying, yet unable to break him no matter the pressure. By evening, Zhang Nanchang helps the grandparents home. After the storm, the family is exhausted. Zhang Nanchang carefully supports the elders, while Zhang Yuhuan follows with bags to the living room. Zhou Jie is already waiting, greets them with a forced smile. Emma Zhang gives a brief look, responding calmly. Experienced in the world, her hypocrisy is clear. Zhou Jie's eyes drift unconsciously toward what's in Zhang Nanchang and Zhang Yuhuan's hands. Filled with curiosity, she politely asks if Zhang Nanchang is tired, to be close, but it feels forced. A brief silence follows. Zhou Jie's fake warmth is ignored, making things awkward. The drama in the Fan family hasn't ended, and the Zhang family's test is just beginning. This tangled mess is far from over. Zhang Yuning's regret and Chen Zhirong's fear continue to intertwine. The pen in the interrogation room waits for more truth, as the hidden hand has yet to be revealed. As night falls, the lights at the Zhang family remain bright, as they face the challenge together to protect their weathered home. Sunlight filters through the window frame, into the tidy room. Mother Lin holds the hand of the pregnant Lin Fan, glancing at the neat decor with total satisfaction. Her daughter is stable in her new family. Lin Fan sees through her mother's thoughts and offers soft comfort. This perceptiveness makes Mother Lin feel warm inside. To put her mother at ease, Lin Fan turns to the cabinet, pulls out a surprise, and hopes she'll love it. In the first cloth wrap, there are sweet dried fruits. The weather's cooling as Lin Fan's belly grows, so her old clothes no longer fit. She takes out 2 pieces of thick fabric, asking her talented mother to sew some new winter clothes. The big surprise for Mother Lin is a bicycle voucher. Zhang Yujie got it through a contact earlier to make it easier for his mother-in-law to travel. Back then, bicycles were rare and precious. Mother Lin is moved but hesitant, afraid to spend the young couple's money, knowing the baby is coming soon and there are many expenses. Seeing her mother continue to decline, Lin Fan insists firmly, must accept this. Lin Fan's persistence leaves Mother Lin with no choice but to agree. She wipes a tear from her eye, carefully folds the voucher, and puts it in her pocket. But she firmly returns the extra cash. Seeing her mother about to leave on an empty stomach, Lin Fan quickly stops her, insisting she stay for lunch, tells Zhang Yujie to walk her home after. Thinking of the future bike ride to deliver the clothes, Mother Lin smiles and agrees. Mother and daughter head downstairs, chatting. In the living room, Zhang is on the sofa drinking tea, waiting for them. A light tea aroma fills the air. Mother Lin apologizes to Grandma Zhang for coming empty-handed. Grandma Zhang doesn't mind at all, saying family should visit more often, which makes Mother Lin finally relax. The 3 of them chat, from winter coat sizes to pregnancy diets, all with deep care. The atmosphere is warm and touching. As night falls, Zhang Yujie returns from seeing his mother-in-law off, holding a jar of malted milk. It was a gift from his mother-in-law, especially for her in-laws. Grandma Zhang looks at the gift, reminding his grandson to remember the kindness of Lin Fan and her family. A virtuous wife is hard to find. Zhang Yujie smiles proudly, confident that he treats his wife the best in the wide world. Grandma Zhang jokingly moves to swat him. After the jokes, Zhang Yujie heads upstairs. His smile fades, replaced by a serious look. Lin Fan is busy folding clothes, without looking up at the noise. She teases, asking if he was seeing someone else and is now back to apologize. Zhang Yujie is left speechless, emphasizing he has serious business. He brings up that first night they met, the time he was spiked. At the mention of it, Lin Fan immediately drops the clothes. Her eyes light up, urging him the details. Zhang Yujie looks grave. Lin Fan raises an eyebrow, joking that his rival accidentally sent him a beautiful wife and a baby. Despite the humor, she knows Ji Chang meant to ruin him. To ease the tension, Lin Fan leans and kisses Zhang Yujie, chasing away much of his anger. Lin Fan gently strokes her belly, her tones soft yet firm. For the sake of the child, let's not let one get hurt. Zhang Yujie holds her tight, promising to listen to her, yet privately planning to use a proxy for revenge and let them destroy each other. Lin Fan leans into his embrace and whispers, "Buy us a house. If we can buy it, even better." She falls asleep the moment she finishes, surprising Zhang Yujie into sitting up. With helpless affection, he watches her sleeping face. He secretly teases how capable she is. Even while pregnant, she won't stay still. Despite the pressure, he's full of hope for the future and a desire to protect his family. Zhang Yujie gently lies down and pulls Lin Fan close. They drift off in each other's arms. A plan against Ji Pingchang is already taking shape in his mind. As night deepens, the lights at the Zhang family fade out, leaving only family and protection glowing in the darkness, lighting the path ahead. It is early morning in the living room of the Zhang family, full of festive signs. The furniture is wiped clean, fruit is set on the table, and they wait for family to return. "Mom, Dad, I'm home!" Zhang looks up and sees her daughter. A joyful smile instantly breaks out on her face, and she hurries to welcome her inside. Zheng Yuan, Zhou Jie, and the other youngsters gather around. Calling out warmly to Auntie, the room instantly becomes lively. Zhang Nanfang opens her luggage to hand out gifts. For her parents, there are precious herbs and thick winter clothes, filled with her devotion. The winter coats are thick with fine stitching. Zhang Nanfang specifically prepared them to keep her parents warm in the winter. Grandma Zhang says it's a waste of money, but her heart feels warm. Unable to refuse, she accepts the thoughtful gesture. For her 3 nieces-in-law, she has pretty colorful hair clips and soft fabric, perfect for making new clothes for the kids. Lin Fan and Zhou Jie smile while taking the gifts. Zhou Jie thinks to herself, with good food, drinks, and more gifts to come, she is secretly delighted. Gift for Zhang Yuhuan is just a simple hair clip. Zhang Nanfang explains she was in a hurry and didn't have time to prepare much. Zhang Nanfang promises to take Zhang Yuhuan to the department store to pick something out in 2 days. The girl's eyes narrow with her wide smile. Zhang Nanchang playfully flicks his daughter's forehead. Zhang Yuhuan immediately hides behind Grandma, joking that she isn't smart and it's all Dad's fault. The whole room erupts in laughter. To the excitement, Lin Fan returns to her room. It is tidy and cozy, the perfect space for her pregnancy. She takes out a pen and paper, fully listing baby supplies. Bottles, diapers, small clothes, she records everything on the paper if she'll miss something. Her handwriting is neat, every item carries her hopes for the child who will soon arrive. Footsteps sound outside the door. It's Zhang Nanfang and Zhang Yuhuan. Lin Fan quickly stands up and invites them in for tea. Zhang Yuhuan is quick on her feet, rushing to pour tea for her sister-in-law. She's so thoughtful and lively. Zhang Nanfang looks at Lin Fan's baby bump, asks how many months along she is, and comments on how fast the baby grows. Lin Fan brings out some snacks and dried fruit for them, all the flavors she usually likes to eat. While pretending to open the cabinet, Lin Fan takes 4 sets of underwear from her space for her mother, her mother-in-law, and auntie. These are so comfortable, you can't even find them in department stores. It's a thoughtful gift from Lin Fan. When Zhang Yuhuan sees them, she can't help but gasp. She excitedly shows auntie, saying how comfortable they feel. Shy about giving them directly to her mother-in-law, Lin Fan asks Zhang Nanfang to deliver them. Auntie understands and agrees. Zhang Yuhuan takes auntie's hand, unable to wait any longer, and wants to try them on now. The two leave the room laughing and talking. Zhou Jie is outside the door hearing the laughter and seeing the thoughtful gifts for Lin Fan. She feels a surge of jealousy. 3 months later, the hospital room is sunny, filled with the hope of new life. Lin Fan has just given birth. She lies weakly in bed, her face slightly pale. The doctor holding 2 bundles comes in with a smile, breaking the silence in the room, and says, "Congratulations, it's twins." Zhang Yujie looks at his weak wife, heart aching for her. Fan, thank you for everything." Lin Fan looks at her husband with warmth in her eyes and softly replies, "Thank you." Yujie, Zhang Yujie leans to embrace the weakened Lin Fan, feeling the breath of the 2 new lives. His heart is full of happiness. The newborn twins peacefully in their blankets. Their arrival brought the family endless joy and hope.